exactly where he is, and Shoko's found one, Guto into another, but look at that, suddenly out of nowhere, it's 4 kills to BDS. In the space of about 3 seconds, they get the round over the line.
But beautiful from BDS.
Another team kill? Well, now rounding out towards red, 11 HP to his name, but finds his man, Buzz with a quad in the round. He's got to hold on, J9, no! He's not going to get it! Joystick finding all of the final 4, and Verus Pro bring the square of 5 apiece.
Straight in, Laura had no idea, was looking to get in towards backstore, and Ampi's just walked straight on in for them. Their time here is surely done, indeed it is. Still gonna have a lot of help in sticking this plant. Can Coded find a way to get involved? Nate's pushing forward. This would be for the ace clutch. There's 4, there's 5, there's Nate! The bandit from Yunsang, who's well, far away low on, and Kobe actually finds the kill onto JLT. This clear has been so unsuccessful. Kobe, easy double. Let it out.
And this isn't a therapy session.
It is the 3rd day of Phase 2 of the Montreal Major. Yesterday we sent 2 teams home, and we can see the disappointment on the faces of G2 as they were sent home together with D+, eliminating their chances of making it to SI on points. And W7M made it to the playoffs as the first team. They've actually qualified to SI on those points with that victory yesterday. Now we saw FaZe qualify as well. 2 Brazilian teams. I don't think that is a big surprise to see them both go into those playoffs directly. My name is Ed. I'll be your host on today's show. And we do get to send 3 more teams to those playoffs and 3 more teams to the airport. We're going to look at our schedule as well. This is what we have seen so far at the Major whilst we were here. Our play-ins have finished. Our teams have made it through. We are halfway through our playoffs now as well. And like we said, these teams are playing for the finals. They want to play on that live audience, on that main stage as well. And this is what we have ready for you today. As you can see, we are halfway through our Swiss bracket, and the highlighted games will be on for today. 3 more qualification games, 3 more elimination games. And this is what it's looking like on the 2 streams that we are still operating with. On the A stream, we finally get to send some teams to the live finals. We'll end our day on the A stream with an elimination game as well. The B stream is doing this the other way around. They start with 2 elimination games and they end their day on a high with that qualification game. Now on the A stream, we have a game between Chiefs as the very first one. And when we spoke to Quiz earlier, he told us about when he retired, he was working in the mine. Now we thought that was very interesting, so we had a chat with him to talk about how that was.
And excuse me, I'm from Northern Europe, so I don't know that much about mines. I just have to ask like one more question. Are you actually like down in a mine doing this work?
Yeah, I thought you were going to ask this. So there's overhead mines, like on land mines, and there's underground mines. I was overhead, so I was working like in the tanks, but on land. I wasn't underground. But yeah, there is underground mines that like they drive you down, or like I don't really know how they get. Like I think it's the same thing. Like they just drive you down like on these other vehicles, like these buses and stuff. And then, yeah, you can work underground. But that's just like a lot of like, it's a lot more riskier because like there's actually like TNT they be putting down there and stuff like that. They blow the walls and shit, so it's pretty cool. But no, I don't want to be down there just in case.
And then one more final mine question. Like sitting now, I know that like when you're in a match, you're totally focused on the match.
Yeah.
But if I just, take you into the player booth right now, you're sitting there playing a computer game, like, can you tell me about how stark the difference is between, you're actually working 12-hour shifts in a mine, now you're earning money by playing computer?
Yeah, it's like, I actually spoke to my mom about this. It's funny that you're asking. It's like, it's kind of funny because you never think when you're playing these games that like you can make money for it. But then like, it's once you start to meet pro players or meet like people that, are now my friends, they're like, I know they're making money. I'm like, man, I want to make money. Like, this is free. Like, I just play a game and I'm earning money for that. That's fucking awesome. Sorry for swearing. I just keep doing that, but yeah. That's just how it is. It's like you see them making money, like why can't I make money? So it's pretty awesome. But it's definitely not mine's money. But you know, you don't have to do anything. You're just playing a game. So it's pretty cool.
Sometimes how we forget that our players do other things in life as well than just playing video games and where they came from. As you can see, all good vibes over on the A stream, a bit of a hurdle before their qualification game, but over on the B stream, things are about to get dire. We have elimination games. We have a check-in with our casters on the B stream as well. We'll pull them in. Stokes and Lynx, guys, good morning. How are we feeling?
I'm doing I was about to say, I'm doing okay personally. I mean, I'm thinking about what we might see. Black Dragons, of course, have had a very strong run through the LCQ and up until this point. And to be fair, both teams had very close games yesterday. Black Dragons, 7-5 loss to BDS. Scars, a painful 8-7 loss with a 1v1 in round 15. And both find themselves in an elimination spot. Just a couple more rounds, and neither are in this position yesterday. And yet, here we are.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild set of circumstances, especially for Scars. I mean, usually when we end up seeing them come to an event, we kind of expect them to kind of go out in groups. I know it's terrible to say, but that's the thing. That's been their history so far. But at this event, it seemed that they've hit their stride, especially against this, upper echelon of talent. I think this might be another chapter inside of that book here today and up against Black Dragons.
Yeah, like you said, Black Dragons and Scars is the first game you guys are doing on the B stream. Afterwards, you're doing Elevate versus Sonics. Are you looking forward to sending an NA team home?
And could you repeat that? I could not hear you. I'm sorry.
You can just act as if you didn't hear me. There was a hurdle going on, but I know that I'm sure you heard what we were saying. Are you looking forward to see an NA team go home?
All right. Whoa. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that was a little
Yeah.
charged.
Hold on. Actually,
that was a little charged.
Why would I want to hear
Dan.
that? No. I preferred when it was dead silence in my ear than you saying that distasteful, rude, and downright. I'm not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say it.
Abhorrent. It was abhorrent.
I will say this, okay? We have 3 NA teams in the 1-2 section of the bracket. Guys, we need to pick it up. We need to pick it up, absolutely. I understand we have a rough time. We maybe are a little too reliant on shields in some cases. We gotta figure it out, but all I'm saying, NA team guaranteed in the 2-2 spot based on that DZ-SSG game. So somebody's making it.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that later on over on the A stream as well. Thank you guys. I won't be messing with you any further. Wishing you best of luck for your game on the B stream. While we focus our attention back towards the A stream, we start talking about the Chiefs roster. We already spoke to them about working in the mine. Today, they've got another shift ahead of themselves here in this best of 3. And what we see is a dark horse, kind of, with this roster. We heard Quiz talk about being here with his idols. He retired, came back to play the game, and he's doing pretty well on his first major. It's Cairo and Quiz's first major at this event here, really. They were doing great yesterday. A 10-4 and a 10-5 for them, respectively. What we did hear, though, was that Oda was a bit sick. He wasn't feeling very well, and that wasn't really helping them, considering Oda is a big voice to this team. So we hope that he's feeling better. And normally, you know that I do the arrival interviews with the players to ask them how they are feeling, ask them if they are ready for that game. But because we have the Aussies this time around, we had to have Xenox ask Oda a few questions.
Hello everyone, it's Jake from Jake and Guz, also known as Xenox, and I'm joined here with the wonderful Oda from Chiefs ahead of his match against Falcons. Now, very quickly, he did ask explicitly for a burger to do this interview. So Oda, firstly, here's your burger. I've got yourself a drink as well.
Cheers, mate.
You're a very special person. Have a bite. Let me know how you think it is.
It's a good burger.
It's a good burger. Now, I won't take too much of your time, of course. They've got a big game coming up against Falcons, best of 3. You win, you go main stage here in Montreal. Firstly, I mean, you've played against Falcons already, 7-0'd. What'd you learn from it?
To be honest, I think we were playing pretty scared. It was our first morning game as well. And back at home, we're not really used to playing early in the morning. So just getting used to that. But yeah, just playing a bit scared. So I think today we'll come out with more confidence, a bit of energy.
It's been a little bit of a trip now from phase 1, phase 2. You've taken a lot from your matches. What are some of the key takeaways?
Just energy, really. You need to really bring that energy playing the early games, even the late games. You can't be tired. You need to be able to match the other team and just, I don't know, just be really confident. You can't hide, be scared.
You've had a blessed run. That's what everyone's saying. That's not my words. You've had a blessed run. You've played a lot of APAC teams. But what's your thoughts on APAC so far at this event as a whole?
To be honest, they're not as easy games as you would think. But I would say we have the most confidence playing against them, just practicing them at home. And our play style kind of plays better against them. So, yeah.
Main stage on the other side, if you can get a result against Falcons today, what does that mean for you? What does it mean for your team? What does it mean for the region?
I think it's massive. We haven't had an host team on main stage in like what, years since Tex was on the main stage, I think, back on Fnatic, so it means a lot. I think especially going past what my former team could do at a major. So I'm just keen to be here and ready to make main stage, really.
As we know, of course, this year, 2024, it feels like the rise of O's with Gaming Gladiators, now yourselves, Chiefs, and what both of those teams have been able to do overseas. What does that mean for 2025 for the Oceanic region?
To be honest, I think OS is a really strong region. I think we kind of understand the game better internationally rather than the Korea and Japan teams. I think C's competes pretty well, but I really think OS is ahead of them, and we compete just really well against these international teams, really.
Last one before I let you go. I know you got vetoes coming up very shortly. Any words for those back home cheering on for the Chiefs? Any words for GG maybe?
Just shout out to everyone at home, really. Your support means a lot to us. You know, a lot of these boys here, like Quiz and Co, are a bit inexperienced and new to this, so they really take on the support really well. And yeah, I hope GG's just watching, yeah.
Well, GG certainly will be watching to see if they can get into 6 Invitational off of the results today. Oda, thank you very much. Enjoy your burger. Come on, have one more bite. Beautiful stuff. Thank you so much, Oda. We're good. We're good.
Is it a good burger? It's actually a good burger.
Oda could only hope for that burger buff coming in this game against a team that had a great run up until yesterday. We're talking about the Falcons, and what we heard from them was that they have, they want to win the major, that is their main goal, but they have no real expectations coming into this. Words from Robbie, it is his first event as well, and he's having a great event. We have a list. Hold up. He is the best rated player, highest on KD, third best on entry, third best in cost, and most clutches out of all players at this event, and it is only his first event. We are so impressed by watching this player, and it's something we saw yesterday as well, right? The 4 rounds they managed to win against FaZe were all by winning out 1v. So these personal performances coming in clutch for this team here to win out the rounds. And something Robbie also said was, well, we kind of didn't really expect to be playing so well together, and I think we can kind of see why they might be playing together, because if we see the players on the right side of this roster, these are twins. We know we have twins playing against each other in the history of Siege, but also twins on the same team, and we had a chat with them. We are joined by 2 of the Falcons players. You're not seeing double. We actually have twin brothers playing the game together. Now, we've seen you 2 come in. I was not allowed to know who is who, but I think I'm standing right next to Guards, and you are Dove, right? Okay, good. We have twin brothers playing against each other in Siege, but not together on the same team. What is it like to play competitive with your twin brother?
It's wonderful. It's like the chemistry is 100%. He understands everything I do without calling anything for him. Yeah.
It's also love to see that. We know that you 2 are also still studying. You finished your midterm just now. How on earth do you combine that with playing competitive?
It's time management. Some days you cannot sleep, go to university, come back scrims, and that's it. Yeah.
Busy schedule, I can see. You played a game against FaZe yesterday. What do you think went wrong in that game?
They are more prepared to us, and their play style is something unique that we never experienced. It's first time to us to play a Brazilian team, and we will be ready for playoffs against them, inshallah.
Awesome. Well, it's potentially the first time you're making it to a main stage on your first major as well. What does it mean to you to already have such a big chance?
It's a great experience. It's for first time, and it's expected from us because we are preparing for this for 3 months, and yeah, it's great. Nothing more can I say.
Awesome. Well, I love to hear it. Thank you guys so much for your time, and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
Well, we want to get you into this game as quickly as possible so you can see the map picks at the bottom of your screen. We'll get on our casters as well for this best of 3. We're joined by Guz and Xenox. And guys, we're seeing our first map here being Skyscraper. We talked about these two teams prior in the green room having a really good time on attack.
Yeah, they do, and both of the teams at the moment are top 2 when it comes to attacking win percentage at the major, which, you know, that's one thing, but you've also got to consider they've been playing since phase 1. So they've got a lot of rounds under their belt to still hold that mantle, I think, is a really good aspect. Now, the downside for Chiefs, though, guys, is their defensive win rate is quite poor. For the teams actually still remaining at the major, they are last. So that's going to have to be a facet of their game they're going to have to find improvements in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in terms of the veto as a whole, though, across all 3 maps, both teams are going to be rather content. That being said, the decider of Consulate, which we are expecting, or at least personally I am expecting to see in this series, for both teams isn't historically amazing.
Yeah.
So I think for both rosters, it's about finding confidence and a bit of control in the series on their respective maps, and then looking to transition that into the 3rd and final.
Well, the good thing about Skyscraper is that it's going to show us who has the best attacks coming into this. So please take us to Skyscraper for Chiefs and Falcons.
Thank you, Anne. This is a big game. It's a qualification to main stage for the Montreal Major. Chiefs and Falcons. Both of the regions have gone to a main stage before. It's been some time, though, for Oceania. The last time Tex was there 5 years ago. It's been too long for him. For Falcons, of course, while they haven't gone there, GK for MENA last year were able to do just that in Atlanta. They'll be wanting to go one better. The beauty of the major, though, the international aspect of it, is that we get to see many different regions perform, and we will see either a MENA region or an Oceanic region in the final 8 at the Montreal Major, and that in itself is already a blessing for the international scene. So we really can't lose in this matchup. But Falcons, for me, go in as the favorites. They've had an amazing tournament so far. For me, I think they've been the most outstanding team that we've had in terms of initial expectations. They've exceeded those expectations. You think back to the beginning of this bracket, Falcons beating Dark Zero 7-4, real big statement. Their border was immense. They then go take down Team Secret on this very map. So they will be ready for this. Now, admittedly, FaZe yesterday had the better of them. No surprises there. But I think Falcons will be looking for a bounce-back game.
Yeah, this should be an absolutely banging series as the operator bans do come through. Now, no shields taken off the board for attack, but that's decently expected when it comes to Chiefs at least. So we'll see what kind of an impact that may have inside of the server. It is the Deimos and the Dokkaebi off the board, so info gathering for the attack will be a little bit more limited. Defensively, Azami off the board, pretty expected despite multiple nerfs over her introduction to the game and the Clash to round things off. Super keen to jump into this match. Not a ton of expectation really on either roster to make it through to the live portion of this particular event. But for both teams, a massive chance to qualify for 6 Invitational 2025. Most notably, Falcons, they win this game, they will qualify on points. For Chiefs, the run is a little bit more complex. A top 4 should secure them, and winning this match would get them one step closer.
Of course, these two teams have already met so far at the major, all the way back in phase 1. Falcons winning that 2-0. It was a 7-4 in Chalet, 7-0 on Border. Neither of those two maps will be in the pool for today. Of course, Skyscraper to begin, then Lair, followed by Consulate. And when we kind of look at these maps, it is very much the best for these two teams respectively. They do not ban either Skyscraper or Lair respectively. But when we get to the deciding map, Consulate's actually kind of like their lowest preference for both of these two teams. So if we do get to Consulate, it could be an incredible showdown. The expectation, though, very much is you must win your own map pick. For Chiefs, Skyscraper feels like it's going to be very necessary. They do begin on the attack, which is certainly not going to be easy. Falcons on the defense. And as we spoke about in the pre-show, of course, for Chiefs, lowest rated team defensively still at the major. So that second half is something to kind of keep an eye on. Can they get those defensive rounds that are going to be oh so required in a matchup like this? As we see Cairo on the Montagne, who will make entry. He'll make his way over towards Black Stairs, and Chiefs and Falcons promo match into the main stage of the Montreal Major begins.
Yeah, Cairo's certainly capable of playing the Monty, but even speaking to them at the event, they are not overly reliant on shields. They certainly respect the current meta, but they don't want to crutch both the Monty and the Blitz. They know that they can find other wing cons on attack, but they will bring it out here for the first round, and it will aid in the map clear. Yellow Ting over towards Karaoke. Position is being actively held That was actually through Guiche onto Hashom on this extension. A lot of aggressive drone work from Chiefs early on in this round to help clear the map.
I think as well for Falcons, if they can get a couple of early rounds on the board, that's going to be so crucial in denying any kind of positive mentality for Chiefs. So Falcons starting well could really put the hammer to them immediately, having already found good success against Chiefs previously in the earlier best-of-3 phase 1. Good opening kill from Robbie though, and he gets rid of Jigsaw. That's a tough start for Chiefs to lose one of their top players playing the Lion. He's played it more than any player at the tournament, has played any single operator, so that has been his one-trick go-to as Hashom casually makes his way up the stairs, but Quiz on a drone loses his life, and it's the perfect start so far from Falcons as they've just clean swept this attack from Chiefs, who haven't really fired a shot until just then by Oda with the kill on to guard, but all the numbers still firmly with Falcons as they've got significant map control. Oda with a second though, and suddenly can breathe a little life more into this round. Tap shot from Oda, though, is sensational. And just like that, the round is over. The heroics from Oda certainly are there, but Falcons, the better team in the round, and they will start off with a round win.
Listen. Trust me, we can. We can literally execute with 20, 30 seconds left. We didn't take any control.
Well, some of the calls there from Oda, perhaps wanting the team to be a little bit more patient and maybe use up more of the clock for an effective map clear. To the credit of Falcons, they peeled off really nicely. We saw the drone work there from Chiefs was rather effective, quite aggressive. And whilst they did have some control down below over towards the likes of Barbecue, maybe to try and catch players on vert or catch the rotations off, neither was particularly effective. Falcons able to maneuver around the map, find a couple of key opening picks. The round then was tightened a little bit off the heroics of Oda, but we're certainly not particularly great position for the Aussies to find themselves in for the opening round. As we have a look back, Jigsaw, as you mentioned, the first to fall, one of the key players on this Chiefs roster. Unable to really find a whole ton of value. They did bring it back to a 2 versus 2, but limited time and info on the clock there.
Yeah, 110 EPS for Jigsaw at the major so far, plus 18 KD, plus 4 entry. So that statistic quite important considering that was an opening engagement. You lose that, you lose your top player. And when you look at the entry numbers for both teams, 54% to Falcons, 51% to Chiefs, so rather equal. And that's the kind of battle where it's like if you can win that matchup in terms of the opening engagements, it can certainly go a long way to helping you. I think Chiefs are going to need that. Chiefs are going to have to improve their defense. They don't need too many attacking rounds on Skyscraper, to be completely honest. I think this is going to be one of those maps where defense should prevail. But we did hear Oda actually at the end of that last round saying we can execute, 10 to 30 seconds. We don't have to necessarily push in quick, be too aggressive. T-Room and Karaoke for the second round, which is actually a site that you probably can leave that clock down to the finer margins as Cairo looking for an early entry. Guards has been downed, by the way, on the Goyo. See the blitz installed here by Chiefs, but Cairo is keeping it very cautious, which is really smart. But as soon as he goes to try and eliminate Guards, he loses his life, and with that, the shield has been dealt with. I think that's a pretty decent trade for Falcons, all things considered. You deal with the shield, Guards was already down in a bad spot. And while it is tied up 4 versus 4, any advantage Chiefs had is now gone.
Let's see how successful then the peel is from Falcons here in the second round. Looks like once again they are able to vacate the roam and get back towards site, and they can now fortify with the anchors in play. Robbie can lock down drums if he so elects, but again will just happily fall back. An okay trade, all things considered, for both rosters. Losing the blitz though may hurt towards the late round, but in terms of time management for Chiefs, a decent position they find themselves in. Ground now to be taken. Hashom in a very cheeky position if he goes unchecked.
Yeah, I like that. I don't think Chiefs will be ready for a position like that. Prone top Mayors. Well, so far, 60 seconds to go. Robbie with a Nitrocell shuts down Oda on the hard breach, and this is becoming quite difficult for Chiefs attacking into Skyscraper. Good fallback defense here from Falcons, holding still key positions, and yet you've still got an ace up the sleeve with Hashom over towards Mezzanine. Quiz to walk straight on in, does get the kill onto Jalad. You've still got Hashom here, and this feels like the big win con right now for Falcons.
Yeah, there we go. The swing comes through, and Quiz will fall. Nobody from Chiefs able to trade out that pick, and he'll be able to rotate up main or backstairs.
Oh,
team kill though. So a 2 versus 2 with just over 30 on the clock.
Opens the door a little bit here for Chiefs. Falcons 30 seconds. Defense can play sight. Falcon canisters have been popped over towards Drum. Kid in hand with Tex. He's still got the smoke he can throw out. Dov can just play over towards Karaoke. Hash on first floor, so he's got a bit of a rotate to help. But right now, Tex and Jigsaw can push together, maybe clear Dov. It could become a little bit more winnable, but the flames are still up, making it hard to push forward. Dov has been dealt with. Over towards Black Stairs. Hash on great angle, shuts down Jigsaw. Tex in a 1v1. Red Time has the kit inside a T, can go for the plant, has to now go for the plant. Hashon will hold his position. Tex actually went to try and clear. He's left himself no time to get back to site. Really well played from Falcons. 2-0 start.
Another clean defense there from Falcons.
Too early. We're throwing drones. You want overacting off it. Let's just wait.
And Oda just highlighting some of the issues that Chiefs are having in this match so far.
Yeah, and issues for sure, because that's a round I don't think they should have even remotely been close to winning. I thought the positioning of Hashom towards Mezzanine was great. Falcons' kind of fallback defense was great. They had side control up until they got that team killed. And it was a nice little push into site from Quiz. I thought Tex and Jigsaw kind of played together, but the Vulcan canister delay actually cost them really, really big time. And that's kind of the benefit of someone like Guards, who's playing the Goyo. You get those Vulcan canisters down early, you can go for the extension horizontally. Yeah, he lost his life, but guess what? His utility helped them win that round anyway. Falcons looking a little bit better right now. And Chiefs are going to have to really find a way to get some more control of this match, of these rounds.
Tertiary side then perhaps will offer the best opportunity for Chiefs to get themselves into this game. A 2-round half will certainly put them in a very winnable position. As for how the early round has played out so far, it's 1-for-1 opening kills. Robbie got the opening kill.
Yeah, but Cairo was traded immediately.
And then, yeah, immediate trade Cairo. And it was the blitz that fell first.
Yeah.
So on paper, it wasn't the best of opening engagements. And again, Chiefs for the third round running will play into shields. And this is not something, at least locally, that we typically see a ton of from Chiefs. They will not play shields as much as sort of expected in this current meta.
Well, it hasn't quite been the case at the Major. They have been playing shields. Cairo and Tex on the Blitz and the Montang, respectively, for those two and those two particular operators. So they have tried to bring that here to the Major. But so far, I think that what we've seen at Montreal is that the shields haven't probably been as super impactful as maybe we thought it would, as they definitely were in Stage 2. Teams are adjusting, figuring out ways to deal with them. And all of the information that we've been able to receive from the team comms at the end of rounds from Oda and the Chiefs has been, let's try and slow things down. But Jigsaw's had a bit of a tumble into the cross mat. He will break that and he will be back up, but certainly in bad ways for the next minute, as that debuff will affect him, along with the fact he's on 20 HP. And that was also his final Lion scan too. 0-2 start for Jigsaw, but Robbie, on the other hand, the best player at the tournament so far, 131 EPS. 3-2 to begin, and certainly one to keep an eye on. I think actually Fresh did a little poll, was, will Robbie top frag this game, yes or no? Would you go yes, or would you go no?
At this point in time, probably yes.
Yeah, probably. He's been great to watch. Just over a minute remaining, and again, the pace has certainly been slowed down by Chiefs through their own volition. Jalad with the opening kill on to Tex, and again, Falcons defense is just proving to be very difficult to break down. Candela towards Drum. Chiefs still need to clear up above to unlock this site, as Cairo lost his life to Robbie. Another kill for him, but the trade was pretty quick. Only the one player advantage right now for Falcons, but so much to do for Chiefs. Quiz through Geisha. Can you find anyone still top floor? Over towards Blackstair side, Jalad, Dov here in the hallway playing off this deployable shield. They are really defending the top portion, but the flank has been successful for Chiefs coming in behind. They finally have full top floor control and only need to deal with Hashom and Guards, and Hashom on the move might make his way up through Sushi.
Yeah, and I think he got misdroned as well, so potential flank opportunity available for him.
Oh, he's going to
15
push
seconds on the clock, one Candela in hand.
And he's going to regain Ver control as they drop down. Double drop. Hashom can actually play from the hatch here to deny. Guards, anyway, has done a significant drop from site. He got all three players by himself. Solo play from Guards as he guards the site.
Very clean first rotation from Falcons. And I can't help but feel that Oda from Chiefs is going to be a little bit disappointed in the roster, because every single call that he has made, the team is simply not following through with. in these rounds. They haven't been able to slow the tempo. They've not set themselves up for a proper execute. And these attacks continue to look second-rate.
Well, it's been a tremendous start for Falcons, though. When you kind of look at the numbers, 4 kills for Robbie, then it's 3 each for Hashom and Guards, and then 2 for J-Lad and Dov. So everyone is pulling their weight equally on the defense for Falcons. They look like a coordinated team. They understand the parts that they need to play, where they're playing, and every now and then that we've seen in the opening 3 rounds, they've also got this ability to offer some kind of like condition in the round that Chiefs aren't going to expect. The missed drone sushi, you think earlier with Hashom on the mezzanine, you know, they're not playing necessarily pure default kind of Siege. They're reactive, but they're versatile, and so that's making it very difficult for Chiefs because they just don't know what to expect. I mean, Falcons at this event have been so great to watch, and right now it's been a great start in this promo game to see if they can go main stage. And dare I say, if they make main stage, Falcons is the kind of wildcard team that really could throw us anything.
Well, there is historical precedence for the MENA region to perform well at majors, casting our minds back to the Atlanta major with GK able to open up the Swiss stage with a victory over W7M and BDS, 2 of arguably the strongest teams at that event, and then eventually able to qualify through the 5th round against Wolves. So there is precedent for this possibility. And early days in this best of 3, but Falcons are outclassing Chiefs at the moment. On track to maybe return to the main stage for their minor region. Let's see if Chiefs have been able to reset strategically off the back of that tactical timeout. Again, we are going to see the primary shield in play.
Yeah, I mean, it's an intriguing dynamic for Chiefs as to their philosophy, wanting to play the map as most teams probably would. Skyscraper slow, push across, put pressure on the defense, force them back to site, and then go for that kind of chokehold approach. But I wonder, do you just drop shield? Do you try and pick up the pace? Do you go for something that's different? Because clearly this is not working. Well, Jigsaw just picks up the pace anyway and gets the kill onto J-Lad, who was holding down below. Nice entry kill for Chiefs. That's now 2 of the 4 rounds, so going at a 50% mark in that regard. So far, unable to find a round win. Aggressive angle from Robbie. Backs himself in to win that shot as Jigsaw was making his way up Black Stairs. That's a wonderful kill. And so far, it's all Falcons in terms of being able to set the tone in these rounds. Go for these plays. Kill, fall back, kill, fall back. And again, this slow approach from Chiefs, I'm just not buying it. Playing behind the shield where we don't see them typically do it in the local region. And yes, they're trying to adapt and bring it internationally. But now down a player as Falcons just keep putting the pressure on their opponents. It's a drum stack with Oda and Cairo. But as is the case when you got this Montang, you lose so much firepower.
Yeah, Chiefs are not getting value from the shield, losing 2 picks unchecked by the Monty. And Oda, well, unable to have that clutch factor below.
Why are you playing the shield if you're just going to be lurking around? You're just lurking around, solo peeking, dry peeking. And Jigsaw at the start got the opening kill by doing just that. And it's fine when it works. You're not going to be critical when it works. But you're not playing to the shield. So why are you playing the shield? If you're playing the shield, put him in first. Cairo, go first. Get info. Force them back. I mean, right now, this is a slaughter as the Falcons are teaching Chiefs a very valuable lesson here. 4-0 start on Skyscraper, the map pick of Chiefs. Falcons are not messing around. They desire that main stage appearance. And well on their way for sure. Chiefs not offering anything at the moment. They need to adapt.
These guys are literally doing absolutely nothing special. They're just fucking sitting in a pixel and just fucking going this.
What's interesting, I think I mean, I could miss here. It is very quiet, but I thought I heard Oda say they're not doing anything special. I think they
are. With a couple of expletives.
I think they are playing well enough that you could consider some of these moments special. Like even after, right, Jigsaw gets the opening kill, what does Robbie do? He gets aggressive. It's very easy. You lose a play, you think fall back, hold angles, default, play basic, but Robbie gets aggressive, gets a kill, brings it back. Chiefs then lose their star fragger. And we've already spoken time and time again about some of the earlier moments in these rounds as well. I mean, Falcons, by no stretch, are not playing, like, they are playing very, very well right now, and that's concerning for Chiefs. You can say they're not doing anything, but I think they are.
Yeah, it's these next 2 engagements in this round that are really concerning for Chiefs. They're not getting value from the shield. Cairo is still outside at the moment, and we're seeing those Falcons defenders re-aggress and go unchecked from the shield, which is the primary purpose of bringing the shield, at least for the early round, is to help scout the map and do so in a fashion that's much safer than traditional methods. So we'll see if in the 5th round they can turn their fortunes around. Monty again in play. For Falcons, though, it's about maintaining this discipline and continuing to illustrate how powerful their peel defense is at the moment.
There's another factor as well. When you're bringing this shield and you're putting it on like Cairo, who's 0-4, the dude can frag. Cairo can frag out. You got to back him in. Cairo and Quiz have really stepped up at this event, and I think have been playing some really good Siege. You don't need to put him on that shield. If you're going to put anyone on the Montang, I'm surprised it's actually not Tex. But so clean from Falcons. They're not offering any kind of mistake that Chiefs can then pounce on, or at least mitigating that quite heavily.
Does Hersham go unchecked here?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be surprised. These are the kind of positions Falcons have been playing. A lot of these little off angles where they get misdroned and they're able to then get 1 or 2 kills.
Yep.
Oh, easy kill. Well played again from Hashom. Well, there you go, Oda. They're not doing anything special, are they? And it's another freebie. No. Hipfire spray leads him away from the kill. Hashom lost his life to Jigsaw. The pressure, does shoot out the Nitrocell. Good reaction time, was ready for it. Cairo making his way through Exhibition in towards Dragon. Chiefs need map control. They need to also maybe slow things down a little bit here. Lots of shots going out. You've got the shield. Get Cairo in a good position.
Chiefs still with 4 drones available as well to check positions like Terrace if they want to send the Monty on the opposing side of the map.
Well, it's all about pushing him back right now.
There we go.
Good kill from Cairo. Pulls out the pistol on the Montang, but you've still got a minute. Slow it down, push, get Mez control, get drum control, force them into sight. Which is essentially how it's kind of happening at the moment. Guards in a strange position, prone to the hallway. Dov will play Geisha and Makeup, and Robbie's deep side in T-Room. Doesn't have that Nitrocell anymore, though. That's been expended. Guards does still have 1. This is where Chiefs have lacked, though. These final executions. There is Guards prone, Nitrocell on the other side of Drum.
30 seconds then on the clock. Diffuser to be collected by Cairo. Is there a potential lurk factor as well? Tex to push through, but he's shut down. Big kill for Falcons. 20 seconds on the clock to lock it down.
Line scan, hold your angle. Robbie will do just that. Goes pro momentarily, getting low on time now. Chiefs have really stalled themselves out. They're struggling to push forward. You've got that Montang. Got to push him forward. Pistol out from Cairo, but Nitrocell better from Guards, who was holding that for a long, long time, and eventually it pays fruition. 2 versus 2. Low on health and time, though, for Chiefs, and they do not have the diffuser in hand. Never mind, picked up. Quiz will look to stick this down. Guards making his way up restaurant stairs. Can't quite find the angle, though, to deny the plant from being successfully stopped. Jigsaw on 7 health. Along with Quiz. Not exactly fully healthy either, as Guards making his presence known. And so they will know that he's going to be pushing through Karaoke and should be able to play off each other here to secure the first round win for Chiefs. This would be a calamity if they lost it from here. You don't have to do anything too silly. You know exactly where he is. Final kill from Jigsaw. First round from Chiefs.
Opening my text chat when I fucking
Well, they certainly didn't make it look easy, but it is a round nonetheless, and on a primary site, so valuable for Chiefs. Again, still some critical mistakes made in the early round, though, from the attack, with Hasham going unchecked. Had the high ground for the second fight, and Jigsaw able to find a massive pick, and then also in the 2 versus 1, shut it down. So good from Jigsaw, who's had a bit of a slow start in this match. Overall, though, slightly better shield play for the mid-round from Chiefs. That kill there was massive. You lose that, it's round over.
I was about to say, like, the repercussions of something like that.
And then he hits the Nitro and was able to resist the re-aggress from Falcons. So from Jigsaw's perspective, that is by far and away one of his better rounds of the tournament as a whole.
It really goes to show the quality of a player like Jigsaw. But again, even in the round lost with Falcons, they still did a lot right in that round. You know, the opening kill, the missed drone, able to play off of that, the cheeky angles, forcing Chiefs to have to clear them on the lateral. And eventually, you've still got the fallback options where you can play sight. Robbie maybe a bit unlucky to have not gotten involved at the end. He was certainly in a position where I actually was looking at Robbie and thinking he's going to get 1 or 2 kills here, shut this down. Guards gets the Nitrocell, so they did a lot right. You know, it's the kind of round that you'd lose if you're Falcons. You know, you're not sitting there being like, damn, we just got stomped. You know, that was a close round. final round of the half. Chiefs, if they can find a second round on the attack and onto the defense, then certainly there's a way back into this for them. By no means is this over. These scorelines can sometimes be deceptive on a map like Skyscraper, which can certainly be pretty decent for defense. It's been back and forth, though, in these opening kills. 3 for Falcons, 2 for Chiefs, which does abide by the statistics coming into this game.
Skyscraper has had the least amount of rounds played at the event, so take that into account when I say this next line, but it's actually attacker sided at the moment, 53%. Hold that thought for a moment, though. Monty on to the sentry, and that's a freebie for Cairo.
Yeah, it is maybe here, but Chiefs in their region, it's more defender focused, right? So that's something that you would hope for their sake would benefit them. Good opening kill for Cairo.
Defensive win rate at this event, though, has been...
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So they've got some improvements that they're going to have to find very quickly. So 3-3 in terms of opening kills for the half. 7 kills for Jigsaw, leading from the front. Did hear from him this morning, and apparently wasn't feeling too well. I said it could be your flu game. Oh, chance for Quiz. Oh, doesn't capitalize. A missed opportunity. And now a big opportunity, though, for Falcons as Robbie able to play off with the yokai from Dov. Great teamwork, great team synergy from Falcons. I love the adaptation to see something like that in the mid-round rather than the late round. And he finds a second, looking to see if anyone was going for a trade, and Jigsaw did go for the wander. And Falcons, just like that, take the player advantage. Some really good siege from them.
Yeah, Chiefs again getting caught off guard by that mid-round aggression. And it could prove rather costly in this round. Off the back of a clean start up close.
Easy kill for J-Lad. Dead.
Yeah.
Never going to beat that shotgun up close. And another battle one. This one, again, Robbie. And he retakes the fragging leader position in this lobby as Falcons are going to take a 5-1 lead unless Tex can suddenly wind the clock all the way back, maybe 4 or 5 years or so. Down to the 1 versus 2. Retrieves the diffuser with 30 seconds remaining. He needs to just keep this pace going and make his way across the tea room and karaoke. In drums at the moment for J-Lad and Dov, both double stacking together. Ooh. And they're on the wrong doorway. They're on the wrong side, and Tex might still have a chance, but surely he doesn't expect them to be holding that angle. I imagine he expected them deep sight, and they do not miss their opportunity. Falcons 5-1 up. And they are making a very big statement at the moment to begin this best of 3.
Well, the tech pause then called. A headset swap is in order. And so a brief pause in the action at the halftime break. Another clean round, though, from Falcons. The just positioning and repositioning mid-round has been really clean. You throw in the yokai as well for that layer of information and the ability to disrupt the Monty. And again, the shield just having little impact outside of the opening duel for Chiefs. So
yeah, I mean, certainly towards the back end of that half, I felt like the shield was getting a bit more involved compared to the first half.
But nowhere near as dominant as it needs to be.
No, absolutely not. I'm going to be very curious to see how Guards is going to go in this half coming up on the Montaigne. May not be a long half, though. Especially if the stats that you kind of brought up there before, 52% attacker win rate at the major so far on this map. It certainly puts Falcons in the best position possible to go forward and take this opening map, which is the map pick of Chiefs. That's the other factor to consider, guys. This is their map pick. They elected to go here. Falcons against Secret. A couple days ago, it was 7-3 to Falcons on this map. 4 defensive rounds, but they've already one-betted that. And then they went and got 3 attacking rounds as well to close it out, only dropping 1 of those rounds through 4. Dare I say, Chiefs are in a hole. Falcons stepping closer, not just to main stage, but also to 6 Invitation.
And the ironic part of that from an OS perspective is Gaming Gladiators will be preying on Falcons winning this match and ultimately Chiefs to get knocked out of the Swiss stage. Now, this is a promotion game, not elimination, and so the loser will have an additional opportunity.
Well, GG would probably prefer Falcons to not make main stage. Falcons below them on points at the moment.
Well, I suppose, right, because it's probably less likely that Chiefs will then go on to top 4, right? Yeah. Maybe I was being a little bit overzealous on Chiefs. I think with the performance that they're putting in at the moment, a top 4 is not particularly likely.
No, I don't think it would be. Right now for Falcons, though, right, if you want to kind of talk that mantra, I wouldn't be shocked to see them make top 4. The way they're playing at the moment.
The way that Falcons came out of the gates at this event was really good.
And
they've maintained that as well, which is difficult.
The big thing for me would be the matchup that they would get in the quarterfinals, provided they get there. I know we're kind of speaking a little bit early here, but we are in the tech pause, so I guess there's room for that. But, you know, they've already beaten Darkseer, they've already beaten Secret. I thought they were competitive against FaZe. But if they do get like a FaZe or a BDS, W7M, like, is that too much in a quarterfinal?
Stranger things have happened.
Well, they certainly have.
Could this be a Beast Coast-esque run from Falcons
Whoa,
to
that's a
sort
call.
of come out of nowhere and win the event?
I didn't say it, you did. That's a call. Would love to see it, though. That would be
crazy.
That would be amazing. Phase 1 into Phase 2 into Phase 3 from the MENA region, which a lot of the times gets overlooked, but these guys have, for so many years, always been such a strong contest when they get to the international events, especially when you think about GK and what they've been able to do, main stage, Atlanta. You know, MENA's always kind of been in that shadow of the more globalized regions. Somewhat similar to like an Oceania, I guess. There's a bit of that brotherly love in terms of regions that maybe get overlooked. APAC at this event so far has not been too shabby. So it's really good to see a lot of these regions outside of the proverbial big 3 of like NA, EU, and Brazil really standing up and performing. So far, Tech Pause continues to apologize. 5-1 lead for Falcons at the moment. About to head into the second half. Chiefs will go defense, and they are going to have to go on a big, big run of momentum if they're going to bring this map back. It is their map pick as well. Lair to follow. Curious to see how that's going to perform. And certainly not a map that Chiefs like. Don't hate, don't like, but 1-0 on it. They did beat CAG. Is it something?
I mean, Lair numbers are a little bit deceptive because it's regionalized in terms of some regions will just not touch new maps or want to touch new maps as much, and Oats is certainly one of those regions, so I have no doubt Chiefs are cooking stuff up in the background, but I also thought they'd probably be cooking a little bit more on Skyscraper, at least on those attacks, and unfortunately they didn't. Now a 1-5 comeback on defense, not unprecedented, so we have to take it round by round, and I'm going to be looking at Chiefs and their mid-round adaptation. Is it quite on the same level as Falcons? Because that, for me, is a massive differentiating factor between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's the observation and the takeaway that I've had in this match is the adaptation of Falcons. As you said, in the middle portion of these rounds has been honestly sensational. And I'm expecting similar as well on the attack. You got Hisham on the Nook, so they can start to move around the map maybe in ways that Chiefs won't expect. And if that's going to be the case, then Chiefs will feel like it's more viable to maybe play the site positions. But Skyscraper, you need to play that onion defense where you peel it back and you go and you spread out to Office and Exhibition, then fall back, play the mezzanine, play the drum, then fall back, play Tier and Karaoke, Geisha. Nitrocell aggressive from Jigsaw, but too much notice for Robbie. He's not going to be falling victim to that. At least a bit of aggression from Chiefs early on, but Hashom intriguing in the way he wants to play over towards Lobby. He makes his way up the stairs, clearly. From this perspective, Jigsaw will find the kill. But if Jigsaw makes his way down, then it's vice versa.
Yeah, a bit of a standoff currently.
Oh, dead.
Yeah, nice. That's just a really good read from Jigsaw. Monty now to come in to play for Falcons to help with this forward push.
Well, there's the fallback, and Tex is in a bad spot, though, on the left side. He's got gas babes. He's feeling like he has to use them early on. No more remaining. And eventually can get back to site. Oh. Yes, on 2 HP, he makes it, but no, he goes down. He can get brought back up again, though. They're never going to keep him down.
I don't get the reference.
That one went right over your head, but us 30-plus-year-olds that are watching will have got it.
Well then, for the Chiefs at the moment with a minute on the clock, they're round to lose, you would assume. Valkyrie in play, and so Dov rather looking to try and find.
Just call him Dev.
So Dev is unfortunately not at this event. Maybe watching though. Shout out to everybody back home that is watching this. I know it is quite late at the moment, about 3 AM. The Monty then to push forward. and Oda to shut down J-Lad. So very much now a Chiefs round to most certainly lose. Rotation over towards the karaoke rappel. We'll see what impact this may have on the pinch. But limited options and limited win conditions available to Falcons, and it may well be a flawless round for Chiefs, and in fact that is confirmed. And so a good response off the back of the tech.
Well, I mean, I've been praising Falcons for the majority of this match, and for good reason, and I'm not going to go into the negatives for them in this round, because I think it was just more of positives from Chiefs than, say, negatives from Falcons. I liked the Hashum Nook, and it could have maybe won. It's a 50-50. Maybe Jigsaw's a little off guard, and Hashum's a bit, you know, sharper, and who knows. But what we saw from Chiefs in that round was far and away better. That's the best round we've seen from them this entire match. And it was calculated. They understood what they needed to do. Yeah, Tech's got a little bit caught on the cross back when you want to be able to peel that defense back from Office and Exhibition. He has to then use his gas babes early. Not ideal. You want them for the late round, sure. But clearly on a systematic level, Chiefs understood what they needed to do, and they executed. They finally executed it to the highest level, made no mistakes, and Falcons just couldn't deal with it. And that's a good thing for Chiefs. It just meant that, you know, Falcons didn't necessarily play awful, and yet you still beat them in a flawless fashion, and that's where you gain confidence. If Falcons are running around doing silly things and you win, you're kind of like, well, they're just playing dumb that round. The Falcons weren't playing dumb that round, and that's a good result for Chiefs. But the issue at large is you're still 2-5 down. Falcons don't need to do much wrong. Chiefs, any mistake, and this one gets too far away from them. So they need to play it like that, in that fashion, for the next 3 to 4 rounds.
Spawn positions and compositions here from the attack, indicating that we are going to see a direct hit from Falcons. The Glaz self-proficient with smokes, and the Ying to play follow-up with Candelas for the side itself. Chiefs critically do not have a Warden on the board, and so this strategy for Falcons could be quite effective. That being said, triple Nitro available to defense, and so those will be critical in helping to shut this push down. Falcons prepare.
I wonder if Chiefs will be ready for the fast push eventually that Falcons are going to bring in. They know that Falcons like to play fast. They like to swing. So Chiefs should very much see this blitz coming through display. Great flash, even better shot though from Oda. They should very well be switched on to the fact that Falcons will want to pick the pace up in this round. No one needs to peek for the Glaz. Kendala's going out, actually not helping Robbie at the moment, and Cairo will shut down the ace. No hard breach remaining now for Falcons, and a lot still to do, but a good solo kill from Dov. No Kendala's remaining on the Ying, and they've lost their Glaz. A big part of the win con now taken off the board, and Oda's just going nuts. 3 kills in the round. Even so, pulls out the pistol at the end, and 2 rounds in a row that Chiefs are going to comfortably clean up Falcons. One would assume.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't speak too soon. Yeah, really, really clean round from Oda, who unfortunately at the beginning of this event, I don't believe felt 100%, and his performance probably reflective inside of the server, but as he's acclimatized, he is playing better, and a good round from him to shut down the blitz.
Would you consider that a force rush from Falcons? Is that the first real, I don't want to necessarily call it an error, but the first aspect of their gameplay in this match where I kind of feel like, okay, maybe they didn't have to play like that. Barbed wire's there, good defense, someone up close. Do we have to force that blitz through? Do we have to, you know, and then the Glaz double down after you lost the blitz already. So you've lost that blitz, you've lost that cover, then you're throwing Candelas into the face of the Glaz. Like, it was a little messy.
Yeah. The execution wasn't absolutely perfect, but I think, honestly, it was just better played by Chiefs. Being able to shut down the blitz, even despite the EMP follow-up there from Falcons to try and counteract the Nitro denial, just didn't quite connect. I like the approach from Falcons, though, right? You win that round, it's pretty demoralizing for Chiefs, and you have match point. So it would have been very, very difficult for Chiefs to recover from that if it was eventually a loss, but meant to be right here. That was the winning moment. Oda able to find that pick, and then the rest of the team desperately trying to find something in response. They didn't get a ton of value from those Candelas. Probably flashed more of them themselves than the opposition, and then the Glaz as well ineffective.
So 3-5 now from a 5-1 lead for Falcons. They allow Chiefs to pick up some form and momentum. Oda and Jigsaw leading the way at the moment for Chiefs on this comeback train. The one good thing for Chiefs, though, is they've got 4 of the last 5 rounds in terms of opening kills. So that's an aspect that, you know, I came into this match kind of looking at both that 50-50 margin, who's going to be able to win that battle, and so far it has been Chiefs. They haven't been able to convert on all of those, going at a 50% conversion rate. So that's the other factor. A lot of these opening kills as well, like pre-2 minutes, 4 times in this game. So we're seeing a lot of these opening picks and then that slowdown. Of course, the slowdown didn't happen in the last round, but that's been the case over the 8 rounds that have been played on average. We've also seen Shield play every single round so far. This will be the first round that a Shield will not be in the server.
Well, let's see then what kind of impact that may have here in the 9th round. Other key crowd control tools, though, are still in play, notably the Ying, which had limited impact in the previous round, but the Grim also now in the fray. Well, I looked down for a microsecond, and Jigsaw in the meantime able to find a pick on that boost, so the Lion off the board, another crowd control tool ultimately dealt with, but Robbie also with a clean shot in response onto Tex, so a 4v4, and a good foothold up above already here for Falcons.
Yeah, and this is where it slows down a little bit at times. Although JLab wants to keep the foot on the pedal, Jigsaw will lose his life on the Oryx. And a really good opportunity now for Falcons to compound the advantage that they've got. Quiz looking to find this kill onto Jalad, but he loses out despite having first advantage, first shot. He's, though, the first to fall in that engagement, and suddenly Chiefs on the back foot. They've just lost Oda, and it's all down to Cairo in a 1 versus 4. He does get 1, 3 to go. Shots back coming his way as he was looking to make his way down Black Stairs. Position well and truly known. One Hive launcher pinging his location with the bees and the canisters, and J-Lab, what a round. What a round from Falcons as they now go to match point. Well, I guess in this instance, map point being a best of 3. All the same, though.
We can chill there, boys. Like, I have fucking double row character. We can just play our util. Play behind our util. Don't walk out into them.
I mean, that's always the right way to kind of talk about it, right? When you're playing defense, Skyscraper, you don't need to go out and take these fights. You can force back, use the util, force them to clear you. There was a bit more force in that round from Chiefs. And the same issues befalling them, those that are unable to convert on their opening opportunities. It is now 5 of 6 rounds that they've got the opening kill. Still only of the 5, though 2 have been converted into a round win.
Yeah, well, it started really nicely for Chiefs. Back at that first pick, but in the meantime, Robbie, who's been phenomenal in this match so far, with control through Karaoke, able to disrupt that defense, and then Chiefs not really able to recover. Falcons up and about, confidence flowing. 3 map points here on the selection of Chiefs.
Yeah, I think I'd be pretty hard-pressed to say that Falcons are going to lose it from here, or at least allow Chiefs to get this to OT. They're just looking far and away better. Like, if you were to take the best of both teams, I think Falcons just have that extra edge, that extra level, extra cleanliness, better team coordination and understanding. I mean, how many times have we heard Oda throughout this match where he's kind of just having to tell them, boys, settle down, play as a team, do this, do that.
I feel like tempo has been a massive issue for Chiefs against Falcons, most notably in the last best of 3. And now maybe in this match, they're almost overcompensating for that, and they've struggled to strike a middle ground.
Almost an engagement there with Dolph. He lets the track stingers go out. Just temporarily thought maybe Quiz and he may meet heads up through the hatch. This is also where you get really stressed out as a player. Down 3 match points on the defense. Falcons bearing down on you. You know at any time they can pull the pin and go super fast and look to swing all of these engagements and try and hit site quickly. So you're always prepared for that. You don't want to give up map control, but then as we heard from Oda, you don't want to just walk out into them.
Well, it's going to be a Black Stairs hit, and they've got the double flank watch of the Nomad and the Gridlock, so flanking the stairs themselves will be really tough. There'll be a really big emphasis in this round about horizontal denial from Chiefs. They have some tools to deal with that, notably the smoke. Just a singular nitro cell, though, for Cairo.
Oh, I like the gas babe, actually. Kind of the bulletproof camera baiting guards in to deal with that, and then the gas babe is just perfectly placed to chunk him down to half HP. You can't really get out of that position quickly. So that's a micro win for Chiefs that they can maybe play off. The Montang pretty wounded, but the big win is from Robbie with the OPKL onto Oda. And no trade, only another one for Falcons as they look to cement their lead and maybe cement this map as a whole Quiz, Jigsaw, Cairo outnumbered and outgunned. With 60 seconds left, Falcons bearing down on their location here towards Hiram and Karaoke. And Guard has got himself into the site as well. Dob with a good kill onto Quiz. The plant's going down. Chiefs just not able to fire a shot, not at all. Not when Robbie's in the server. He goes to 12. He gets the final couple of kills, and Falcons far too good on Skyscraper as they take the opening map of this best of 3.
Clean and clinical from Falcons, a 7-3 victory on the pick of Chiefs, who very much struggled to tame the aggression and the mid-round adaptation that Falcons had to offer in this opening map.
I'm not going to say it, but I think for Falcons, it's looking very likely we will be seeing the main stage still. A couple of maps to go, at least one, but they are just looking so much better than Chiefs. That's now a 3-0 map advantage for Falcons as a whole. When you go back to the Phase 1 best of 3, they beat them 2-0 and pretty comfortably 7-4, 7-0. Now we go to Skyscraper. New map, same result though. Another win for Falcons. This one 7-3. So again, a similar scoreline. When you look at the actual scorelines that these teams have played through 3 maps, Falcons have got the number of Chiefs, and it's daylight.
I think the most telling statistics from this particular match is opening kill conversion. 4 instances over the course of this opening map where Chiefs got the first kill and did not win the round. In comparison, that only happened once for Falcons in the 5th round. And that, ironically, was the only attack that Chiefs were able to win.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think there were a lot of different issues for Chiefs in this game. First half, at least the first 3 rounds, they couldn't get the Montang involved. You know, Cairo starts 0-4. It's not all of his fault by any means, but that's just the situation. That was a lovely one-tap, 1 pixel from Oda in the opening round. And look, the rounds themselves weren't total beatdowns. Some of them were. But at the end of the day, I think Chiefs certainly had some opportunities that they played a little cleaner, played a little bit better, had some more fortune. Maybe they could have got a bit more out of this game. But those are all ifs, coulds, shoulds, and buts. Whereas for Falcons, they actually delivered and delivered in spades, and they were very clean all the way through, making very little mistakes. They didn't give Chiefs much of a look in. The only rounds Chiefs won were Chiefs actually picked up their level, but they can't maintain that. They don't have the consistency of a team like Falcons. And Falcons have just got so many aces up the sleeve. In the end, it was a 12 bomb from Robbie. He does top frag, and he was a difference maker. But really, it was a team effort from Falcons. You can't just look at the 12 from Robbie and think, okay, well, he's carried them. No, it was a team effort for Falcons, and that is what makes them so formidable.
Yeah, he certainly had a couple of highlight moments, and the numbers reflect that. But as you mentioned, it was their ability as a team, in my opinion, to shot call mid-round and continue to, especially defensively, peel off positions in a really effective manner, where they didn't always just completely fall off. They always had a spanner in the works that Chiefs had to try and deal with in the way of like a mid-round aggression or an additional layer of information, whatever that may be. And Chiefs, time and time again, just found that obstacle really difficult to overcome. As I mentioned, the opening engagements weren't all that bad for Chiefs, but the mid to late round conversion really, really lacked for them.
I mean, I don't know really what else I can say right now. If you're an Oceanic fan and you're questioning whether you should stay up, go to bed, I don't know which one is the answer. What I do know, though, is we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, Lair on the other side to see if Falcons can make main stage.
Available now.
Well, the Falcons soaring very high here for the qualification match to see if they can make main stage. They take the opening map on Skyscraper, and far too comfortably for my liking, 7-3. It's now up to the Chiefs to try and bounce their way back on leg, get themselves into this series, make it a series, but history suggests that's going to be very difficult. At this tournament alone, Falcons are now 3-0 over Chiefs in 3 different maps. We go to a 4th different map now with Lair. Is it going to be 4th time lucky for Chiefs, or will Falcons make the main stage of the major?
I love Chiefs.
You love
my region. I want them to make main stage. I will not hide my bias, but my brain is very much telling me that Falcons are going to run away with this series and have back-to-back 2-0s against Chiefs. In doing so, make main stage and additionally qualify for 6th Invitational 2025 in Boston. So a big map to come here for both rosters. Let's see how this one shapes out. Again, much like the first map, no shield ban.
Yeah, and I think that I agree with you wholeheartedly. My heart says Chiefs can maybe do something very special, but my head, and my head is far more important, says that Falcons are going to run away with this. And it may even be more of a slaughter than the 7-3 that we just had. This could be 7-1, 7-2 territory. They've already been 7-0 this tournament, Chiefs, by Falcons. That is not even out of the question. Falcons have been absolutely tremendous. They've been showered in praise all tournament long, and rightfully so. It's great for them. It's great for the MENA region. Now it's just all about converting. One map away from making main stage at the Montreal Major for Team Falcons. And not just that, but also securing a position at the 6th Invitational. It gets me all giddy. I love when teams qualify for things.
Yeah, for Falcons, their run so far here in Phase 2 has been pretty decent. A round 1 victory over Dark Zero, followed up with a victory over Team Secret. So 2 teams that could also potentially continue their run here at Montreal. Unfortunately, they did fall short against FaZe, who ultimately went on to qualify themselves. But this match against Chiefs looking favorable at the moment. I guess the one hope for Chiefs is that, considering they've been able to hide Lair for so long, they don't really play it all too much.
Played it once this tournament against CAG.
Yeah, I wouldn't be putting too much stock into that. So maybe they have some stuff that they can bring out to give them the edge in this matchup, but just in all facets of the game, back on the first map, Falcons were able to outclass them.
Yeah, and that's the concerning factor. It's one thing to lose, but you haven't even gotten to a position where it's like a 7-5 or OT kind of loss. All of the maps that these 2 teams have played against each other have been rather one-sided in favor of Falcons. So Chiefs up against it, backs against the wall, underdog. But that's the Aussie way sometimes, and maybe in this case it could benefit them. We'll see. But right now, all the momentum easily with Falcons. Robbie top fragging the opening map. He was great, but it was that team effort that really helped his case. Now, the opening kills actually went the way of Chiefs on the opening map, but it is Gillette that gets the opening kill here to begin Lair. Good signs for Falcons on the attack to find one nice and early. Kyrie lost his life. An easy swing for Dov, playing off that game sense and knowing Jigsaw's close around the corner. Deals with the Vigil. And so far, Falcons picking up where they left off from the opening map of Skyscraper, which is looking quite dominant, in control. And Chiefs playing behind the 8-ball as they lose a third. Oda gets caught in the back, and they are just tumbling down. Tex seeing if he can maybe retake in towards Lab, where the plant is currently going down by guards. He will do so successfully. No response whatsoever from Chiefs in stopping this brutal aggression from Falcons. Controlled and calm the whole way through in the opening round as they just sliced their way through the defense of Chiefs.
So how then do Chiefs respond?
Play trades with me on site. Play Crossfire.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I think Oda had plenty of good ideas back on the previous map, and the team was failing to respond to those suggestions. We didn't really see that translated inside of the server itself, and I think it goes back to the point that I made on the previous map, and it may well continue here on Lair, as evident in the first round. they're finding it a real challenge to correctly match the tempo of Falcons. I think back in that previous series, cast our minds back to the last time these two played, Falcons were incredibly aggressive and Chiefs simply weren't able to match that. Here today, there's been a couple of occasions where they're overcompensating and being punished as well. And so Chiefs aren't playing amazing, but Falcons continue to just have their match. And in all these various scenarios, they just continue to find win cons, and it's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, I still hold this belief that Chiefs are looking at this the wrong way, that they feel like the aggression of Falcons is their strength. So they'll want to then sit back, play site, as Oda clearly said, play the trades on site. But I also look at that as a real negative outlook on your prospect at hand, where you're just not feeling like you can match them or beat them in that aggression battle. Get into these more off-angle positions, lurk around the map. Can you catch them off guard? Can you be aggressive on defense? But instead, they're, well, forfeiting. They're forfeiting map control. If you're playing site, you're forfeiting map control, which is going to be so important on a map like Lair. Now, to be fair, at this particular site, Master and R6, you can certainly just play the site if you want. Bunker down, hold top floor. Tex looking to get the Shockwave battery trick working on the juggle. And he will keep this wall very much intact for now.
Okay, that was clean. Able to double trick the wall. It is a little bit more challenging now, of course. Several months into the Ace nerf, where those summons do detonate a little bit slower. And so without an additional hard breacher to compensate, that could actually compromise Falcons pretty significantly in this round. They may look to pivot and instead hit R6 on that side of the map instead. Position down below from Robbie, who had a phenomenal first map.
Yeah.
On the buck, so you can look to Skeleton Key any of these key power positions vertically from down below.
If you did want to find one downside for Robbie, his survival rate was the lowest on the team.
Nah, it doesn't.
But that doesn't matter if he's getting the top frags. Well, speaking of Robbie, he's on the wrong side of it this time, as Tex will get the opening kill of the second round. And that's all Chiefs need. Now you very much can sit back, play site, play the cross angles, trade each other, go for those basic fundamental plays.
Tex has delivered Chiefs a round on a silver platter. The rest of the team now needs to convert this opportunity.
Yeah, there's pretty much no first floor pressure. You've dealt with the buck. Falcons will be hitting site horizontally. Guards is actually looking to stick the plan. I imagine in the corner somewhere with the shield at his back, and so far has not been denied. Guards will stick the plant down successfully. Had some cover from Dol, and now Chiefs find themselves in a post-plant retake scenario where, yes, they've got the numbers, but they've got to clear position. No trade on to Hashom as he finds the kill. On to Jigsaw, and Tex is already on the floor. Pistol successful from Guards, and it is a capitulation from Chiefs on the defense. 2 still to deal with. Into 20 seconds remaining of the round, in a 2 versus 2, Oda thinks he can maybe get on for the counter defuse. The Montague has to be dealt with before you can even think about trying to go for the counter defuse. Quiz to hold the angle and hit the headshot. Oda to stick the plan, and he will find it. The Chiefs get a much needed round win.
We need to communicate. We're getting upside. We need to communicate. Yeah, it's we're whispering like a fucking mouse.
But that was far too close for my liking, and that was far too messy.
Nice bush, but next time come
Wow. That was a real nail biter of a round. As I mentioned, Tex delivering that second round on a silver platter to the team with a really effective bandit trick. Then into the opening kill onto the top player for Falcons, back on Skyscraper of Robbie. But then we saw Falcons play really nicely around the Monty. They had that triangle cross established to cover both sides of the retake. Guards did a phenomenal job in trying to apply pressure. Unfortunately, though, just falling short of the mark there by mere seconds.
Yeah.
Oda able to stick that counter defuse.
Yeah, mere seconds is probably the best way to phrase it. That was very, very close. But Chiefs will take every round they can get right now and just trying to build off that, get some momentum, a platform that they can then establish, build off, improve. Round by round mentality. 1-1 in this best of 3 qualification match. If Chiefs lose this series, they play again tomorrow, where they will have one more opportunity to try and make main stage. Second map, of course, for those that missed the opening map, 7-3 to Falcons on Skyscraper, and they were very, very good. 5-1 first half on their defense. Chiefs could not break it down.
Yeah, I really like this combo from Falcons. They've brought the IQ to counter Valk, and they can send in these Kludge drones from the Bravo to steal that information away. One drone dealt with by Oda up close, but still more to come here from J-Lad. We'll see how much more of this information and other various utilities able to disrupt, keeping in mind that there are Renegates in play and F-Not mines from the Fenrir. So the ground weight from Falcons pretty solid, and with that, the advantage.
Well, Jigsaw's having a stinker right now on layer 1 and 3. Loses that opening engagement, gives the advantage over to Falcons. Quiz unable to find a response. Default still up. They could look to play off of that if Hashon makes his way through, but of course on the Nook. Good counter. Vulcan counters to pop nice and early as well for Robbie. So not only have you got the opening kill, but you're already dealing with the on-site pressure. Not sure exactly what has happened to Dov. Still 2 Nitrocells in pocket as well for Chiefs. Hashon up close, and Tex had absolutely no idea. Little errors and mistakes for Chiefs that are compounding in this series, and Falcons will always oblige and punish them as Dov will get brought back up, and that is further bad news for Chiefs. It's now a 5-3 player advantage for the attackers. Oda must win this battle, and he does do so against Dov, who was, of course, very low on health. Body shot will do. Has he got the sense to find the second? No, Robbie's just better. And Falcons can certainly now march their way towards the site.
Yeah, the Falcons reaping the benefits of a lot of that early round groundwork.
They're playing double reception.
Kara does have Nitro, can lob that deep. And Quiz has made his self-known back on site. 30 seconds.
One close right, that's the Nook of Hashon. And Quiz is going to take the battle, but he loses out. Guards helps out. Robbie as well is there for good measure, and Cairo can't do anything. Another one for Falcons as they take the lead here on layer 2-1. Not a lot to that round. It really just comes down to Lair being a very big map. There's lots of 1v1s, people moving around the map. Tex gets caught, doesn't check his right side staircase. Jigsaw loses the opening engagement. So it's a lot of these kind of like little picks happening throughout the portion of the round, and they're just going against Chiefs. Tactical timeout in response. You've already lost the opening map. I don't hate this timeout. You probably need a couple of these defensive rounds. Best time to call it. You can hear Nate in the background.
Literally, just go fucking hide somewhere. Play on that side, for example. Play for a lobby flank on basement. Go hide somewhere. Just make sure if they're gonna push in lab side, we can go let yellow drop hatches on. This is what FaZe did. They did not lose a single early pick against them, and didn't give them anything until it was like a minute left. And then starts to scout.
Well, Nate, FaZe did do that. You guys aren't FaZe. It's a lot easier to win your FaZe.
Just play like FaZe, guys.
Play like FaZe, guys. Oh, yeah, it's just that easy. Just play like FaZe. Look, I don't hate it, and I think he's right in a lot of what he actually said there. And I think that for Chiefs, it really is about why are we just kind of giving them so many of these early picks. 2 of the opening kills in this map already going the way of Falcons. You saw, of course, Tex just completely caught unaware. And on a map like Lair, you're going to get a lot of these fights, these contact fights throughout the map at various points. You just don't want to be throwing your life away in the early portion of the round.
It sounded like someone was walking next to me there. I don't know. I've never heard that footstep profile. So then round 4. Not the worst first rotation from Chiefs, but still left a little bit to be desired. And we'll see off the back of that tactical timeout whether or not they can find value in the remaining portion of this defensive half. Back down to basement, and the Monty will return for Falcons. See what kind of value Guards is able to get. Had some good moments back on Skyscraper on the shield operator. We'll see if that will continue. Quiz aggressive in range, and he loses that fight.
Yeah, it's another one.
Robbie 4-1.
I mean, it's just, again, the same issues, isn't it? For Chiefs here on Lair. Losing the early engagements, that's now 3 from 4.
Well, what did Nate say 30 seconds ago?
Yeah.
FaZe did not lose opening engagements, did not throw away their lives for free early in the round, and that's exactly what Chiefs do in response to that tactical timeout. So they're not playing the strategy that they outlined going into this game.
Been a very defender-sided map at the Major as well so far. Chiefs are going to need these defensive rounds in this half. Big kill back. Guards will lose his life as well on the Montang, so it's not just one kill, but it's also a big operator off the board.
I mean, all said and done, it's not the worst of trades for Chiefs, actually. So good work from Tex, who's had a couple of key moments in this match so far. It's also Diffuser on the ground. We'll see if Chiefs look to play around that. When Scan 2 come through, Jigsaw on the Vigil can counteract that and finds Robbie.
Just the second kill of the game for Jigsaw. Slight advantage for Chiefs, but so far we've seen plenty of times in this entire series where Falcons are maybe down a player or two, but still have the ability to bring the rounds back. They don't panic. There's lots of time. They can re-navigate around the map, but Jigsaw's still in a great spot here, tucked in. This is not an easy angle for Hashom to swing. Play the Candela, though, and it becomes far easier to then clear Jigsaw's position. Nicely executed as an individual for Hashom. Finds his 5th kill of the map. Tex, top blue stairs. Thought about the shotgun. Dov is very low on health, so still a marginal advantage for Chiefs, being on defense as well. Still another Candela after this, and Hashom, oh! Well, he went for the super wide flank, and Tex will shut him down with the shotgun. That Candela not connecting, and little time remaining now for Falcons, and J-Lad feeling like he has to try and force something. Oh, what a long-range shot from Tex with the shotgun. Controls blue stairs. One more coming your way. But the bald man says, no, you're not passing through these stairs.
So we can go back to top. Let's play behind our fucking U2. Yeah, these guys are shit.
Well, if they're shit, what are you?
You're really shit then. Look, I think those are always the things you got to say as players to your team. Try and hype yourselves up, feel good, feel like, hey, we can be better than these guys. 2-2, great round from Tex. And maybe the first instance where for Falcons you're playing a map like Lair, and that team synergy and coordination is not quite as prevalent as what we saw on Skyscraper, which is a map that probably lends itself to more that kind of playstyle. So Falcons are playing a little bit different now, where we're seeing a lot more of these solo roams, solo pushes, and that's great. You're the Ying, you're getting these kills and these pushes because you've got your own Candelas. You then don't have that for sight anyway. So you're using your utility earlier in the round, taking these engagements. And I think a part of that is Falcons looking to try and play into the weakness of Chiefs. Chiefs are peeking, Chiefs are aggressive. But if you hold your stairs, if you play your util, if you play for your crosses, and Tex can play a power position like that with an operator that can hold that well, then you can find success.
Big round from Tex. Looking to try and get his team across the line to main stage. He was a part of the last Oceanic roster to make it to the live stage of a main circuit event back at SI 2020. So a long time ago now. And still a long path forward for them to make it to live stage once more as a region. But a confidence building round for Chiefs. Top floor we go, round 5. Maverick in play to try and counteract the Bandit. Last time around we saw a really effective trick from Tex, but this time it won't be the win condition here for the breach. Line of sight, EMPs to follow. Not a ton Tex can do, and he'll forfeit that position.
Yeah, 2 very critical rounds coming up now for both of these 2 teams, but I think more so for Chiefs being on defense Lair. You need the rounds. Defender sided at the Major. Not an easy map to navigate either as an attack. And we're already seeing the difference here from Falcons on this map versus, say, Skyscraper, where, again, that kind of team coordination, team in sync is not quite working as well. Can they make it work well, though? So Master and R6 here, 5th round. Montang once again employed by guards. But slow-paced this round is. Minute 20. Guards and Tex will do battle over towards stairs, over towards green. Tex will happily just fall back, because as soon as that Montaigne's that close to you, you have to forfeit. On the roam now is Tex.
Yeah, Tex can look to lurk below. Nitro in pocket, that could be a difference maker in the late round. 60 seconds on the clock, though, for Falcons. Slowly chipping away. It's a map control. Cairo up close in storage. Does have the crossfire with Quiz.
Yeah, only one flash remaining on Robbie. No one else has any flashes. You've still got a couple of frags. As Quiz will get the opening kill of the round. Very deep late into the round as well. Jalad will fall. Chiefs will just happily play side, so they're starting to learn and adapt. But Cairo not ready for the swing from Dov. Maybe thought that that position was a little safer because it was only the Montaigne originally in the doorway. But a man with a gun comes swinging around. 1-for-1 trade, though, keeps things evened up into the final 20 seconds. You always kind of back in the defense from here. So the onus will be on Falcons. Robbie, guards, Dov. Can they make a final push into the site? Robbie with that singular flash, throws it out. Can they play off it? No, not really. And suddenly the time, a massive factor deep into red time now as guards looking to try and make his way into Mask. Good pressure from Oda. You know that you'll be able to deny this plant. Once he tries to stick it in the corner, he gets off to try and save the KD, but Chiefs will get the round win, and they go 3-2 up. We got a map. Yes.
So I'm going to play Echo for Armory.
But don't give us too much false hope.
I will say, though, I mean, I still think Chiefs are going to need a fourth round. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Considering the more defensive-sided nature that we've seen at the Major of Lair.
And they burnt their tack.
The other thing, though, to counteract that is that Chiefs are a very, very good attacking team so far at the Major. Ranked second overall, only behind Falcons, actually.
I don't remember the Skyscraper attacks being great, though.
They weren't, but also it's Skyscraper.
Yeah. Look, good previous round, though, from Chiefs. We saw the late round rotation come through, and we were able to shut that down.
And if anything, with the way that Lair has been kind of playing, a lot of this is dictated by how Falcons will set up defensively, but if Falcons are kind of like moving around the map and playing that kind of like lurk roam defensive style, and Chiefs don't have to necessarily play for the on-site hit execute, you know, like a Skyscraper, for example, it might benefit them. That could be a way forward if you want to get on the Copium bandwagon. But it's good to see Falcons tested in a matchup like this, because all of the times we've seen these two teams play, it's been very, very one-sided. Falcons always leading. Falcons always out in front. As we reach the halfway mark of this map now, though, Chiefs do lead. Can they maintain it, extend it even?
So
bring the Echo.
Yeah, armory and weapon maintenance in play for the 6th round, as mentioned. Echo in play, so too the Scopos. And so we'll see how aggressive Tex elects to play offsite.
The Scopos is just such a gamble, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ashom on the Nook, though. Already into range and already in a very good position that I could imagine a Chiefs member pushing through this doorway, not clearing it properly. Cairo needs to check to the hardest of rights here, or he will be dead. But a little peek that he is essentially a soft peek forces the shot out from Hashom. Nicely done from Cairo.
All eyes then over towards Tex on the top floor. Jigsaw close by. And the entry to come through from Robbie over towards Mezzanine. This feels like a key portion of the round. If he's able to get a bit of control, maybe find a pick.
Yeah, but again, for Falcons, they're so split. They're not playing as much together. One top floor, one first floor, 3 out in the exterior. Chiefs can then sit back, play sight, deal with drones, of which there's only 4 remaining. Halfway through the round, Jigsaw, you shot the drone, but he couldn't shoot the player well enough. 20 HP for Robbie, wins the battle of the fraggers. Advantage for Falcons now, moving forward deep into this 6th round. Final round of the half. Tex still on the Scopos, still has the shell available if he needs to transfer, if he wants to transfer.
Quiz as well, rotating up in assistance.
And he has transferred. Now over towards Armory Hallway.
And Quiz falls back. So
well,
yeah, top floor completely conceded.
Could this position, though, for Tex be something that helps them out later on? They move back to site. He's been able to rotate for free. Falcons will be unaware of the rotate path. This is an angle from Hashom, though, but again in range. They should know of his position earlier on in the round with that engagement from Cairo. He goes for a massive peek here to continue to just swing and look for an angle of attack. Sharma is being very aggressive right now as he taps away. It feels like someone's about to die, but no, nothing landing from either player. Frag grenade thrown. Getting lower and lower, though. It needs to reload as Tex did get a kill onto Dov. 20 seconds left. Hashom needs to push forward and look for some kills. But JLad in towards maintenance can get the plant down. Angle found from Quiz, but not to get the kill, but to stop the plant. Cairo onto Robbie and Chiefs pull apart the Falcons attack. 2 rounds up.
That was a goofy round, it must be said. Hashom styling on Chiefs, but getting 0 value from his position that round, where he was able to sit there, be really good lurk pressure, and he just never got the kill that he desired, and then was unable to cover the plant. Chiefs doing a good job to identify that, though, not forfeit their life for free. Great plant denial, and with that, a decent position in this match.
Yeah, and with that, they now go on to the attack for Chiefs, 4-2 up, looking to make this a series. And if you get this to the 3rd and final map of Consulate, then that opening map and the nightmare of the opening best of 3 in phase 1 against Falcons, where you got demolished, all of that is just naught. You go into that 3rd map, history is thrown out the window, stats thrown out the window, and it comes down to a best of 1 to see if you can go to main stage. More to do, though, here on Lair. Falcons go defense on Lair and certainly will be capable of stringing rounds together. In fact, that's probably the expectation, isn't it? Like a 4-2 half means we could be on potentially for an overtime if both teams go to and fro. What have the Chiefs got on attacks? They bring the Montang over from Skyscraper to now Lair. Tex, though, will use that operator rather than Cairo.
Yeah, I like that switch. Cairo can play a little bit more of a flex role. Open up the bank account a little bit more here potentially as well, just the 2 picks so far.
I am curious to see how Falcons play this defensive half, though. Do they play sight? Do they play in a similar fashion to Chiefs? Or do they get aggressive, off angles, go for spawn peaks? Jigsaw again, losing his life early in a round, is becoming a bit of a hot commodity of this map of Lair. 3 and 6, and having certainly not the impact he would like. Robbie, for what it's worth, over towards site. Thought maybe if someone wants to get a little frag happy, it could be him. He is playing the Bandit. Advantage Falcons to begin the 2nd half.
Oh, good attempt there from Robbie to find the Maverick off the back of the trick, but the Nitro only doing the 1 hit of damage. Meanwhile, Quiz has been able to sneak forward here. This could be big.
Oh, got to get that kill, Quiz, and he does not. Shot down Robbie.
Oh, no.
Oh, no way. He wins that battle. Quiz will be kicking himself. Impact, though, from the star player for Falcons. Critical kill, critical moment. It could have easily been 4-4 in a key position, then gained for Chiefs, but Robbie shuts it down. And now Chiefs left scrambling with the final 3 pieces that they've got on the board. Just over a minute remaining, and Falcons certainly looking calm in this 7th round.
And it's likely going to end in another example of Chiefs not extracting full value from the shield.
Easy kill. Easy kill for Hashom. Well, he makes it a little bit harder than it needed to be, but the kill found nevertheless. Tex main stairs, low on health on the Montaigne, but the pistol shot's good. More required. And not a lot of time to do so either. Does spot the Azami of JLad making his way down, and he goes for the pistol shot. He loses his life. Falcons are going to find a 3rd round, and they kickstart their defensive half in style. Incredibly dominant as expected.
Here we go, boys.
And pressure back over to you, Chiefs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone else literally like just does nothing. I don't know. I want to get in below and fucking isolate these people.
Well, it wasn't a great start to the round for Chiefs with Jigsaw falling early. Quiz then lurked ahead of the Monty and had a very favorable fight. Losing that, the nail in the coffin for the round. Falcons disciplined in dealing with the Monty at range. So not the greatest of starts. There is that duel. rough one for Quiz. Vashon almost making a meal of that one, but able to get that across the line. Tex tried his best to poke and prod around the map as possible and did bait out quite a bit of that Goyo utility.
I'd drop the shield. I would drop the shield.
Yeah.
The shield wasn't working on Skyscraper, which is a map that I think is very strong for it, but on Lair, I would prefer to have movement around the map, try and get map control, force them back. And if you're going to take the fights on site, that's fine, but by the time you even get to that position, it's probably not a 5v5. Not on this map, and not the way that this game has been playing anyway. But they do actually attack a repick onto the Blitz, which is maybe the better version of the two, I think, on this map.
Oh, they're comboing it with Osa. I would assume that the Osa is going to be utilized to help clear above and hold the cutoff. Can also be utilized more directly in towards site through range as well.
Big top extension right now from Falcons. Scopos in play, which certainly helps enable that position being one that you do need to clear. That's a misdrone. Big misdrone onto Hashom.
No, I think he might have got him at the end as we flicked POVs.
Well, we're going to get the answer very shortly here. Hashom feeling like he's very much safe, although...
maybe not.
I think he's missed him. But by catching actually Robbie, Jigsaw now knows that position is unsafe anyway, because Robbie at now this point could push anywhere. So they might be a little bit more aware of the fact that this room is dirty. And I like the Talon Shield here, but Hashom has to just play to the fact that he's been misdroned, and if they push past him, he will get a kill. Maybe even two. Robbie almost needs to actually show himself, then fall back, just to say, hey, look, I'm not in the room. Cairo, does he catch him with the left corner of his eyes? He's dancing around with the shield in his face. Hashom does not move an inch. They look completely unaware of the fact that he's holding prone right in front of them. He could pop up at any moment, but if he pops up, he's less likely to win. He has to just wait for them to push forward.
Minute 20 on the clock.
Oh, they're going to push straight past him. Dead. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Patience is a virtue. Great trigger discipline from Hashom. The misdrone does come to fruition. They didn't end up finding a kill onto guards, though, playing the can. Blitz is getting tagged on up. Quiz wins a big battle against Robbie. Makes amends for the previous round where he blundered in the hallway.
Yeah, but it means he has control up above now, which is the perfect position to deny plant. So Chiefs need to rotate someone above to contest, and that will happen.
They've got enough time that they can still do so, and then eventually gain said control.
Oh,
surely not. Surely Tex clears the right side, playing the Blitz. He does do so well enough. Hashom trying to play behind the Talon Shield. Full white flash. Perfectly played from Tex on the Blitz, using wealth of his experience. 30 seconds left, though. Falcons can certainly now still play sight.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Deep angles being held. JLED forced to rotate back through reception. Dove in Armory has the cross.
Falcon canister's good as well. Yellow ping information plus the red ping. Drop down successful. 14 seconds left. Tex looking to still try and get the kid onto the floor. Inside of Armory he now is. And JLad playing above certainly won't have the angle to deny from there. Will confirm the kill onto Quiz. Now this should be a 5th round secured for Chiefs. If it's not, put a line through this one. In the doorway, Tex with the shield. It's Tex's round. That bald head shines bright. It's not the Blitz shield that is blinding them, it's his head.
Oh boy. Tactical timeout Falcons. They tried to cook in that previous round with the lurk above from Hashom, and whilst it did net one pick, the response from Chiefs was actually quite clean. The rotation up above to regain control against vertical denial was most certainly the play, and they got value from the Blitz. It feels like one of the few moments, one of the rare moments across this series where the primary shield has been to the benefit of Chiefs. So good work from Tex. Decent work from the Osa. Some value to an extent. And an opportunity for Chiefs to recompose as we continue with this series. And we may enter a rather rare scenario where each team takes their opposition's pick.
Yeah, and for those unfamiliar with Tex, early portion of stage 2, he was a bit shaky coming up, with this roster coming into the stage. And he's really just picked up beautifully as the stage then progressed, and now into the major, and he's making some really good moments, really good moves. I actually we had breakfast with him this morning, and he was calm, he was collected, he was ready for today, so it's good to see Tex playing well. 10 kills in this one, winding the clock back. Chiefs up 5-3. So now it's up to Falcons. They find themselves in a position that against Chiefs they've never really been in. They're playing from behind now. Chiefs have got a bit of confidence, a bit of momentum. Falcons still on defense layer though. Most importantly though, this is at least a bit more competitive for a series that, well, was waning in a bad way. So what do Falcons do now to adjust? They tried to get aggressive, and even still, there was that error in the last round with the Mistron. So they still had a big win con there they couldn't quite play off.
Yeah. Well, we'll see the Echo return. Now, we saw this back on Skyscraper. It was a really effective tool on the peel defense and dealing with the Monty. No Monty in play this time around for Chiefs, but still the Blitz up and about for Tex off the back of the success in the previous round. Jigsaw on Twitch, Shock Drone trying to gather some information. And in the meantime, Cairo now working the primary breach. Once again, the wall opened up, and again, Falcons eager to counteract that with the early Nitro, but not enough to find the kill. Cairo survives on 23 HP, and the rest of the wall dealt with by the skeleton key of Odo. And so now perceived pressure outside that breach for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, tough for Cairo now as well. Low on health on the Maverick to feel confident around the server, knowing that he's so susceptible to damage. E1D out from Quiz, 2 still remaining. Red ping information, and he's very deep now in towards storage. He's got a lot of players that are close by to him. Needs to hold the patience angle. Oh. What a shot from Robbie!
Wow.
Oh, Robbie's so sharp. It's so good. Quiz once again losing that little 1v1 battle between the two of them. And again, for the second time too, if Quiz wins that, massive position gained on the map.
Yeah.
So Robbie with some really crucial kills. It's not just an extra kill add to the number. It shuts down a big position for Chiefs. Robbie wanting to get aggressive with the shotgun up against Tex. Tex able to at least avoid any damage being taken there. And Oda careless on his approach as J-Lad in an off-angle position gets a free kill. These are the Falcons we expect. Dominant inside of the server, hard to push into. In your face aggression, Jigsaw trying to tap away. As of course, Hashon needs to make his way back into the building. This should and really needs to be a kill for Jigsaw, and it will be confirmed. Not a lot of time left though. Now in a 1v3 as Robbie once again running rampant. Shotguns Cairo.
No!
And Falcons get another one on the board to just keep Chiefs honest. 5-4, and this one's getting tense here in the qualification best of 3. But it's Robbie. Time and time again, if you need someone to make a play for Falcons, he is there, and he will make said play. He is a difference maker. Huge battle won against Quiz. You lose that round plays out very differently. And Quiz had red ping intel.
Yeah, Robbie top rated in the server across this entire series so far. 18-12 and critically +3 entry. Helping set up his team in these key positions. Not really much in the way of structure for Chiefs in that prior round. A couple of lurk attempts from Quiz and Oda respectively, but shut down and dismissed quite nicely by Falcons. Still trailing though in this matchup. We return back up above. Last time out, it was a successful defensive effort from Falcons. Last time out though, we did see the Monty employed from Chiefs. This time around, no Monty. And no blitz as we saw in the previous 2 rounds. Lion does return, and as expected, back in the hands of Jigsaw. Some pre-placed drones down below, maybe indicative that we'll see Chiefs try to contest these positions. It is just Hasham, though, on first floor. see if Jigsaw maybe has a read, though.
Shawma's been playing the map very well so far. Off-angle positions have really caught out Chiefs many times in this half. Another line scan already used here by Jigsaw. Drones come through now for Chiefs, looking to find some information. Information that on a map like Lair can sometimes be very difficult to find.
I think he may have been misdroned then by Quiz as well. Maybe.
Wouldn't be the first time. Hashom will hold his position, does not move. Quiz will continue to drone on through, briefing into bunks.
Oh, there we go.
And Hashom's position is now known. He will fall back, play bot yellow.
Well, the unfortunate thing for Chiefs is that they don't have dedicated flank watch util, so they may have to try and hunt. Good drone.
Hashom doesn't win the battle against Quiz. Nice effort from Chiefs to flush out the lurking Hashom. J-Lad, though, main stairs, goes for the wander down. No one, though, in towards the lobby. Keep a barrier on the doorway as well, keeping his left side safe. Good little power position established for Falcons on the defense until now. Cairo looking to break down that keeper barrier and put pressure onto Jalad, who will continue to just try and play on main stairs. 60 seconds remaining in the round. Tex and Oda, some of the more veteran players that this roster has. Robbie.
This is aggressive.
Tucks in and will go for the run out, but doesn't find anything. Reveals his position. But in the end, nothing comes from it for either side. Falcons are searching. Falcons clearly want to see if they can find a kill back and maybe surprise the Chiefs. Down below, Tex on the buck. Getting to work with the skeleton key. But suddenly Chiefs need to turn the key and get moving on the offense. Little time remaining, cuz. And J-Lad still over towards main stairs. Quiz losing that battle. There's another one pushing in behind him, though. Very quickly comes Tex. But very quickly the Chiefs need to move. There's no time left. The flash unsuccessful. Put the skeleton key away. Robbie under so much pressure up close, but he wins his battle. 5 seconds remaining with Oda having the diffuser in hand. But no one surely will stop him from here. Dov from behind gets the kill. Oda, can he get the gun up? No, he cannot. Dov clutches up for Falcons. 3 huge kills. The counter defuse will follow. We are tied at 5-5.
Wow, what a nail-biting round. Falcons, though, just able to get that result across the line. Dov, the last player standing for Falcons. Not able to necessarily deny the plant from going down, but got there just in time before the counterpunch could be thrown. A lot of different isolated fights and hunts across that particular round in various parts of the map. But positionally, again, Falcons looking so clean. Even with a player down, I never sensed panic. I sensed opportunity. And we saw that from J-Lad in through lobby. And we also saw it from Robbie, who locked down this position really nicely. Was good enough to get his pick. Cairo then got pinched. And unfortunately, Oda unable to get gun up in time.
You can see what it means for the Falcons, lads, as they get pumped by that, and they are starting to gain the momentum needed. 5-5. Falcons 2 rounds away from making main stage at Montreal. And it feels like that momentum for Chiefs has well and truly now dissipated. It's all with Falcons now. They don't have to do as much on defense. They can hold these key positions. They can force Chiefs to push into them, to clear them, and that's a very difficult task with the way that Robbie's been playing, Hashom's been playing, J-Lad as well. So crucial in that round. Dov, the man who gets the 3K and clutches up in the very dying stages. That's 4 of 5 players that I mentioned that have all had impact in that previous round alone. Again, highlighting the strength of this roster, of this team. To range attacks on the Montang. And that's an early Vulcan canister at least popped. If you are Chiefs, good use of the Twitch drone from Cairo.
Yeah, some early pressure there from the western side of the map for the attack, but Chase will quickly rotate off. Shock Drone getting a ton of value here, so really well done by Cairo. Multiple Vulcan canisters dealt with. And still a Shock Drone to follow. We'll see what more he may be able to find. It's one BPC. Spotted the second, but unable to reach that one in time, at least with that initial drone. But the follow-up, oh, we should have hit that. Unfortunate. Elsewhere, though, the team now looking for a bit of control. Quiz on a lurk once more, which has been somewhat hit or miss.
I mean, they're all just stacking in. This could be a rather direct hit from Chiefs rather than looking to try and clear for the vert. Vulcan canisters have been dealt with, so you've dealt with a lot of the on-site utility. They may feel it's susceptible to a quick hit, play for the Montang plant, then play the post plants. Smoke beam has been used. Quiz, long angle fight. It feels like it's always Quiz in these early engagements so far on Lair, and it's been a 50% strike rate. Up the stairs though, he's not ready for it. It's Dov. The push on the Malusi, not something that the Chiefs anticipated. Again, aggression from Falcons at any point in the round, at anywhere in the round. His position known with the Montang though holding stalwartly. 4 versus 4. Time, though, then will quickly become a factor. What a swing as a team. They all move as one. And Dolph gets outgunned and outnumbered, and they could go and plant behind the Montang. There is no Nitrocell. There's not much they can do to deny this. This will be a successful plant for Chiefs. And Falcons now down a player and in the post plant.
Wow, I really love that attack from Chiefs, but can they hold on now in the post? A 4 versus 3 and a difficult retake on the cards for Falcons.
Guards will fall. Where's Robbie? Can he find the special source? No, Jigsaw shuts him down. 3 in the round for Jiggy. And Hashom in a 1v4 as Chiefs will edge a bit closer to securing a map point advantage for White. Hashom trying to play behind something to give him some cover, but you've got some real big cover right in front of you. The Montang, such a nuisance, so annoying, in your way, and Jigsaw sends you on your way. 6-5 Chiefs with map point.
Yeah, they cooked in that round, Chiefs. That was a really clean attack. The biggest danger point for them was the cross towards site, and we saw that triple wide swing from them facilitated by the Monty, then the follow-up of the plant with the coverage as well. That is absolutely, undoubtedly, the best round we have seen from Chiefs played around a shield operator, finally, and it comes at the perfect moment.
Pretty cool faces for Falcons, though. They don't look too dismayed by the situation they're in. Need to force OT now. But a wonderfully set up round from Chiefs in terms of the strategy that they employed and the way that they wanted to win this round. Well, that is how they won the round, and that's always a good feeling when you execute the strategy that you've employed, that you're working on throughout the round. Even with that little Malusi flank from Dov, throwing a little spanner in the work that didn't stop them. 6-5. Chiefs with 1 map point, looking to get us to Consulate.
And to note as well, Falcons, at least through regulation, are not going to go down to basement at all on defense. Instead, we return to bunks and briefing for round number 12. Composition, again, pretty much what we've come to expect. Certainly from Falcons. The Yokai's in play from Echo again in counterplay onto the Monty, which will make an appearance once more.
Shock drone, Twitch, super impactful in the last round, wasn't it?
Yeah. Limited value here, though, in this round. Quiz got some utility. Tex, though, already marching forward.
Yeah, and he can do so on the Montang footholds. Not really going to be as impactful against the Montang. Good pressure here from Tex, good position. Can he get some information, relay that over to the team? Kari is slowly making his way over. The exothermic will go off without any interruption. Feels like, though, Falcons, every round on the defense, they've had somebody in a position, an off angle or a flank that the Chiefs aren't aware of.
Well, there is guard down below for Nitro.
For the Nitro,
yep.
And it could be good. No, misses entirely. Not a lick of damage there on to Tex. And they've also sent over the Yokai. They are doing everything they can to try and deal with Tex. In the end, though, J-Lad found a kill behind him onto Jigsaw, but 2 go the way of Chiefs. And with that, they've now got a slight advantage in numbers.
They have the time now just
it's an easy kill. Surely the Legion's not getting away from this Montang. Tex having a field day on Lair on the shield, forced back by the Gumine as he takes some damage, needs to pull that out, and Hashom and Dov need to pull something out of nothing. 2 versus 4 for Falcons to try and send this one to overtime.
A massive 60 seconds then. Hashom and Dov with the cross up above. But the Chiefs have perfectly played the tempo. They've slowed things down. 2 drones up. They still have the Monty. They can play for info.
Flashes go out. Little bit of red ping intel here for Falcons. Guard break, headshot, successful.
Oh, no.
And just like that, 2 to Falcons in a very small span of time. They flip the script and they get 1 more for good measure. Dov with 2. And suddenly with Quiz needing to do it all in a 1v2 with 40 seconds left. Diffuser close right. And he can acquire it. Without contest. Smoke goes out, looking to see if he can find some information off of it through footsteps. Drops down, plays sight, will go into bunks and stick the plant down. Dov late with the yokai. It should not be able to deny. Indeed, it will not. And now a post-plant scenario here for Quiz.
Yeah, 1 more smoke deployed. Quiz looking to play from the exterior, but needs to find 2 massive kills for Chiefs.
Quiz has never been in a situation like this before. 1v2 at a major to get yourself 1 map away from main stage. 1 close right behind the locker. Dov will stick the plant. Close right angle. Quiz must win this first battle, and he must do it very quickly. He can't do it at all. Hashom and Falcons send this one to overtime.
Let's go! Emily! Nice!
That is a devastating round for Chiefs. They had everything go their way from the early to mid round, and they took their time to recompose. But then they failed again to play around the Monty properly. Sent solo. Tex loses the duel. In the meantime, a fight elsewhere goes the way of Falcons, back to the 2 versus 2, and then unable to get to sight. With 2 players still up, left all up to Quiz. He got some poor timing on the exterior in the post. Start of the round, though, was clean from the attack. And Falcons struggling to find value from the yokai. But this moment here, it all falls apart. Nobody's with Tex. And elsewhere, it goes the way of Falcons. Quiz struggling in the post. Big round from Falcons. OT now beckons, and they are on defense.
Sensational round from Falcons. Down 4 versus 2. They dig deep, knowing what's on the line. Main stage, 6 invitational. There's so much to dig deep for, and they find enough to send it to overtime, of which they have double defense OT. And that could certainly be a backbreaker if you are the Chiefs. You had your chance. Map point, 4v2. And they couldn't get it done. And they will have to live with the consequences if it goes against them here in overtime. Or maybe they look to double down and feel as if we can win this if we go fast. Jackal in through basement. Tracks found on to Hashom. And he'll be on the move in response.
So Chiefs bringing the tools then to try and deal with the offsite pressure that Falcons have continued to present. With that, everybody from Falcons now on the 2nd floor, outside of Hashom, who is now lurking over towards blue stairs at least.
Little drone peek, says hello. Hashom says bye-bye. Tex once again on the Montang. Took a lot of unnecessary damage in the last round because of that Gumine moving around. Takes even more unnecessary damage here with the reinforced wall and the electrified portion of it, courtesy of Robbie. 90 seconds remaining. Another Rotero sent on in. Nitrous Owl has been used by Robbie though, so no big utility to stop Tex, but Quiz will fall to Dov. What a shot from above. Jigsaw to follow. Falling apart are the Chiefs here in the dying stages of this 2nd map. They clearly don't have what it takes after all to get over this line. Oda needing to dig deep into his bag of tricks, but Robbie's on the move as always. Never standing still. And Falcons on the verge of securing match and series point. Only Tex and Cairo remain in the server for Chiefs. Falcons will have 2 opportunities to book their place at the main stage and at the 6 Invitational. 2 opportunities that Chiefs will need to try and stop. And while this round isn't over, it feels like the formalities where the Falcons aren't just running around, they're holding their positions, they're taking it serious, and they're looking to take this map.
Let's go.
Falling apart like a house of cards at the moment for Chiefs. Multiple mistakes in the previous round. Quiz finding it difficult to lurk once more. The value of the Monty, limited. Util clearance, not great. Robbie allowed to reposition, which has often been the case throughout this grueling series for Chiefs, it must be said. 4-2 up on map point, 4 versus 2 on map point. Unable to convert, and I think Falcons are going to punish them big time.
Yeah, I mean, this is where your mental is so tested. From 6-5 and 4v2 up, Falcons are now 1 round away from main stage at the Montreal Major, along with booking their place at 6 Invitational. So much riding on this 1, maybe 2 rounds if Chiefs can look to offset this 14th round.
Yeah, I mean, this match is testing my mental as an outside observer. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for Chiefs inside of the server, especially the likes of Cairo and Quiz with limited experience at this level as well, right?
It feels like the kind of game you walk away from if you lose it. And you go, man, I could have just done this, I could have just done that. If I had just hit this shot, if we had just done that, we would have won the map. Would'ves, could'ves, should'ves. Didn't. Falcons did.
I think the performance across this map has instilled a little bit of confidence in me, though, that Chiefs, assuming they lose this series, can still go on to maybe qual.
Well,
but
this one's not done.
I think maybe their run so far here at the Major is being exposed a little bit.
Not done just yet. Falcons attack, so Chiefs go to defense. Again, Lair has so far been looking defend decided. Not putting a bow on this one yet. The celebrations for Falcons need to be put on hold temporarily, but in the next 2 minutes, it could just about blow the roof off of this joint. Robbie has been great, but he's had so much help from Hashon, J-Lad, Dov. Scar's playing an unselfish role, and of course it's Robbie. Tex goes down, the Bandit dealt with the opening kill for Falcons, who don't need much more. They've already got now this player advantage with so much time, sending the Montang in. Chiefs backs are up against a gigantic wall.
And speaking of wall, we are now going to see this Monty progress forward over towards Skybridge and offer that frontline defense for Falcons. Robbie good for 2. Chris falls again, midway point of the round, and it looks very strong for Falcons.
Someone has to just suddenly do something with would not be expecting. A double, a triple kill, maybe a quadra. A highlight moment is the only thing that is likely to save Chiefs in this position, down 3v5. Maybe win a couple of 1v1s, and this could get a bit more interesting, but Falcons on the verge. Falcons are on the verge of making main stage to be the second ever MENA team to do so after GK earlier last year, and they do so in a flawless fashion! The flawless Falcons make main stage in Montreal, along with the 6 Invitational to come after. So clinical and so dominant in this series, 2-0. And they send Chiefs to a crucial elimination game tomorrow, and they send themselves to the main stage.
A remarkable run for Falcons. The only blemish on their record so far here at Montreal is that loss to FaZe. And I mean, what a potential rematch that could end up being if it comes into fruition. Every other match, though, from them has been so clean, so clinical. And it is back-to-back 2-0s against Chiefs, who will need to recuperate for their forthcoming game.
How far can this Falcons roster go now?
Sky's the limit.
Semi-final? Grand final? What we do know is quarterfinal.
Yep.
They will be there. They will get their opportunity to go on a run, and a run they've so far had at this major that has really lit this spark of infatuation for this roster, for this region. They have been tremendous, and they were tested in this map, well and truly tested, and I think you can gain so much from it. It's one thing if you're just beating down your opponent 7-4, 7-0, 7-3. That had been the story coming into this map of Lair. And Chiefs had their chances, up 6-5, 4v2. Falcons had to fight, and they really showed that they've got that fighting spirit within them as a roster. And as a roster is really the main takeaway for me in this series. It's not just the Robbie show. It's not a one-man show or a two-man dynamic duo. It's a core 5 that play together and look like brothers inside of the server. I mean, they are brothers inside of the server. Literally. They all look like brothers. So, I mean, at the end of the day for Falcons, there's so much positivity going into the quarterfinals, into main stage. I cannot wait to see what they do moving forward in phase 3.
Yeah, absolutely. They play with so much positive intent over the course of both maps, and it really culminated here into Lair, where Chiefs were able to read them a little bit better, I feel, and execute on some of their strategy a little more cleanliness, with a bit more cleanliness than we saw on the previous map, but unfortunately it did fall short. And I mean, devastating for Chiefs, especially 6-5 scoreline, 4 versus 2, the Monty up, and they still lose the round. That was a huge moment in the series, and Falcons did not trip up in OT.
You can clearly see it here as well. 5 of the last 6 rounds to Falcons. So I know it's easy to kind of look at that one singular moment, highlight it, talk about it, and we will, and we are. But 5 of the last 6 rounds really highlights the run that Falcons were on throughout the back end of this game, but also the opportunity that Chiefs had setting themselves up with a pretty significant lead, unable to capitalize. 2-0 in this best-of-3 fashion. Of course, Skyscraper was entirely one-sided. It was a full write-off. Chiefs were really uncompetitive there, especially even for a 7-3. And while they were competitive on Lair, and they were great in Lair, and maybe could have won Lair, Falcons really showed that they are just at a higher level, that they're at this tournament to not just compete or make up the numbers. They're here to go all the way for the trophy. And that's something that they can realistically set their eyes on as a team. That is an aspiration that I don't think I'd be sitting here and saying that that's out of reach. It's a big one. It's a strong one. But when you make phase 3, you're not far off it.
I mean, if Beast Coast at Manchester is anything to go by, the sky truly is the limit. Anybody can make a run here at these events at an international level. Of course, coming from a minor region, it would be even more insane. I think if Falcons at minimum can push a top 4, would be absolutely wild and would set themselves up very nicely for 6th Invitational 2025. On the flip side, though, from OS, on the other side of the coin for Chiefs, another one-team region here at the major. Bit of soul searching. I still have some faith they can be competitive and maybe make it through.
Depends on their matchup.
Depends on their matchup and depends on the day. They need to have at least one player having an outstanding performance, because I think strategically, especially on the second map, they were okay, but their shortcomings came with just not being able to match the likes of Robbie, right? They just didn't have that X factor inside of the server.
Now, speaking of Robbie, Hans got ourselves an interview with him.
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing here with Robbie after your victory with the Falcons. Robbie, it is your first event. First off, a massive congratulations as well. Your first event, you already qualified to the main stage. What does this mean to you and your team?
Of course, we're really happy. Yesterday it was a tough loss, but we're back up and we're ready to fight for the main stage.
The main stage is yours, and I was wondering, I mean, it's your first event. Is there any player here that you are looking up to in regards of being at this event as well?
I've always been a big Shaiko fan, so yeah.
So it's quite funny. I mean, I'm not sure if you saw this, but Shaiko was doing really well up until yesterday, but you are actually the best rated player at this event. You're in the top 5 of the KD, of the entry, of clutches. You have the most clutches at this event. That's insane. It's only your first. How does this feel?
I feel good because the team is going well. I'm having fun with the boys, so yeah.
Yeah, but you are also doing very well. What are they giving you for breakfast?
I don't know. I just ate a banana today.
All right, yeah, maybe it's the banana that's the key for this matchup here. I'm also curious to see or to hear, you guys were outside the map a lot on Lair, on your defenses. Is this anything you try and do to play with the mentality of the Chiefs players?
Thank you. Say again, please.
You guys were outside a lot in Lair. Are you trying to play with the mentality of the Chiefs players, or is this just a part of the game plan?
We're just waiting for the picks. So, because we want to play slower than them and wait for them to pick. So, yeah.
All right, well, it worked out perfectly fine for you. Once again, a massive congratulations. It's great to see you do so well. And that was it for our game. And we'll have a second game coming up very soon.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier fait monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
We're standing here with Oda from the Chiefs, and Oda, loser interviews aren't always easy, so thank you for willing to do one of these with us. And I'm sure you had a lovely burger with Xenox prior to the game, but I'm afraid the burger buff wasn't really on your side today.
No burger buff today. It's because it wasn't Macca's, it was A&E.
Other options are available, but I'm going to ask you what happened in this game here. An 0-2 loss is not an easy one to take. Your map first didn't really go the way. What happened?
Honestly, we had a plan for both maps. We executed it really well on Lair, but just Sky was a slow start. I think we were a bit asleep. It's kind of all it was for our map pick. I think we were still confident on that map, but yeah, it was just a bit of sleep at the start.
Happens maybe with an early game as well. Now, you were so close to the main stage, you could almost taste it. What are you going to do to make sure you recover from this?
Yeah, look, I'm going to be up at 4 a.m. again, doing the prep work for whoever we got. So yeah, just put in the prep work. I think we have good plans. We just need to execute them properly and early. When we have these slow starts, it really affects their score. And then once we fall too far behind, we kind of just, I guess, let it go.
So unfortunate, but is there any team that we still have here that you really want to go up again to beat them to make main stage?
Yeah, look, I've never beat SSG, but I love playing against them. So I love Ash and shit talk, so I'd say I'm waiting for that game.
Would there be any like beard shaving maybe? Because that happened at SI, no?
Yeah, look, I did a buzz once, but I don't think the miss would be too happy about it now. Maybe a beard. I'll go the beard.
So yeah, we'll see if that happens with the SSG game. But best of luck with the preparation, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Also, we have a second game coming up on the A stream. We have BDS and Verus Pro. And something we know about Verus Pro is that they've been together for a very long time, at least the core of this roster. So we sat down with them. We talked about how it is to be together for such a long time.
One of the strengths of your team is that you've been playing together for so long, almost 2 years with the same roster. What advantages does that give you?
I think when you have like hard times, because sometimes you have rough seasons, sometimes you have like good seasons, but when you have bad times, your team is growing so hard if you go through it. So in my opinion, when you're like stuck for 5 or 6 years, you're almost like a family, and you can like go to each other with open-minded. You can say whatever you want. I mean, like you can say everything, and in my opinion, it's good.
And do you ever talk about, because now you said that they're almost like family, do you also talk about stuff outside of Siege? Like, is it like a small family, Verus Pro?
I think yes, but we are not going out of home so many times because we are like esports. We are just playing at home, and we don't go so many times through the year outside together.
Well, they are definitely outside here together in a different country playing a tournament against BDS. We're seeing them coming in here. What we looked at from them yesterday was a bit of a sleepy start, the players had to admit themselves. But we're seeing one of the players on the roster as well, Shaiko, being highlighted. They left Deimos open yesterday, and I feel Solotov said that's kind of a disrespect to a player like Shaiko. He absolutely showed up massively with that so far. Definitely something we'd love to see from this team. Brede's also got the highest cost coming into this game of all the players at this event. They also are doing pretty good at those entry games, setting themselves up for success early into the round. But they got to go and do that against Verus Pro today, where they themselves are struggling a little bit more over on those entries. Seeing them come in as well in preparation for the game. Everyone but Shepard seems to be negative on those entries. And on attack as well, this just leaves them no time to do what they want to do to fulfill their plan. But Joystick did seem to be really happy about their game yesterday, specifically their ability to come back, their mental to keep themselves in that game. We're looking at the roster here as well. 2 really important 1v1s from Joystick yesterday as well to keep themselves in the game, and it worked out just fine for them. These 2 teams are obviously no strangers to each other. They play against each other in EUL 2. Last time it was a 7-3 for BDS on Chalet, and just because these players know each other so well, they were chit-chatting prior to the game, and we were able to catch 2 of them for an interview. We're speaking to Dan and Leak Effect prior to the game against each other, and we got you 2 here together because you were chatting a bit prior to the game. What is it that you talk about when you talk to each other prior to the game?
I don't think I can say it on stream. We were just discussing the game.
Discussing the game, very wise answer. We'll get there later, but you 2 have already won against Verus Pro in Stage 2. Is this game going to be any different, you think?
No, I don't think so, because every time we play VP, like it's right now a classic, every time it's close game, no matter what, if we change everything or not. So yeah, and also we play on stage, on online. Right now we are playing online, so it will be a different game for sure.
It is different. Do you agree with that, Dan? Is there anything you want to do different going into this game?
I'm sure it will be a great match, because it's always like, for example, they can 7-0 us, we can 7-0 them, or it will be a close game like 7-8. as usual. We played a lot against each other, like 5 million scrims, even more officials. So it's just going to be a great match.
We hope for a close game as well. When we spoke to you guys yesterday, you said there are a bit of attacking issues. Anything you want to do today to improve that?
Just don't let them kill us.
That is a very basic answer, but yeah, that's essentially what it comes down to. For you guys, though, you guys are great on the entry. How do you make sure you constantly set yourself up for success?
To be honest, it's not like we are playing Black Dragon or Dam 1. It's like VP is completely different team. So we have our plan to beat VP, and we are just going to focus on this plan.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you two chit-chat about whatever you were talking about, not on the stream, of course, but best of luck for the game.
Thank you.
We're just not gonna let them kill us. I mean, it sounds so easy, but they just gotta put it in plan as well. This is, of course, a classic, like League of Fact was saying as well. The teams from EU going up against each other in a best of 3 to qualify to the main stage. We're curious to see what maps we'll be heading to for our best of 3. It was Verus Pro picking up Border as the very first map in this matchup here. They beat Sonics on this, an 8-6 overtime for themselves. The last time we saw it from BDS was that super close 7-8 loss versus W7M. So not the greatest result, but they might just get there. BDS themselves pick Chalet going into this map. That was the one they played against each other in EU. It went 7-3 in the way of BDS. They're 5-6 on this map in recent history, and Verus Pro only 2-6. Not the greatest result. They've not shown it on this event yet. They've only shown it in EU, so a lot could have changed in the meantime. The decider is Clubhouse. We've seen this one from BDS with a victory against D+, and the last time we saw it from Verus Pro was a loss against Wolves back in Europe League. So if we do get all the way there, maybe BDS might have the better cards going into this game, but this is what our map situation is looking like. Our players are getting ready, just doing the final bits of aim, trading the final bits of discussion going into the game. We'll head to a quick break before we're back with the match.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils médisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
contact.
Available now.
Why are you called Shepherd, and why did you choose that gamer tag?
When I made it, I think I was around 5 or 6 years old. So I decided to do this nickname. And then when I grew up, I realized that there is so many people with the second name, like my nickname. There is so many like in-game personage. Like so many in-game characters with this nick or name. So that's it.
Have you ever thought about like it would be cool if I was called something else?
Not really. I'm fine with mine.
And does it mean anything special to you now, Shepherd, or is it just like it's just a name that you've got, or does it have more meaning to you?
It's really stick to my like life, I think. So I'm fine with it. I don't know what to say else. Like it's almost the whole life with me. So why would I change it?
Why do you have the gamer tag that you have, and when did you choose it?
So this is kind of funny story. So I chose my gamer tag when I was like in school. So I think it was at the start of Rainbow Six, like 2016 or 2017. I was in a math school and or physical, and there was a thing in French. I don't know if the same in English. It's liquefaction. So I don't know the translate exactly, but I just think my friend who was playing Rainbow Six his name was Liquid. So I was just thinking about, oh, I want to do like kind of the same thing as him. So I just put liquefaction and at the end liquefac.
What direction would you go in, and have you ever thought about picking a new one?
No, I think this is the destiny. I picked this, and I just don't want to change it at all. I will always be called liquefac.
This is in a qualification game for the main stage. Let us remind you, we're going to see at least one European team at the main stage with that live audience. And I'm sure our casters for this match are going to be super excited to see some EU on the stage as well. We have Intero and Jesse. Guys, how are we feeling today?
I feel good. How do you feel?
I feel fantastic. We've got some really good teams playing today, and of course here on this game as well, the top of Europe, BDS, Verus Pro. How can you not be excited for a game like that?
100%. I mean, you two are on the A stream, just avoiding whatever is going on the B stream right now. There's a potential elimination game with an NA team in there. We'll focus our attention going into this one. We're going to see Border for this matchup. We've seen it from both these two teams coming into this event. Do we feel like it's a good map for this matchup?
You're the map guy.
Listen, I think Border is going to be fun. We've seen these teams play it a little bit. Both of them have played it so far in this tournament. I believe Verus Pro won a close game. BDS lost a close game against W7M. So both of these teams have a good amount of experience on it. I remember some famous Border games as well from BDS. That's the map that they lost the Manchester Major on. So hopefully there's no disappointing flashbacks from BDS, and maybe VP can take advantage of that.
Well, cheers for reminding us of that over on the EU side. Thank you very much, guys. But the game is almost ready, so I'm going to send it over to you guys for BDS and Verus Pro.
Thank you very much. It's actually our first time seeing BDS here at this event.
Yeah.
We've covered VP already. By the way, they played Sonics on Border. That was the matchup that you and I casted, and it was a very close matchup. Verus Pro did end up overcoming whatever obstacles Sonics threw their way. It was a tough loss for the North American team, and now Sonics are fighting for their lives. On the other stream, it was just pointed out, A stream today are qualification matches. This is the stream of celebration. B stream is the stream of devastation, as we will be sending more teams home, as there are at least 2 more teams that will be going. More, obviously, but just 2 today.
Absolutely.
And we've got a couple of really big matches going on throughout the day. After this, you and I are casting Dark Zero versus Space Station, which will be an elimination game too. So that's a very scary one for North American fans, but at least it means the NA will survive.
God, they changed it up on me.
They did. Yeah. Even if DZ do lose, I believe they're playing Elevate right now on the B stream.
It's my fault.
Sorry, Sonics. No, I'm thinking Canadian.
Happened to me when we were casting Sonics 2 days ago. He's been with Dark Zero for so long, I wanted to keep saying that. It was the same with him when he was on DZ after Space Station. You get to know one player on one team for so long that you end up calling that team subconsciously or unconsciously. Not great, but what can you do? It would suck to not have a single North American team make it to the main stage in North America.
It would be unfortunate. Certainly we'll get at least one European team. Thus far, we've qualified 2 Brazilian teams yesterday. That was FaZe Clan and W7M. Already today, we've qualified the Falcons, who took down Chiefs and managed to make it to the main stage. So that's the first 3 teams. We will get our 4th after this game does conclude. BDS and Verus Pro. And BDS, they're usually pretty happy to see their European rivals. Since the Blast Leagues have started, BDS have a 5-2 series record against Verus Pro. They've often been the better team when these 2 teams have come up against one another in official and unofficial competition. They only played once on LAN. That was back in Atlanta, but it was a 2-0 win again for BDS. So despite the fact that Verus Pro are having a pretty good tournament, and despite the fact that Verus Pro generally heat up when they get to LAN tournaments, they're a very good team on LAN compared to their online performances, this is still going to be an awkward game where BDS are going to be coming in as the favorites.
Yeah. I mean, BDS should be a top 3 team in the world based on their performances so far this year. That means Verus Pro alone will have their hands full. BDS haven't been invincible so far at this event. That's why they are now currently competing in this best of 3 and didn't play in one yesterday, or rather didn't advance yesterday. But yeah, VP love to play live. They like to play international competition in person and not online. So what will happen today? We got our 3 maps. We've got Border as the starting point. What is your expectation for, let's say, the first half of Border?
First half of Border should have BDS on the attack and Verus Pro on the defense. Now, this was the map pick of Verus Pro, meaning that BDS got to choose whether they wanted attack or defense. Most teams do choose defense, but Border is a very attacker-sided map, one of the only ones that we have in the pool, so it makes sense that BDS want to run that way. I'm expecting we're going to see shield bans from the start to the finish coming out from Verus Pro. As we jump into this matchup, we will find out. BDS are going to be trying to exploit those shields as much as they can. They really like to get aggressive. They'll be playing a little bit of the Dokkaebi, the Deimos. We'll see what we have. Obviously, they've got a lot of strong ops coming into it. So, let's jump in. The good lucks, the have funs coming on out from both the teams. And we'll move into our very first ban phase, Verus Pro. We're going to start with the Montaigne ban. They've banned Monty Azami in pretty well close to every game that they've had so far at this tournament. And they do like banning those ops here on Border as well. So I'd be shocked if we saw anything other than that. I think in general, the bans this today are going to be pretty standard. BDS like to ban shields as well, but they shouldn't be doing it against Verus Pro. They're probably going to stick to the good old-fashioned Ying ban, which they will often fall back on when they know they don't have to be banning shields.
No,
Grim
how wrong you are.
How wrong I am. Okay, watch out for that in these first 6 rounds then. BDS might have some cheeky Ying strats that we didn't expect. This could be a Valk, could be a Mira. Tough to say. Will be the Mira coming through. Okay, makes a lot of sense. And then Verus Pro, again, the Azami would be far and away, the expected pick for VP to take off from the defenders. They don't like playing against Azami. It's the strongest defender in the game, according to the vast majority of pro players. So VP will remove it, despite the fact that they are starting on the defense. We'll get into it. Verus Pro up against BDS. The winner of this game will make top 8 and play in front of the live audience here in Montreal. The loser plays tomorrow. They're not out, they're not done for, but they do still have the opportunity. They will be in a do-or-die game tomorrow to make it to that main stage. I will also say, before we get underway with this game, match holds a little bit more importance for Verus Pro. A win today will secure themselves a spot in Boston for the 6th Invitational 2025.
We've already seen some teams lock in their positions, even though they weren't present at this event. Furia, the world champions, will have an opportunity to defend their crown in Boston, as while they failed to qualify for the Montreal Major, they have enough points to make it to SI. And with their victory earlier today, Falcons now also taking flight over to Boston. It's a pun. You know what? I'm going to use bird and flying puns for Falcons all the time. You're just going to have to get used to it. at this point.
I like them. I think it's fair. We got to find some bear puns for VP.
We do. And please, God, don't talk about islands.
Well, it shouldn't be too big of a factor in this game. Obviously, Uzis, the man from the UK, the only one who would be representing an island home today. A lot of folks probably were not watching the B stream, but we had a bit of a tech pause island conversation yesterday. Well, assuming we don't fight a tech pause, keep that to a minimum and focus mostly on the game. I warned you about the Ying that could come out from BDS, and we do immediately see it round number 1 from Uzis. Bride's jumped on the blitz as well. Soltov, of course, here on the glass, hunting for one of these opening picks. It is the top floor bomb site, hunting in through the teller's window. That will likely be the site later on.
Are they hunting?
They're bear hunting.
AR-33, by the way, on Leaky Facts Thatcher is a bit of a stylistic choice. Usually we see the L85 rocked by Thatcher.
Yeah.
AR-33 sees a lot of play on Flores, as it's either that or the DMR as the main options, but this might be a quick push, by the way. There goes a smoke. Bride is in, absorbing an awful lot of damage. No, he and Shaiko have somehow died. Pasha taking damage earlier on. The first 2 picks right now favoring VP. Uses off to the races, but doesn't see the Arunia. Pasha tucked into the corner by half wall. Solotov and EFAC, the last 2 remaining. And there's one for the Turk. What can Leaky Fac do? Where is he? He was last seen outside. He's up on that ventilations area. But no, he's found an opening. Shepard, historically, very good on border. If he can keep up that same tempo that we tend to see on this map, he'll be well positioned. He's got a good supporting cast right now. As Joystick, Pasha, they've all got picks. Outside of Shepard, Always and Dan could contend for this final pick. Solotov twists away right now inside of office by the door. He's got a highlighter in front of him. The Joystick gets the kill. And just like that, VP goes up 1-0.
Hot start from Pasha, of course, really nicely played. Managed to kill the blitz as soon as it was going in for the plant. We saw Bride trying to make that entry point, get that defuse kit onto the ground. I was thinking usually when there's a push like that, you're looking at C4s to deny the plant. You're looking at a Warden, but it was just the long angle being held by Pasha. Notable, of course, starting 2-1 in this game. Pasha has yet to go negative in even a single map that they've played all throughout the Montreal Major. Looking to see more good stuff from him. Pasha has long been, I shouldn't say long been actually, Pasha has, since joining this team, often been the best player on the squad. There you see the kills coming out. Great overhead view in our replays. We really do see a lot of more aggressive plays coming out from Pasha. VP have often been described as like an old school style of team that play very traditional, slow-paced siege. Pasha adds a little bit of spice to this team, right? Adds a little bit of that aggression that a lot of other teams maybe have a bit more of. Pasha being that kind of X factor for this squad has really brought them up to pace with the rest of the teams here in this meta. Nothing new, of course, was big for them as well back at the 6th Invitational when Verus Pro finished 3rd place overall in front of the Brazilian crowd down in Sao Paulo.
It's also here in Montreal where we saw VP, then known as Team Empire, compete in one of the longest and one of the most exhilarating maps in Rainbow Six history. Obviously, the matchup itself was really nothing special because Bank and Border that followed it were not really anything to write home about. But that coastline going, what, 22 rounds, 23 rounds, somewhere in that window? Absolutely zapped the life out of the players. It did the same for us as casters, and obviously, at that time, a very young team, then known as Team Empire, of course, now known as Verus Pro. It's very hard to come back for that. G2 ended up winning that world championship. But you got to imagine that Verus Pro would love to win anything here in Montreal. Don't know if that'll be weighing on the back of their minds as they go about this matchup today or any of their matchups, but it might just be some nice motivation to beat their fellow region mates.
First Deathmark going to come out. They're tracking for Shepard, but he falls back to a mute jammer and will survive. They've got the Blitz starting to make some space from Bride. I wouldn't say BDS are one of the biggest shield teams in the world, but we do often in this tournament see them bring more shields than almost anybody else because we just haven't had as many anti-shields banned, or many shields banned against BDS. Good vert angle from Always as we start to make an entry point from Bride, but he hasn't found anybody just yet.
It was Verus Pro who struck first in round 1. Now it's BDS's turn. It's very short-lived, admittedly, as Dan takes out Leaky Fac, who was the one who got the kill on the side of BDS. Down goes your Bravo. What value did the clutch drones find? Well, we saw firsthand in the first 40 seconds how critical they can be to take away a bunch of bulletproof cameras, a default cam. The clutch drone will be no more. Use this, eliminating Pasha. Now it could be Always next in the line of proverbial fire, but literal fire in front of him too. Brede at the halfway point of this round, getting the diffuser down. He manages to pull out and get the job done. Always dies, Dan goes down as well, and it's all left to Joystick, who got the 2 exit kills in the previous round, but might just have too much to deal with this time, taking an awful lot of damage as he trudges on. And Solotov, inside of security, finds that final elimination. BDS answer back. Good ping pong between these teams, and frankly, that's what I come to expect.
Yeah, again, really good plant focus coming out from BDS. Obviously, Brede, exact same operator, running with the defuse gate, getting it on the ground. I think this is something that BDS have hunted out for ahead of time and have noticed as a weakness for Verus Pro. VP, throughout this tournament, have allowed plants in 42% of their defensive rounds. 42% of teams playing against Verus Pro are getting that plant down consistently, which is really a weak point for Verus Pro. It's the highest percentage in the tournament of plants going down against. So with BDS maybe recognizing that once the site gets cleared out, once some of these players like Shepard, who is in a good site position, get taken off the board, you can often plant and there won't be as much resistance coming out from Verus Pro. 2 plant attempts, 1 successful now from BDS. They will be able to maintain a 50% plant rate the first 2 rounds. And keep an eye out for that for the rest of this game, because if we do see BDS playing an extremely plant-focused playstyle, as you really can do on Border, more than almost any other map, Verus Pro are going to need to come up with answers for that, and so far I haven't seen any real solutions.
I understand what meta we're in, Jesse, but it is just so peculiar to me to see BDS running a shield. Brede in particular, I mean, he's usually got a gun in hand.
Yeah.
One of the best fragging supports in the entire world. So seeing him on a shield leading the charge for the first 2 rounds, admittedly won't be on a shield for round number 3, but seeing him on that shield for the first 2 rounds, it's bizarre. And I know it's not the first time he's played a shield op, for the record. EFAC walks in, down he goes to Always. First blood drawn by VP for the 2nd time. The team that has drawn first blood so far has won every single round. Admittedly, first blood in round 1 was quite definitive. First blood in round 2, round blood, maybe the blood was round, I don't know. First blood in round 2, though, was traded back right away. So no real advantage was gained by BDS getting that opening pick. As you can see, there's been no response from BDS after losing. Leaky Fac on the buck.
This is a bold fight. Managed to clear out the Deimos mine without anything too scary. The Dread mine, I should say, as well. Doesn't quite find the pick on a joystick, though, despite having really good information from that drone. Here's the Deimos death mark that will once again get counted out by that mute jammer. The jammers have been so effective for VP so far. Brede's still up above all the way outside on the mezzanine, so you aren't going to expect a rush plant anytime soon, even though you've got BDS players outside the site window inside of Archives. Clearing through top floor is the primary focus still. Nobody from VP is actually up on the top floor. So BDS, as soon as they find that out, once they maybe pop some logic bombs or drone it out, they can go in and take that ground. But at the moment, they're a little bit hesitant, maybe a little bit afraid of who might be lurking up top. Unless somebody walks that metal, Shaiko's holding absolutely nothing at the current moment.
It's a very chaotic map, but Verus Pro right now showing a great deal of patience as they have very limited interest in pressuring BDS. Unlike that first round, let BDS come to you. You got the first pick. All right, what comes next? Well, Shaiko waking up, his 3rd kill. First so far in the round, down goes Joystick. That was the Fenrir roaming off site. Logic bombs go out, immediately silenced by the mute jammers that Shepard had placed earlier on. Rubber will hit the road now. As you see, a rotate from BDS. Over towards the A-bomb, walking in, always gunning down Brede, uses trading right back. Shaiko thought he had something. Shepard said, not today, Junior. A 2v2 with diffuser in hands for Uzis. Everybody taking their beatings, except for Uzis. Inside a bathroom, not far removed from Solotov, as that's really the only map control that they can grab over the next 15 seconds. Uzis get that diffuser at the halfway point, and what a finish from Solotov. Both players on VP, exposing themselves at the wrong place and the wrong time. BDS trusted in their teammates. That trust was well placed. And it's 2 in a row for the... Can we even call them a French squad anymore?
I think so. They're 3/5.
Okay.
I consider them French, even though they're going to be calming in English. If we get attack timeout, we might be able to listen into some of that. But for the moment, no reason to call attack timeout. They're up 2-1. BDS looking very good with a lot of these plant-focused executes again here on border. Really got to give credit to Saltov in the 2v2. It felt like a 1v2 because he had his teammate planting behind him. He needed to get both of those kills or the round was very difficult to win. He stepped up and he got the job done. He is their worst player overall. If you look at the statistics, Saltov has the worst stats through this tournament, but he's their best player overall when you isolate your focus to just the attack. He's got a 1.64 KD ratio. He's 18 and 11 when playing on the attacking side. Overall, he's still positive. He's +4. Everybody else on BDS just is better. So saying he's the worst on BDS is kind of a long-running joke because, you know, he's still a fantastic player and nobody would call him poor. But that's just how deep this BDS squad certainly is. And he has his niche, of course, on those attacking operators. Loves to get active, loves to play a lot of those more aggro roles, oftentimes on the soft breach with the sledge. That round having good impact horizontally as well. So we're running back an interesting setup here. We're dropping the Blitz for the top floor, and we are instead picking up a Sens. One of the least picked operators in Rainbow Six Siege. There's a lot of counters to Sens walls in this game. But BDS, they're a crafty team, and if they think they've got a strategy, I'm always willing to hear them out with it. I can't say I've ever really seen a successful Sens strategy on this site. I've seen a couple of attempts over by Archives, but it looks like Brede is actually setting up over towards Lockers. So I'm really intrigued to see what BDS have planned.
You have hyped up Sens time and time again, and yet the operator just...
Yeah.
I believe is the official... If you were to say, how does Sens usually do? You would go, and that's it, right? Always was between a rock and a hard place. What a shot from Shaiko. Not just using his grenades, but also his gun to eliminate 2 players from VP and crack this round wide open for BDS. Solotov is obscured from that dread mine, but has the smoke in front of him. The Sens smoke as well. What a shot from Pasha. Inside a small office, goodbye to Solotov.
Good attempt there with the glass coming through the Sens wall, but beauty of a shot coming out. Starts to equalize the man count, still +1 for BDS. Likyfak hunting to make that a little bit wider, but there's nobody inside a break room for him to find. The last 3 players of Verus Pro are all over towards the bomb site. They're all tucked in pretty conservatively. We're in a plant spot. No. We're starting to hold down the site here as another one of those Lion EE1Bs comes through. The Mute Jammers are once again there to stop the Deimos track. This has been consistent for Verus Pro. They kind of want to swing to get an aggressive pick, but look at this rotation. Brede moving over towards Archives, starting to push this other bomb site. Usus is already set up here. If Verus Pro aren't aware this move is happening, they could get caught off guard. It's mostly just Dan that's holding down the A site.
Getting caught off guard with so limited time and a numbers disadvantage is unideal. You still got Shaiko on the board, though, for BDS. He's been formidable to start off the round. Time remains for BDS to crack open this bomb site. Testing Dan's eyesight there, by the way, to see if he can see into the other part of the map. There goes the Warden gadget. Pasha with a second kill, this time on to use this. Dan catches the cross as Shaiko wanders haplessly into Fountain, and now it's Pasha far enough back to create kill holes and lines aside. A third kill, a fourth is there as well as Likyfak looks for his first kill. He gets the job done, but he's running out of time, and he's running directly towards Pasha as well, but nobody from VP wants the engagement. The safer plan, Jesse, is to sit far back and let the round get won all on its own. 2-2 so far, and this is the competitive border we came to expect.
Like, if we do something, like let's push or something. Like we did nothing. We did nothing. But before we play, you guys did one by one. Josh and you guys didn't go.
Some frustration coming out from BDS. They're starting to realize that Pasha's a bit of a problem on this top floor.
Let's go next round. The early round was perfect.
He's been twice now up on that top floor, playing in the Aruni, playing with that DMR, finding the long angle picks over towards Archives door. That has been his main play that has been shutting down these pushes from BDS now twice in a row. They won't get a chance to replicate their attack on that bomb site until at least overtime, but if we get there, it very likely will be played in round 13 or 14, depending on who starts on D. I imagine Verus Pro will continue to favor this bomb site. Now they're 2-0 here, feeling very confident with it. Pasha just on the long angle. I mean, really so aware of the movements BDS want to make. They clearly had some fun ideas with the sends and the glass, and I always appreciate trying something like that, but Pasha was too quick with the shots. Managed to focus the lockers wall when it was important, then switch his attention. BDS, I like the idea to rotate that. You know, they clearly wanted to make some sort of adaptation, but it was just read so perfectly by Verus Pro. So we stay at a very close neck-and-neck game now, 2-2, heading into the 5th round. We'll go back down to Ventilation Workshop for our 5th round in our second bomb site. No custom supply being brought out just yet by VP. You wouldn't expect it from Verus Pro, who typically like to be very traditional in their site rotation, but custom supply has been more and more popular, especially inside of North America, so wouldn't shock me if BDS maybe tried it on their half, but VP, that would be a little shocking.
Every time we cast VP, we are contractually obligated to talk about how they don't really do anything that surprising. They tend to do the things you expect the most out of them, and while there was a period of time where that was hard to counter, you knew where they were going to come from, and they still beat you from those positions. Teams have figured it out, teams have caught up, but now VP needs to be a bit more adventurous with the way they go about their strategizing. Always getting slaughtered by Shaiko. That's just Shaiko doing Shaiko things. BDS striking first yet again.
Many people would tell you that Shaiko is the best Deimos player in the world. We've seen some good mute jammers coming out to counter VP.
Sorry, they would tell me that, but would they be correct?
I think they would be. I mean,
because many people might tell me that you're the best caster in the world, and I don't agree with them. Hold on a second here. I'm sorry, Joystick. I was not aware of your game. I apologize.
Ridiculous shots coming out. Just as we're glazing Shaiko, Joystick says, don't forget about me. Used to be, of course, one of the greatest, if not the greatest player of all in the world.
Were you going to say of all time?
I was. I think that's a little far, though.
Many people are saying that. Many people are saying that you've inspired them to go bowling after seeing your shirt.
I am a big bowler. I like bowling quite a bit.
You were actually talking about wanting to go bowling earlier today.
Yeah, and you shut me down.
I did, because 5-pin bowling is not real bowling. Use this, eliminating Joystick. That is the only player of VP to get a kill this round. A 3-3 with just a little bit below a minute in play. There goes the death mark. It's the Legion of Pasha being harassed over by Soft Wall. I don't know what you think is going to happen there. Joystick is just going to crush you to pieces. To shreds, you say?
Excellent Deimos usage. Once again, best Deimos in the world. Shaiko proving it.
I've heard people saying that. Down goes Dan to use this, and it looks like BDS is poised to take the round unless Shepard can do something other than get death tracked. He's got a Nitro Cell in hand, and Shaiko will give his position away, but where do you go?
So awkward.
It's going to be a back take towards A. BDS not getting the diffuser down. Brede waiting for the right call. Oh no, Shepard's given his spot away. Down goes Usis. Nitro Cell will probably connect. It does! Brede, eat your heart out. Shepard is him.
Big 1v3 coming out. My God, Shepard.
You not like that?
I liked it.
Give me a stink face.
It wasn't a stink face. I was a shocked face.
That's like when you hear a really good song or a really good part of music and you're like, oh, and you make like an ugly stink face. Do you ever do that? No, you don't, because you listen to terrible music.
I listen to great music.
You listen to terrible music.
I listen to music almost as beautiful as that clutch from Shepard, the Nitro Cell.
Don't compare them.
Perfect to come on out and stop that plans. I really think BDS just forgot about the fact that, oh, shoot, he could Nitro Cell us here, because they have perfect information. They knew exactly where he was thanks to Death Track, and yes, the Mute Jammer made sure that that tracker wasn't on him giving live pings, but they still knew relatively where he was. The reason that plant came down so late from BDS was because they wanted to take their time to rotate away from where Pasha was playing, because they, sorry, not Pasha, Shepard, because they knew exactly where Shepard was at, and they said, hey, if we can just plant where this guy isn't, that's going to give us the best chance of winning the round. He launched it with 2 seconds, blew up with 1 second, and there's just no shot that Shaiko can get there fast enough to win the 1v1. That's got to feel so painful for BDS. Felt like they played that round really well. The map clear was going perfectly. Catching out Pasha, I thought at that point it was going to be over. They had that 3v2 advantage. They cleaned it up to a 3v1. But sometimes somebody just pops off, and Shepard, of course, 26-year-old support coming in with some big impact for Verus Pro. They cannot lose this half now.
It's their map. It doesn't really matter what side you start on. You want to be well positioned on a map like Border. A 3-3 first half is something that we could kind of say, okay, we understand that.
For sure.
In terms of numbers, I mean, Brede is very rarely going to be engaged with fights on attack. So an 0-4 for Brede on attack is really not the end of the world. For Leaky Fac, at 1-4, with the way that he's been playing on Border, that's a bigger problem. But both of these players will likely be more active when they move to being defenders, especially Brede, where it honestly seems like well over 2/3 of his kills happen from him as a position as a defender. A run out from Joystick. Goodbye, Solitov. Patient rounds and then aggressive rounds. Verus Pro swapping it up.
Yeah, you can see they're confident now. Verus Pro, they want to start rolling with this momentum. It is very rare that you see BDS shake. It was on this map only 6 months ago that BDS probably shook the last time up against Beast Coast in Manchester. Now Verus Pro trying to repeat history. They've got a man advantage. The Deimos trackers do not stop. Is there a mute jammer nearby for Pasha? It gets called off anyways.
Oh my.
Top floor, again, being heavily contested by VP. Both Dan and Joystick are rocking that top floor position with 3 players then on the main floor. Looking back, hunting for the player east stairs, that's Joystick. He makes his retreat, but he's caught by Brede. Good rotation.
Brede almost dies. Instead, it's Shaiko who goes down at the hands of Dan. Now Leaky Fac inching his way down those east stairs. Bulletproof camera is gone, but he's given away his location. Long range towards customs where Shepard is. With an SMG-11 in hand, this thing's gonna do negative damage unless it hits the head, and there you go. He engages with Leaky Fac, maybe not the smartest idea. Brede getting a kill now with Diffuser, and the objective should be good. Nobody from VP seems to be aware of this. Nitrocell takes out Brede. Pasha thinks somebody is over inside of lobby. Waiting room. The waiting that's happening right now is Leaky Fac watching those stairs. He's left all alone as there goes Uzis. 3 kills so far in the round for Dan. Always walks in, and it's Pasha to get the final kill the first half. On defense, on Border, their own map. VP comes out ahead 4-2. The teams will swap sides.
At the start of this game, we talked about Verus Pro's inability to stop plants from going down in previous games through this tournament. Over the last 2 rounds, they proved that that's not a problem in 2 separate ways. And of course, in round number 5, the big Nitrocell from Shepard to stop the plants. I think about 3 of Brede's deaths, of his 5 deaths, have been while putting the defuse kit on the ground. So they've actually done a great job of stopping those plants so far today. And then in the post plant too, so perfectly playing around it. Dan, often called Dan the Man, stepping up big time in that previous round. He's the lowest KD on the team coming into this tournament, but the thing about Dan is his KDR has improved every single map that they've played. He was negative in the first game that they played in round number 1 of Swiss. He was a little bit less negative, I believe, in the second game that they played. And then yesterday, he was positive for the first time in their last matchup. Now he's going to be trying to get positive once again, 5-4 after the first half. Maintaining this positive KD ratio. If Dan starts heating up, this is where VP really shined. I would argue that it was mostly Dan and Pasha that were leading the team when they had that 6 invitational run in Sao Paulo all the way to 3rd place. Those were the 2 star players that really did perform the brightest. Oftentimes you look at this team, you think about Joystick, and he's absolutely a star player in his own right, but not as consistent as he once was. Falling back on the younger players like Pasha, like Dan's going to lead the way has been the game plan for Verus Pro over the last couple of years, and it has been quite successful, despite their setbacks earlier on this season.
Joystick's formidable nature as a player falling off was a huge reason why Verus Pro sought out a player like Pasha, and Pasha has been so consistent on this team. Been an excellent pickup as he's worried about getting peeked from that east door, which is why you saw him fully prone, taking out the default camp.
Drone work now from Joystick too. I mean, they really want to start getting on with this clear. For Verus Pro, this is their first attack, don't forget, so they want to really get warmed up into this game. Map control largely being held by BDS right now. I don't believe anybody on the side of VP has entered the building. Nobody from BDS trying to hold down below, so they are spreading themselves across that top floor, as you typically see. First line charge will come out. Shaiko's going to retreat outside of offices into Fountain instead. Line back up with Bride to try to go for some support. The diffuse kit is still all the way over by Mez, so they've got a lot of maps still to take. I think they're going for an office push. Soltov's the doc playing inside of security. He's faced like 0 pressure all round, so I don't think their game plan is going to be to go lockers, but they might pivot halfway through this.
And ACOG in that position of the dock, by the way, is pretty normal stuff. Shaiko, the first casualty. That's bad news for BDS, and they'll lose Solotov as well, as he'd just been juicing himself to the gills inside of security. A beautiful shot from Uses to keep numbers close, but the advantage still for Verus Pro. Losing joystick is obviously bad, but there's enough threats there on the side of VP. As you see, they're swinging. Always got the down, and they'll need to retrieve this last player, as now it's a run away. Uses crawling to safety. Leaky Fac getting away with his life. Oh, it looked like the Warden was falling through time and space. Leaky Fac now trapped inside a Fountain. Him and Bride, we mentioned that they were low on kills. Now they're defenders. If there were ever a time for them to start getting some kills on the board, it's now. Leaky Fac, for his credit, has started to do that.
Shepard's taking some time to drone right now, gets shot by Leaky Fac, but that information could be invaluable in the last 30 seconds.
And now a rotate from Leaky Fac over towards Armory. Bride reduced to 5 HP. As you hear that 417 of Dan tear through these defenders. No real time left to drone. Now you just got to go for it. Shepard will rotate all the way over towards this office side of the map. A flash into A bomb. And now he goes over towards the door. Leaky Fac in sandwich. He would actually have a great read on Shepard here, and if nobody spots him, he can swing at a sandwich and do some serious work. There it is. Nobody watching. Leaky Fac saving the day, and Dan's just too slow to do it. Poor coverage, and Shepard gets hung out to dry.
I'm in office.
Big round for BDS.
21 years old, Leaky Fac is often considered the best player in the entire world. He was the MVP in yesterday's 7-5 victory over Black Dragons to get them to this match against VP, where they're trying to get promoted to the main stage. He's been so good. Ever since he joined this team, of course, has been contributing massive numbers. You didn't think there would ever be a player to rival Shaiko on Team BDS, and somehow they found a second French superstar in the making. Adding him to their lineup, Leaky Fac has been amazing. Only the 4th best player on the team statistically this tournament, but again, they're all so close that they all have ridiculous KD ratios. Being the 4th best on this team is still quite a lot to talk about. Bride down below, I don't know if you caught that live, but he absolutely could have stopped that plant as well. Didn't have a nitro cell, but had the shotgun as well to try to stop the plant that was going down vertically. It was a very obvious plant spot from Verus Pro, right? They took a long time to set it up, and instead of maybe choosing to plant perhaps in the archives corner, in the northwest, go for something like that, they planted in the most predictable spot just inside the doorway, and that meant it was very easy for BDS to stop that plant from going down, and then staying alive late round, of course, hitting those great shots. That's just a BDS usual day in the office, so nothing too crazy from now, but still brilliant play.
When you get to this stage of the playoffs, and so much is on the line for these teams, you understand that there will be unpredictability, but you expect these matches to go back and forth. I think the G2 Sonics matchup yesterday was quite an outlier. Everything else, by and large, has been quite competitive. It looked like we had a 3rd map in the Chiefs-Falcons game early on, but then one of the biggest throws I've seen from the Chiefs in quite some time occurred in that 12th and final round. Tex left all on his own. Falcons capitalized off of it with 2 isolated 1v1s and then held down the fort for the remaining 30 seconds or so. That was a 2-0, but even then, we've seen a lot of overtimes and we've seen a lot of map 3s, and I don't expect that to change from here till the very end of this event.
Posh is on the blitz. First time he's played this operator in Montreal. I believe he played it a little bit in Stage 2. Shield play, not what VP are known for, but maybe they could make it work. They've got Soltov on a drone despite playing that Vigil, playing with the Boss G2. The blitz comes in and forces him back. He starts the reinforcement, but a great shot. Finds Solotov right as he's trying to patch up that hole, and now Posh is getting even deeper.
Second round in a row that Solotov has shown very little effectiveness. So Pasha bites off a bit more than he can chew. Shaiko gets the kill and on the runaway. He's tagged out by Always, who's positioned over by the soft wall up top. Now it's Dan to do some damage to Uzis, who can count his lucky stars. Imagine if you could shoot the death mark.
Would be kind of a bad ability then, I feel.
Just a fun little game. Clutch drone goes out. I think that was the Nitro cell that it hacked, by the way. I can't exactly tell. Uzis is the drone repeller at the moment. Everything being thrown in his direction, and he's rebuffing them all quite impressively.
Yeah, they've got a couple of seconds to set this push up, of course. They've got Dan down to the bottom of these stairs, getting a man advantage now that is 2 players strong, doubling the man count. The Deimos tracks onto the mute as well, can likely get to a jammer, but even still, this information is going to be perfect. LiquidFact needs to make a big play if they don't want to lose this round.
Oh, I mean, you're right. He needed to make one, but he did not make one, Jesse. Shepard now holding on to that diffuser as Brede retakes, and it's a bad game for Brede so far. 1-6 is below his usual performance. And whatever that we saw BDS do in the previous round, it was certainly not present. For round number 8, the lead for VP goes once again up to 2. Prompts BDS to call their tactical timeout. You can't really call it a round later because if Verus Pro wins that round, you have to immediately convert that timeout.
We're seeing VP bring out a couple of new things in that game. Deimos for only the 2nd time the whole tournament being brought by Verus Pro. Blitz being brought out for the 5th time, the 1st time on Pasha. We're seeing some really new stuff coming out, and that could really be a good sign. If BDS aren't expecting some of these more aggressive moves, these faster paced attacks from Verus Pro, that could be a quick ticket from VP straight to the main stage. You talk about Brede maybe not having the greatest of games, of course 1-6, but he's been very plant focused in the attacker half, so I'm not sure that's a huge problem. He's playing his role. Really, I think for the rest of BDS, they just need to make sure that these defenses don't have any gaps in them and that they're playing together. This is a big thing with Shields. You really can't play solo and isolated on the roam in 2024. If a blitz is running at you and they can get close range or even medium range for that flash, they will kill you in the 1v1. There's very little you can do about it. One thing that we've seen meta-wise is a lot of teams will have been contracting their defenses. They're playing more together. They're not playing as many isolated players. And if they do play an isolated player, either that player is just trying to rat, maybe get misdroned, or maybe they're playing the newest operator in the game, Scopos. And they'll have that ability to retreat very safely back to the bomb site in ways that no other operator can do. BDS, difficult to use with Scopos here on border, so playing closer together is usually the route that teams will go for. If we keep seeing this Blitz and Deimos combination coming out from Verus Pro, BDS will need to find answers for it. I'm sure that's a lot of what the conversation was about inside the tactical timeout. No Deimos this time around, but we're getting just as toxic. Look at this. Ying coming out, Glaz coming out, Blitz coming out, Lion coming out immediately. This is not dissimilar to what BDS were running, so a little taste of their own medicine. Can Verus Pro be as successful with the execute? Since the bomb site is bathroom and tellers, I would expect this to be a very fast push in through the window.
A go for the throat style of play for Verus Pro. They're a team that can certainly pull that off, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, historically, maybe not, but nowadays, in 2024, they looked revamped, absolutely.
It's funny, if you look at the VP lineup on defense, it was almost identical all the way down. Shepard played mute every single round. Joystick Fenrir every single round.
Yeah.
Pasha played either a Rooney or Legion. Then there was Malusi in the hands of Always every round, except they needed a Legion, so obviously it wasn't Pasha who played it. Here you go. The point is that Verus Pro, they do the same things all the time. Oh my goodness, Brede! You have to take care of him before he can pull the trigger on the Nitro cell. You batten him away, you get the down. Diffuser goes off as well. Brede about to be retrieved by LeakyFact. What a mess this is. 5 players of BDS still upright. A great drone upstairs will give VP information as BDS gets ever closer to this defuse kit. Dan dies, so BDS beating the brakes off them in the post plant. Shepard now on an upside down rappel. He doesn't trust that Claymore. Brede on the diffuser. Nobody stopping him. Where is Joystick to shut him down? Brede will almost pull off the long arm, but it's Shepard to the rescue. Verus Pro still with 2. Uzis now on the diffuser. LeakyFact swinging, always needs to stop this, but he's not going to be able to get there in time. uses the hero of that round, but it's really LeakyFac pushing up to the window, shutting down Shepard, and preventing Always from getting to the case. Boy, oh boy, what an exhilarating round that BDS comes out on top of.
And that's not an easy one, right? I mean, the post plant, 5 players alive, it's on the ground. They had to take a bit of time to pick up their mute player inside of bathroom. They had a lot of players to work with. They had a lot of resources in that post plant, but it was very tough to be able to stop all those players that were outside the building, up above the bomb site, trying to make sure that you don't get off that disable. BDS, they played so well together. It wasn't even a question of who's going to jump on the disable, who's getting aggressive to stop the plant, who's going for the swings on the window. It just felt like everybody knew exactly what they had to do. Wow, look at that EMP2, last second stopping the Nitro Cell from going off and stopping that plant. There was a really good plant attempt there by VP. Obviously, they got it down. It felt like they had everything going for them. I think if maybe Posh was able to get a couple of kills there playing the Blitz, he was able to push some players down to the ground. He was able to make a lot of space for that plant to happen, but he didn't actually follow it up with any kills. And so for the fact that BDS had all 5 players alive, they did a great job going in for that plant. A really fun round from both teams, but BDS just a little bit better in the post plant. This game, they can't get any closer.
If they manage to take care of Bride inside a bathroom and keep the shield upright, I don't think LeakyFac is able to live through that and then get Bride back up. And speaking of LeakyFac, at one point he was 1-4. He is now 9-6. I called him out, and now he has 8 more kills. You're welcome, French fans. It was really all my doing. If Caster Curse exists, then the Caster Blessing has to exist as well.
It must. I think that's only fair.
The Shoutcaster Shoutout. The Caster Curse. There are elegant ways to say that. We'll figure it out one day. I'm too deeply engrossed in this matchup. I like both of these teams, so we're settled in for a good match. I like this map. We're settled in for a good match. I like the way these two teams play. One of them goes to main stage. I'm settled in for this match. Look at all these things going in our favor.
And look at this run out coming out too. Top floor, big plays, and it will be Shaiko taking down Joystick. Very aggressive move, working off of that castle barricade, being destroyed by the Habana pellets. Habana so commonly utilized by Verus Pro. Shepard maybe just not expecting that when he's popping open the window. Popping open the doorway even. There's a big trade though, Dan, and he's out the window too. They'll find this trade pick, and that does take Shaiko off the board. One of the best players on BDS, probably the best player, especially historically. They're going to start to work their way through the top floor now. Saltov is still holding on to security. There's a lot of map control still being held by BDS. Saltov's got a mute jammer here to protect him from the Deimos. Not that it's being brought, but of course it's been big this game. Always big too.
Take care of Shaiko, you take care of Uses. The way he's been playing, your next target needs to be LeakyFac. You leave him to marinate in this round, and bad things can befall Verus Pro. Let's not discount the fact that if Bride starts to step it up and wins more engagements in the tail end of at least 1 to 2 more rounds, it could be an entirely different ballgame.
Yeah, we're seeing VP reset at this point. They're moving back over towards Archives. This is the push that they repelled very efficiently when they were on the defense. Hoping that the BDS guys can't do the same. Wall opens up. Bride's watching it. It's just an angle. They can't rotate through that.
The bigger issue with Verus Pro is really clock management. It's what doomed them on this bomb site last time, Jesse. Shepard came in with only 8 seconds left on the clock to get that diffuser down. LeakyFac was tucked away, if you remember, over in Sandwich. Nitro Cell goes out, and it's a missed shot by Shepard. Dan taking care of Solitov. It's all up to the anchors or the anchor. Once again, it's LeakyFac's job to save it, and Dan just flattens them. Absolutely demolishing these last 2 players as he steamrolls through the bomb site. No objective play even needed by Verus Pro on that round. It was all violence all the way down. And now BDS, after having called their timeout just a couple rounds ago, stare down match point. The Russians on their own map, as we expect. I would have been shocked if BDS had won this map. I don't know about you.
I think so. I think BDS 2-0ing this is much more likely than VP 2-0ing this. But still, you expect a 3-map series between 2 of the titans of Europe, and Dan absolutely bringing us there as fast as he can. Kind of like a sleeping bear himself. Start of this tournament, he was quite quiet, negative in the first couple of games that they played. Now waking up in the most important matches, the BO3s seem to be where he shines. Now now he'll elevate his kill total all the way up to 11 and 5, top fragging the lobby. He's been the best player on Verus Pro today, and if he can continue to step it up, again, the worst player on this team heading into this matchup, but that's exactly what Verus Pro want to see. 6 and 4 now, match point. Being able to force us 1-0 up and send us to Chalet with 1 in pocket. If they can do this, they'll not only be qualifying for the main stage, but also the 6th Invitational in Boston next February 2025. Lots to play for VP. You gotta imagine as well, there's a lot of pride on the line here too, as this team did not have a good stage 1. BDS about as good as it gets. Shaiko, a ton of damage, 105 pumped into him, but look at that. Doesn't matter when you got a dock on the board. Beauty.
Great docking for BDS. Getting Shaiko back up. If there's 2 players that you need to focus on prioritizing, Shaiko and Leaky Fact, both sitting at 9 kills, yet still trailing Dan. Words are hard.
They are.
Words are hard.
We've
a late day, so we woke up late. I'm still going through my coffee. Cut me some slack.
I'll cut it for you, Parker, because we're back on custom supply. I said it'd be odd if VP went here, but BDS will choose to bring it out. It's been more and more popular over the last couple of months. It's a bomb site that has a lot of direct entry points, but so does every site on border. Top floor, as always, is going to be so important. Security in particular will be the most important part of the map to be holding, but they're going to start office. They seem to have really good pings. Yeah, up above, look at this. Bride caught on a drone, and he'll know that. When does he drop? If he dies first, that's a really bad spot to be in for your hard support, but... Is he dropping?
No.
He's wasting a lot of time here.
This is honestly what the roam is, right? People often think that roaming means getting kills. No, it's wasting utility and it's wasting time, and Bride will persist. He has no real desire to get off of this spot. Joystick, if he'd held his mouse down for about a single second longer, would have collected the kill onto Leaky Fack. Instead, it's BDS breaking open the round with a little bit over a minute to go. There goes the Nook. The element of surprise is gone. Joystick also not really showing up as much as VP would want on attack. 3 largely ineffective rounds in a row for what used to be their best player. Might still be, but certainly isn't here on border.
Yeah, this is tough. Soltov makes his escape as well. 60 seconds on the clock, and they're going to decide to fall off the top floor, with the one exception of Leaky Fack, who now does fall as well. Everybody rotating back to the main floor. Don't want to hold up above. They're going to concede it to Verus Pro, thinking that they've wasted enough time at this point. Again, security is very valuable to hold on to for this bomb site, but they don't have a great way into the site. They're going to have to go down metal, maybe find a hatch to drop instead. The Nitro doesn't make it any easier. He uses Find Solotov. What do you do?
Dan will drop, looking for a 12th kill, finds it, snaps on to Leaky Fack. And now we'll have to blow open this castle barricade. Very limited time remaining. Again, Verus Pro have battled the clock an awful lot, almost as much as they've battled BDS. Down below through the hatch, Solotov trying to keep these VP members from being able to drop. There's Pasha, down for the count. What remains of Dan and Always is very low on HP. There's no time left on the clock. It was a formality at that point. BDS wins the round, whether they get the kills or not, as there was only a single second left. And we're gonna need every single round. BDS making VP work for this victory. And if BDS can prevail on this round and we go to OT, victory for Verus Pro, far from certain.
I think that the pressure's been high on Verus Pro. They've kind of resorted back to their old playstyle, slowly clearing the top part of the map, losing some of these opening engagements, trying to play that almost perfect style of Siege where they're trying to full clear everything, take it step by step, but they're doing it so slowly and they're not actually getting those kills. They're not doing anything with this time that they're putting into their attacks. They got to speed it up once again, right? They looked really good at the start of this half when they were able to run that blitz, run that Deimos, make some explosive pushes happen. The last couple of takes have really just come down to the clock not quite being there from Verus Pro. Again, they want to get that map control, but it's been to their detriment more so than to their benefit. The bomb site in our final round of regulation is going to be Bathroom. It's going to be Bathroom and Tellers, the site that last time VP wanted for a direct site hit where they got the plant down but couldn't win the post plants. I'm looking at the op lineup that they're locking in now. We don't see a blitz. We don't see a ton of smokes coming out, but instead it'll be the Deimos that's once again in the hands of Always. A rare pickup for Verus Pro, a near perma pick for BDS. Will it be the difference maker to force us to 7-5? Or will this be BDS pushing us to OT? This map, again, feels like a must-win for Verus Pro, their own pick in the series.
Again, it's really going to come down to that clock management. BDS have done a very good job of holding Verus Pro at bay. It's not just that VP are slow on their own. Sometimes you'll watch a team and you can assess they're not droning particularly well, something is wrong with their communication, things are just taking too long. It's not the case. BDS have spread out all over the map, they've got lots of intel, and they're bringing a lot of operators that are designed specifically to slow down the push. It's working out very effectively so far, and Verus Pro have had their hands full and simply been overwhelmed on too many of these rounds. Dan dies, that's the best player statistically on Verus Pro, and Pasha will go as well. This round might already be a write-off. VP down 2 players with 2 minutes still left in the round.
Again, it's just the entries, and it might get even worse here as Liquefact is holding on to Jail. Lion charge goes through, makes him stand still. He actually does get pinged by the Lion, so he's going to have to back off. The Deimos track as well will spot him out. Can they get the pick off because of it? Always calls it off, but now it's got a goo mine in his foot, so he's going to let Liquefact get away. Can you afford to do this, though? Liquefact might be re-aggressing as well. Joystick for the top floor. They're very isolated on the side of VP. They need to win their next gunfighter. This feels over. Shaiko, make sure it doesn't happen. Use this as well.
Night-night.
Shepard alone in the 1v5. Parker, I'm going to make a bold take here. We might be seeing an overtime.
Jesse, I cannot believe you would say that right now with how close this round is.
Something about it. Something about the way this round has gone.
Look, you don't got to be Niklas Pengu Moritzen to know that this is a bad round for Verus Pro.
Yeah, I do some analysis sometimes.
All you need is at least 1 eye. You don't even need 2 eyes. You just need 1 eye. Maybe a monocle to help that single eye to assess that Shepard's not going to be able to pull this off. Verus Pro have yet to use their timeout.
Yeah.
So when we go into overtime, which we will at this point, there is no way that Shepard's going to win this, and he's not even trying to win it as well. He's going to be able to talk through things with the team. The team is going to be able to discuss this while he sits and waits. Ditto BDS, by the way. But BDS do not have their timeout. They don't really need it. Right now, this is a defender-sided border. BDS are sitting on the right side of it. So Shepard's going to take some time, waste the remaining portion of the round. Maybe at some point, one person from BDS will swing him, but I very much doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, we're here at the end of the round. It is what it is. We're going to 13. Verus Pro had the choice of attack or defense on overtime round 13. They chose defense before the match started. That's what they'll be able to play twice, as this is their map pick. Defense has been a little bit better so far today. It feels like these the Verus Pro squad that we know are doing a little bit better when they don't have to make those moves. And in particular, their top floor bomb site was extremely strong. They managed to win it both times they played it in rounds 1 and rounds 4. BDS couldn't crack it. A lot of that coming down to Pasha's great play with the Aruni up on the top floor. They can repeat that. They're going to be in good space. I was thinking we'd see the tack timeout ahead of round 12 just to address some of these clock problems because we haven't seen a lot of that aggression. Hi, Habana. A lot of aggression in a minute. You know, it feels like since round 7, round 8, that's when we were seeing the big aggressive blitz plays coming out from VP, but maybe ahead of round 13. I wouldn't expect it ahead of this one. Play it simple, play it safe, go back to the top floor. That's the game plan from Verus Pro. This push has, or this hold has not failed yet, so they're gonna run it right on back. Likely gonna be holding all throughout the top floor, setting up those Surya gates, Pasha with the long angle, Aruni DMR. Again, he will be the focus. I'd love to see BDS go below and try to take out Pasha early in the round. Consistently, he's playing over towards lockers. He's playing in a very safe position in theory, right? He's playing quite deep inside the site, but often he's playing on soft floorboards as well. We see a Buck from Liquefact, we see a Deimos from Shaiko. Probably the 2 best operators in the game for getting picks vertically. If BDS have assessed that and have also adopted the game plan of wanting to kill Pasha ahead of time, they could set themselves up really nicely for a late round execute without Pasha on the board.
It's been a long time since Verus Pro on defense and BDS on attack, so you get settled in, you kind of get a groove going. Another question that we've asked many, many times and might be asking again depending on how these overtime rounds go, Jesse, is whether or not we're going to see all reliable swap. Will the attackers have an advantage on overtime? We're in overtime or on overtime, maybe both. I'm not sure. Users finding very good value on this Kludge drone. The Brava taking some surrogates, taking some bulletproof cameras. And there's still one in pocket as well for Yuzis. Solitov died very early. Too many rounds for comfort on the side of BDS when they were attacking. He almost loses his life again in an engagement and does no damage to VP.
Yeah, they gave up security really early on the side of Verus Pro. They did have Always playing in that position, and they reinforced the hatch for him to stand on, but now he's fallen all the way back to lockers. So BDS can take that and try to work for a lockers plant now. The rest of these players on the side of VP are mostly just contained in the site. Shepard and Fountain, that'll be about it. Nobody down to that main floor, nobody wanting to take aggressive moves. That leaves a lot of space for Likifac and Shaiko to work picks vertically. If they can come in from below and grab these players with favorable gunfights, that could be the man advantage that they need to make their execute look good. At the moment, though, there's still util they got to clear out. There's still 5 players up on the defense that they haven't managed to find kills on. And they got to make a choice. Where are we going with this defuse kit? You have security control, so lockers is an option, but they've been really liking archives today, too.
All of your E1Ds are gone, so the remainder of your nuisance gadgets will be in the hands of Shaiko with those death marks. All 3 of them now available, or rather all 2. And never mind, none of them available, as Pasha and Joystick answer back the opening pick that was done by BDS. Likifac walking in, getting his 12th kill, but Verus Pro comes out ahead with those trades. All they've lost on the side of VP is Dan, which admittedly is a big loss. But the rest of the team, right now, with the exception of Joystick, are all even in terms of the numbers. A second for Likifac as Shepard pulls out the shotgun, blasts through Yuzis. Brede, the last one standing now as Likifac is dropped by Always. There he is, inside of Armory. 10 seconds remain, and he's got access to the diffuser. He has to get Likifac up. 2 players still from Verus Pro. Likifac will watch over top of it. 4 HP for Brede, 20 for Likifac. Diffuser at the halfway point. The Frenchman watching over his teammate as the case goes down, and now Joystick will need to clutch. He finds one, but he has no information as to the other. Likifac far enough away, sitting on the other side of that reinforcement. Joystick could go for the long arm. Trying to draw out Likifac, but doesn't know where he is! And the patience for the biggest Frenchman at the tournament. It pays off.
Let's go, guys.
BDS 1 round away from taking VP's map.
That one stings. That one stings so hard. They had every advantage that they could have possibly wanted. They got that man advantage, of course. They didn't lose Pasha, who was still playing control of lockers. The defuse kit wanted to go there. We saw the back pinch coming in from the Brava, which also didn't find any success. You were sat there thinking, how could VP lose this? They just didn't want to get aggressive in the 2v2. They didn't think that if they pushed up that they would have that advantage, but because Plant was going down, that was exactly what they had to do. We didn't see it come out, though. In the 2v2, the last 2 players alive, Joystick and Shepard, just too afraid to push. Even when Brede was taking the time to pick up Likifac, even when the defuse kit was being put on the ground by Brede, they didn't swing, and they didn't swing together. They swung way too late. They swung way too solo. And they allowed that brilliant 1v1 clutch to be pulled out. Now you've got to attack. Now you've got to do what you failed to do all throughout this match and the tournament. I mean, Verus Pro have been much better on the defense. Just yesterday, they won 6 defenses in a row after going down 5-1 on Cafe. Ended up winning that game yesterday in an incredible comeback. That shows not only their strength on the defensive side, but also their mental resilience. That's not been here today.
No.
Verus Pro have let these last couple of rounds slip through their fingers. They've got to make a choice on how they push this next bomb site. It's going to be Bathroom. I can tell you now, Bathroom and Tellers will be the potentially the final site that we see here on Border. Verus Pro need to make a choice. Are we full clearing the map? Are we going slow? Are we trying to use as much of this clock as we can? That didn't work for a lot of that later half of the second half.
I will be late for my weekend.
Or are we gonna go fast? Are we bringing out the Blitz? Are we bringing out the? Are we bringing out the? Ying, the Deimos? Any of this? Looks like it will be the Blitz for Pasha. There's no Glaz, so I'm not sure if it's gonna be a direct jump in the window and plant style strat. Notably, Pasha does not have the defuse kit. The first time they pushed this map or they pushed this site, Pasha got in deep. He made space, and somebody else planted. If they're going once again for the windows, then that would make sense given who has the defuse kit. But seeing where they're opening, already working on jail, to me it looks more like they're going to clear through the map.
Watched all this energy and this enthusiasm for VP evaporate in front of our very eyes, Jesse. We didn't know that this would be no easy match for either of these teams, but in terms of potential, you've got to expect BDS to be the favorite just based on their historical record and their success so far this year. I know a lot of salty European fans still think that BDS deserve to win Manchester. I had no dog in the fight. It didn't trouble me either way where the victory went. I thought the storyline for this C9 BC team was great. Joystick eliminates Solotov to start off this round. And he does so with very little information. He just knows the default spot that BDS likes to play over in security, and it's a leg up for Verus Pro with half the round to go.
Regardless of what the fans say, I think the players on BDS will be the first ones to tell you that the word deserve is no place in competitive Rainbow Six Siege. Joystick finds his second onto Uses, though. BDS, they don't deserve this round if they can't claw back a 3v5. All of a sudden, these early round picks are going the way of Verus Pro. This is something they really struggled with throughout the last quarter of this map. When we were in regulation, it felt like BDS were running away with these early picks. The tactical timeout seems to be working for Verus Pro. They now just need to find 3 more, and they'll be forcing a 15th round here in Montreal.
What did we say about we'll wait and see if things change in overtime? And yes, indeed, it has. The attackers with a decided advantage. Brede, very few kills so far in this matchup, but you can't deny that they've all been high value. That pick onto Dan is crucial. Dan also falling off of the map the last couple rounds, but Joystick has picked up the mantle. That's the Brava down with 30 seconds left to go, so you probably wouldn't have the clutch drones at that point doing too much trickery. Right now, the big issue for Verus Pro is where to drop. You outnumber BDS by 1. There's a retake now from Shaiko upstairs. He misses a golden opportunity. What a shot by Shepard. The shield is pulled out and always pinches the last 2 players as he drops and walks through the opening. The shield was but a distraction. As Verus Pro send us to the 15th round. What a treat this best of 3 is going to be if all of the maps go this way.
So now we take the early round we always do, and on mid round we focus the same goal all together. If we have to push 5 armory, we push 5 armory. It will be better than what we do normally. Okay?
Talking strategies, changing things up if they need to on the side of BDS. In the mid round, pushing 5 opponents if they have to. We saw a 45-round game not too long ago in the North American League Finals, Parker, between Sonics and Dark Zero, somewhat the conclusion of the Canadian saga, moving from one team to another. They could still meet here in Montreal. However, that would require both teams to win their games today, both playing for elimination at the moment. One later today, one right now on the B stream. Dark Zero versus Elevate going on currently. But this game, I mean, 15 rounds. My eyes are pretty glued to this stream, I can't lie to you, Parker. One more will determine whether we go to map 2 with a 1-0 lead for BDS, which feels like it would be the series, although we have to play it first. Or if Verus Pro can take their own map pick and take the lead that they wanted. Top floor will be the location from Verus Pro. They won this bomb site in round 1 and in round 4. In the first round of overtime, round 13, they ran it back for the 3rd time. They didn't find success, but they were very close. Now they're going to try it for the 4th attempt. BDS. In the short time they had between rounds, they will have known that this bomb site was coming. And for their utility, they brought out the Flores, they brought out the Deimos, they brought out the Capitao, and of course the IQ to spot out some of these Valk cameras as well. I like their setup, but it's about execution.
Depending on if this ends quick enough, we might be able to watch some of that Sonics Elevate matchup between maps.
Dark Zero Elevate.
Sonics Elevate.
Is it?
Yes. We cast DZS.
Oh my god, you're right.
You should know this. Unbelievable. Disrespectful. The disrespect. 2 minutes to a conclusion. One of these teams will win. Right now, the drone over towards East is... He's not going in alone. We do have an update for you regarding the other matchup, but we will give it once this one concludes, aka at the end of this round. Some late site setup work being done by Verus Pro, expecting this BDS team to walk down from East, Jesse.
BDS now having a bit of problems with the clock. They've taken no map control and found 0 picks 90 seconds into this one. They are clearing through Office now. They'll realize that it has been given up. Joystick's fallen back to Fountain, so doesn't want to be holding on to that any longer. Still always inside of security. We saw making those angles, but it seems like it's going to be a push through Office from BDS. That's been where the focus has lain. Watch out for Pasha, once again, all the way back in the northwest of this map, playing on the Arun. He's been the MVP every time they've won it. BDS setting themselves up over towards Catwalk, over towards Office. I'm really interested to see what this Capitao can do for the midst of the plant. It's going to be a 5v5 execute in the last 60 seconds. What better way to end the 15th round when 2 of the best teams in the world are going at it?
Explosions going off. There's the first casualty. EFAC walking in, slaughtered by Dan. He's below the bomb site, though. So that vertical presence that BDS was hoping for is no more. Always being eliminated by Solotov now upstairs. Demos track going out onto the mute of Shepard. Might he find some salvation over towards a mute jammer? Damage being done now as Bride gets the diffuser to the halfway point. Solotov low on HP. It's Shaiko holding down the fort. He and Uzis doing some serious damage as Shepard answers back with a Nitro cell. Right now, the numbers favoring the French team. Pasha and Shepard, last 2 upright. It's all up to Shepard, who gets another kill. An ace clutch? No. Pasha had gotten one already. Shepard taking damage over towards Metal, and they know exactly where he is. He needs to find these last 2 players. He needs to hurry. The timer is starting to slip away from him. BDS set far enough back. This is great post-plant coverage at the moment, and Shepard has absolutely nothing going for it. Searching, 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 but not finding it in time. Heartbreak for the Russians as BDS wins their opponent's map and goes up 1-0.
What else would you expect? They were in the grand finals in Manchester. Now they're just 1 map away from going back to the main stage here in Montreal for the 2nd major in a row. Great play coming out, battling back as well. They went down in that first half, don't forget it. Verus Pro looked like they had a simple lockdown of their own map pick, but what a battle from BDS. They didn't give up, start to finish through this game, always fighting for it, taking it 1 round at a time, and that's what you've got to do in these high-pressure matches. It just felt like they read Verus Pro towards the end of it. VP, I liked some of the new stuff that they were bringing out. I liked a bit of a new look that we saw, but just towards the end, defaulting to some of their old habits. That's going to cost them in an important game like this. We'll head to map number 2 for Chalet as our second one, Parker. That's going to be an incredibly close game as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I mean, these maps are going to play very differently as well, Jesse. Chalet shares more similarities, I would argue, with a map like Border than it would with a map like Lair or Nighthaven Labs. There's lots of opportunities for quick pushes. There's lots of opportunities to see setups that we saw from the defenders here. Long range designed to fight back against quick pushes, but there's also opportunities for your glass rushes, your blitzes in the bomb site very quickly, especially on that bottom floor bomb site up Chalet. Both of these teams, great on defense, harder to pull it off on attack. Verus Pro just a bit too slow because they didn't have an answer for how entrenched this BDS defense was almost every single round. Legions, Arunis, Castles, all their gadgets being strewn about. You need to bring enough soft destruction, you need to bring enough information, and you need to know exactly where to attack from. And when you're coupling that up with Mute being brought quite a lot, both from Verus Pro and BDS, you're gonna lack information there. It's a constant game of cat and mouse. One team trying to stop you, the other team trying to catch you, get away, etc. It's tough. It was a very, very close matchup, but BDS were just a tiny bit better. And when you get to this level of Rainbow Six Siege, this deep into the playoffs with a spot at the main stage on the line, it really does come down to a game of inches.
Look at Vac and Shaiko topping the scoreboard for BDS, and look at those entry kills. Every single opening pick that BDS had were in the hands of Shaiko and Likifac. 8 total, matching their scoreline here, 8-7, up against Verus Pro. It's just not really surprising. BDS always top heavy. Brede down there at 5 and 11, but again, a lot of his early deaths came on the attack when he was focusing the defuse kit. He wasn't having his gun up in a lot of these rounds, so not a surprise to see him lacking. Everybody else, though, even or positive, putting up huge performances. On the side of Verus Pro, I would say the same. I don't think anybody played poorly in this game. Not one person. This was a very high-level game of Border. We saw Pasha down at the bottom be the MVP in multiple rounds. So really, with these squads, it went down to the wire. BDS just a little better.
I mean, you can point fingers at Brede, but with the way that he was being used both on attack and defense, there were very limited opportunities for him to clutch against Verus Pro, and that's oftentimes where you see Brede really excelling. If the rest of the team is doing the work, then Brede is either going to die and do very little other than drone and utility work, or he's going to die because he's getting overwhelmed by his opponents because the rest of the team fell apart. Brede obviously having a pretty unusually bad match, but that's okay. The rest of the team showed up. What happens on Chalet? It's our second map. Like you said, we'll be there in just a couple minutes.
choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Not exactly a surprising first map, given how close it was, but a good performance from BDS has now given them an edge as they set their sights on a 2-0 victory over Verus Pro. They go to their own map of Chalet, so can't imagine you're in a better position than this to close things out. But as we've seen from a variety of matchups today and yesterday and the day before that, anything is far from certain.
We head to Chalet, which is home field advantage for BDS in 3 separate ways. Number 1, we're headed to the snowy French Alps, which is, of course, the same place that the majority of BDS players are from as well in France. Number 2, it's their pick, as you said, which is always going to favor your team. And number 3, BDS on a 5-game win streak on Chalet, including a victory over Verus Pro back in Stage 2, a 7-3 game. VP's gotten a little bit better since then, so I think Verus Pro are going to put up a closer contest than that. But can they win? We'll find out. We'll get into the operator bans. This will be Monty Azami bans from Verus Pro. They ban the same operators every single game. We're not going to switch it up for us today. BDS surprised us a bit with a Grim ban on Border. I would honestly be expecting that again. It's what they banned against Verus Pro the last time they played this map against VP. So if BDS want to take with the Grim one more time, they could do it, and they will choose to do so. Probably a Valkyrie next up from BDS, if I had to guess. They don't like playing with that operator. It's one that they often do ban here on Chalet. They know that VP are likely to take out the Azami, so they don't have to worry about that. There she goes. And it'll be Azami for the 4th one. Not even gonna let them, not even gonna give VP the opportunity to surprise me. I know they're not going to. When the going gets tough, Verus Pro do not tend to pull out shenanigans. They don't tend to throw curveballs. They just buckle down on what they know best.
You expected a Ying ban, by the way, in that previous matchup.
Yep.
It did not come out. And guess how many times Ying was played in that entire series?
25. Shoot, that's a bad guess, isn't it? God.
Jesse, how many rounds are in a single matchup?
15.
In one map, how many rounds?
15.
15.
Yeah, 25 is a good guess.
If there's 15 rounds, how many times can one operator be played?
Only 15 times, Parker.
So what is 25?
25 is a greater number than 15.
So it's a bad guess.
It was a bad guess. I knew it.
Didn't you go to school for math?
I did. I graduated.
With a mathology degree?
I have a math degree, yes. Applied mathematics.
And did it help you in this instance?
It did not.
It did not. Ying was played twice.
Oh.
2 of 15 opportunities to bring Ying, and you thought she might be banned out. She's not banned out this time either. And right now, from the lineup that BDS is hovering over, there's no Ying that's going to emerge as well. Do you think that it's because you're seeing a lot of Aruni, because you're seeing a higher number of Warden being brought, that Ying just doesn't really fit the playstyle, or do you think there's something else there at play?
I mean, I think it comes down to the attacking style, right? When you're building an attacking lineup, you want to be thinking about, A, what tools do we need, right? Do we need to bring a Brava? Do we need to be bringing Yuto Clear? Do we need to be bringing a Hard Breach? And then past that, you're going to be thinking about, how do we want to execute? In this round, they want to execute with a Capitao, most likely. They can use the Firebolts to clear up the library corner if there's anyone there. There's not at the moment from Verus Pro, but they can use the smoke grenades or the bolts later on for the back bar player. to try to get that push going. These players, just because they don't play with Ying very much in the regular season, because it gets banned so often, might just be less familiar with it, might just not really like that style of push. And obviously the Warden, if playing in the site, can be a huge problem for Ying's, by far the biggest counter. So stylistic choice and a stylistic decision to jump out on the side of Dan. Will take down Likifak for the opening pickup of the matchup. He will retreat safe and sound back into Solarium, but there are still players hunting him down. Most notably Shaiko there on the Solar Rappel.
Trade back now as Usus eliminates Dan, but it's not a trade onto the same player. I mean, Dan obviously got the kill, but it was a bit belated. Shepard now also falls to Solitov. Solitov having a little bit of a quiet first map. He died early in a number of rounds, which obviously will impact his ability to affect each and every round that he's in. Kind of hard to influence around when you're on the bench. Now it's Verus Pro trailing in numbers. They almost lost Always 2 over on Library Stairs. To add insult to injury, he was being death marked, but mute. An excellent counter to the Deimos, being brought almost every single round. His pick rate has been through the roof so far here in Montreal. I don't expect that to change. Too many good operators to ban that Deimos just doesn't make sense. Bring him, use him, find counters for him. Ban out the Monty, ban out the Grim, ban out the Ying, whoever you want. Or even a Blitz, as we've seen a number of times.
Yeah, I do think a Deimos ban is a very smart strategy against BDS, but Verus Pro, they're too structured for that. Always just sneaks into Library entrance. This could be big. If they don't know he's there, he could make a really surprising play. Of course, the Capital Bolts might foil that plan as well. They're starting to hunt him down, and they'll know exactly where he's at. There's the ping. There's the Firebolts as well starting to get used. Can they push him out of this position? He's not on a jammer. Great shot coming out from Shaiko. Finds the head of Always. The same moment, Pasha fell, leaves just Joystick alone in the 1v4. He's trying to get aggressive, but can't even find one. A clean first round from BDS.
Very good stuff. On attack, on Chalet. Be curious to see what those Chalet numbers are so far through the event, which we can actually pull up in just a second, involving pick rate. We're now at a point where we've got enough information, I would argue, that we can look at the maps and say, okay, this is an attacker-sided map. Okay, this is a defender-sided map, and we can say that with relative confidence. Chalet has been played a total of 69 rounds. Nice.
Nice.
69 rounds, and it's a 50-50 map.
Okay.
49.3% for the attackers, 50.7% for the defenders. That means 34 attacking victories, 35 defending victories. With this win here by BDS, it is an even 35-35. That was the 70th round of Chalet that's been played so far. So, does that mean that a 4-2 half is possible? Yeah, it can be. It comes down to a team's comfort. It comes down to the operator bans. BDS picked this map. There is no presumably better side. If BDS know this map well and know attacking well, a 4-2 half for BDS is definitely possible. That is a worrying sign for Verus Pro. For VP, you want a 3-3 half at minimum.
Yeah, that lines up with theory as well, of course. Most pros would tell you this is a relatively 50-50 map. One of the better ones for attackers because there's so many angles that you can get from outside the building onto strong defender positions. I would argue that the bans also change the win rate of this site quite a bit. If a zombie gets banned out, as she is here, it tends to lean a little bit more in favor of the attackers. You still have Castle, which is going to be rocked by Dan right now, which keeps that top floor a little bit safer. We see Dan now trying to utilize some of those castle barricades up top just to block off those angles. Keep yourself safe. Doesn't stop you from down below, of course, that they do manage to get a vert pick from down below. Looking back on that west main window, not finding anything just yet. There's the castle starting to get cleared out from BDS. Do they care to clear out this top floor? I would assume that they will. They're starting off primarily on that main floor around the west main part of the map, but top floor is so important to this bomb site. Instead of clearing over from library, though, BDS are just stacked up on these windows, and it will grant them their first pick.
Nice first entry for BDS. And plenty of time still for them to use their utility, which now will greatly outnumber that of Verus Pro. Always dying first is not the end of the world because the presumption should be with 1 minute and 20 seconds into live action. That means through the prep phase as well. Those mute jammers should be laid out all across the map. So we call a passive gadget. Always sets down the gadgets. They do their thing. You don't need to babysit it. An operator with an active gadget would be, say, Tuber out. or say a smoke, because you need to be alive to use those gadgets. A loss, obviously, is Mute has a great kit, but there are worse operators that Verus Pro could have lost early on. Now, though, they've had to extend outwards from the bomb site, sitting over top of it, trying to slow down the advance from BDS over in Solarium.
Fact finds one on a Shepherd there. They're still not letting up on this top floor, but it's paying off. 2 big picks, and now look at this. Liquidfact is inside the site. They've also got Bride, who's trying to make his way in through Trophy. Now enters in through Kitchen, can start to get this plant down. Joystick finds the first one for Verus Pro. That starts to equalize the man count. They're not bold enough just yet to go for the plants, and maybe that's smart because Joystick has found a second. Now with 3v3, the plant starts to go down.
Bride pulling it off. Yes, in the post plan now for Verus Pro. VP showed some deficiencies in the post plan all the way back on border. Will they emerge yet again on Chalet? Pasha says no to start off with. Solotov down for the count. 2 kills for Uzis. Bride still searching for his first, but it's only the second round. Dan seeing Bride tucked into the corner, and now Uzis has to vault on in. He's good enough for 1 kill. No deficiencies this time.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
It's a lot of bullets in the MP7. I gotta say, that thing is gonna continue to go. The server crashed, but surely that round goes to VP. There was 17 seconds still left on the clock when that final kill came out against BDS. Both players from Verus Pro were in position to be able to get to the diffuser and go for the counter disable. There were no nitro cells, no trickery around the diffuse case that you had to be worried about. I'm no admin, but I just cannot see that round being a replay. That's got to be a VP round. I mean, obviously, it comes down to what the admins decide, but in my eyes, that's a VP round. That makes it 1-1. We move on to round number 3. Terrible time for the game to crash, but at least we knew the result of that round.
We'll wait for official confirmation, but yes, I mean, any Rainbow Six player, even in Copper, would be able to close that one out. 2v0 in a post plant with a decent amount of time, so we'll wait to get official wording on that. You got to give credit to Joystick, who really performed in that second round, had some big moments. The Cyborg, as he's often called, is actually a human from the town of Ukhta inside of Russia, way up in the north.
Actually a human.
He is a human.
Very glad we have that on the record.
Comes from the north, very, very cold. One of the only players in the world who comes to Montreal to warm up and find a slightly nicer climate.
While you're talking about the beautiful sunny beaches of northern Russia, we do get confirmation that the round was awarded to Verus Pro because they figure that the round would go in their direction. Yep. I mean, it's the right call. Glad it was made. That means a 1-1 scoreline is what we will come back to.
Good.
By the way, most important question, are any of these players from an island?
Only Uzis, who is from England, the United Kingdom.
The British Isles?
Yeah.
You know, technically every continent's an island.
You always say this, and I understand what
Always say this. I've said this one time.
Always.
Which was yesterday.
Always.
No, that's Pasha.
That's always.
That's always.
We've got a lot of players in this lobby that have been around for a long time. These are obviously 2 teams who are former major champions. If you include the core of Verus Pro winning Raleigh all the way back on Team Empire, which I think most would agree that that is the same lineage of players, the same team. BDS, of course, winning back in Yongshiping as well. 1 major apiece for both these teams. Slightly different players for both. Obviously, they've had some changes. We would be awarding a new champion if either of these squads were to win.
Don't forget that Pasha was at the Raleigh Major as well on Team Forza.
Oh, yeah. That was a good time. Crazy that that was a Tier 2 team that made it to the event. We had a Tier 2 team at this event as well. Forza finished a little bit better than CL for Life.
Forza made it into the top 4.
Yeah.
They defeated Giants Gaming in the quarterfinals.
Wow.
Yep. Giants Gaming, by the way, at the time was the European Giants Gaming, not the Giants Gaming that literally got beaten so badly in Tokoname just a couple months later that Aerowolf actually took their entire organization.
Yeah.
That was in the quarterfinals of Tokoname, where it was Giants Gaming with that European squad going up against Airwolf, the Singaporean squad, which would then later go through a bunch of different iterations. One of the players, Speakeasy, now on Elevate. But by and large, that core has completely dissipated. Lunar Metal has quit. Hysterics is gone. Mentalist is on Bleed, which I think are now going by Bled as a joke because Borg problems have, as far as I'm aware, left them homeless.
Yep.
But yeah, then Giants lost in Tokoname, and then Airwolf literally took their organization just a couple months later. I think that's the ultimate heist. First we take the quarterfinal, and then we take your org. That's okay, because then that team would later go on to get picked up by Lestrine, who then very quickly exited when they did not get a Rainbow Six share skin. But yeah, that Forza roster was in EU Challenger League. That was around the time where out of nowhere Team Empire emerged and everybody was like, these guys are crazy, right? And then Forza gets Shockwave as he gets moved off shortly before Milan, which is the event that came right before Raleigh. Dan replaces Shockwave at their... Oh. Who? Dan. Obviously beating Evil Geniuses in that Milan final in one of the most iconic and infamous moments in Rainbow Six history, which was the top of White Stairs. Shockwave goes to Forza. Forza makes it to Raleigh, and then they finish in 4th place, ultimately losing to G2, who then themselves would lose to another Russian team. They beat a Russian in the semifinal. They lost to the Russians in the finals, which is where Team Empire won their major. Which is what started this whole conversation, by the way.
I like how you wrap that up. Nice little bow, nice little circular history lesson there. Full circle. Full circle. Verus Pro now, hoping to get a lead for the first time on Chalet. We will be 1-1 heading through the 3rd round. Bar Games will be our next spawn site.
I can tell those stories about the Raleigh Major. You were, I think, 6 years old at the time.
I was at the Raleigh Major.
You were about 6 years old at the time.
I hung out with you at the Raleigh Major.
A very small child. I did not hang out with a child, so I don't know why you would say that.
Okay.
This is fake news. Okay. I spent most of the time hanging out with Flynn.
I spent most of the time hanging out with Flynn.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, round number 3, we've got some Bravo work coming out from users starting to hack some of these cameras, of course. One of the most common maps that we see Bravo on is Chalet, as the default cams can be very useful for watching flanks, for catching defender positions. Oftentimes, a player up inside a mezzanine won't notice that the fireplace cam's been hacked, and that's really good information for the attackers. They are starting their push over towards Solarium, and so they're going to clear through the entirety of the top floor. They won't find anybody for quite a while. The closest will be maybe Dan on Library Stairs and then Pasha up on Mezzanine. The drones are finding that out slowly but surely, clearing out mute jammers as they go. Of course, Twitch, the other drone operator being brought right now. We have 3 in Rainbow Six Siege. Brava, Twitch, and Flores would kind of fill out that category. All good for clearing out different pieces of utility. Talked about that default cam. The drone gets shot, and so the cam will not be hacked by BDS. Neither Twitch nor Brava can deal with that shield the Pasha is playing behind at the top of Mez. So they're going to have to find some other way to deal with it. The frag grenades on Shaiko, probably the most likely target to clear this out. Otherwise, maybe like a Capital Bolt, but they probably want to save that for the executes.
You'd figure they would.
I have figured that, yes.
Yes, that's very good. Oh my! Shaiko didn't actually get a lot of first bloods on the very first map of Border. He was not the first antagonist for BDS. First combatant, I guess you could say. Good enough, though, to get on the board here in round number 3. A runaway from Pasha as he's hunted down and hounded by those logic bombs. Deathmark also being used as BDS unleashing these nuisance ops. Always to strike first for Verus Pro. So much more work now to be done for these 3 remaining defenders, as the 4 that still stand for BDS don't even have a single scratch against them. Always hunted down by that Deathmark, and you see it circling around, just sitting in the corner, bobbing and weaving. He knows what's coming. I mean, what can you do? You're just playing to die at this point. You've also forfeited the map control. This is not a great round for Verus Pro. Shepard and Joystick. Shepard takes one, Joystick gets the other in a very odd spot. It's all up to Joystick!
Let's go!
But Shaiko and Leaky Fac combining for the final 2 kills. Credit to VP for narrowing those numbers down, but a little bit too much for them to deal with. BDS lost the previous round, but win this one, they go back in the lead.
Deimos has been Shaiko's most played operator here at the Montreal Major. He's got a 56% win rate with the operator heading into this series, not including our first map of Border, where he also played the op quite a bit. We saw great use of all the pieces of Deimos' kit there, right? Using those nades to clear out the shield that was playing around top mezzanine, then using those pings to track down the players both that were early up fighting around library stairs and mezz, but also the player that was back inside of library corner. Great entry with the AK as well, found the first pick onto Dan. They really did use every piece of information that they wanted on the side of Shaiko there to clean up through the site. Beautifully done. Again, I'll make the claim, best Deimos player in the world. I think coming into this event, there were 3 contenders for that in my mind. It was going to be Shaiko, it was going to be Doki, or it was going to be Ambi. Doki hardly played this tournament. Went down 0-3 through Swiss, was eliminated last night from the tourney. Ambi's still competing, playing right now, actually, on our B stream, up against Elevate to try to stay alive through the tournament as well. And you never know. The Aussies, Chiefs, have played a ton of this Deimos as well. They weren't really on my radar as a top Deimos team coming into this event, but I'd be very curious to look at the stats afterwards and think, okay, you know what? Maybe there is some good Deimos players down under.
Over on the B stream, Elevate and Sonics still underway. For those that didn't tune into map number 1, spoilers inbound. Sonics prevailed by a score of 7-5. If you want to see the matchup, not that we want to turn you off of this stream, but I'd recommend going over there with a little bit of haste, as Sonics are ahead on map 2, 5-1 at the moment. And they're actually playing on Chalet as well. So the numbers that I gave at the start of this matchup are probably out of date because there's another game that's occurring at the same time. Sonics, by the way, went 5-1 with 5 victories on attack. So that will only add to the attacking ratio that that Chalet has. BDS obviously winning 2 so far on attack. We are looking at the attacker side of Chalet today. Shepard's just keeping tabs on Trench, by the way. Just peeking out now and then. A little bit of shocking, a little bit of retreating. Who knows? Always dies, and again, BDS gets on the board first.
All right, early lead now. This clash, though, is going to be a problem for them. This clash is very common when you reinforce the dining hatch, as I believe Verus Pro now have, which means that it's going to be very awkward to get around or above this clash. Posh is actually upstairs on the top floor, and Joystick's in dining. They might have the hatch open in that case because Joystick wants to play around here. BDS know this is an important part of the map, so they will be attempting to clear it. In a minute. Shaiko jumped in, but he's not engaged yet.
It's how many times do we see the shields? It's like, oh, he's going in. Oh, he's not going in. Oh, he's going in. Oh, he's not going in. Oh, he's not going in. Oh, he's going. Just in and out and in and out and in and out. It's quite the image, isn't it, Jesse? Stack up now over towards Trench. EMP will knock that electrification off of Shepard's clash. 2 players on the side of VP, stopped by the EMP. Joystick and Shepard now last 2 remaining, and the shields will do battle with one another. It's all up to Shepard, hounded by the Blitz. Leaky Fat credited with that final kill, a flawless round from BDS. Is this timeout time for VP?
It needs to be some kind of adaptation from Verus Pro, whether that comes after a tactical timeout, it will. Being called now from Verus Pro, the map is quickly slipping away from them. Coach of the team, Zeka, needs to talk some sense into these guys now because this map just has not looked at all like one that Verus Pro can win. It's been textbooked from BDS. They're seeing the strats that VP are bringing out. Verus Pro are playing really basic standard Chalet. They're playing the meta holds, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's being read perfectly by BDS. BDS are very good at executing on this map. It's why they chose it. It's why they have a 5-game win streak on this map. If Verus Pro can't pull out something to catch BDS off guard, some surprise play, some flank, some new strategy that we haven't seen before, I'm not sure that BDS are really going to struggle against any of the default holds Verus Pro like to bring. In that previous round, of course, we saw the clash holding inside of Wine. They had the pressure top floor from Shaiko. They had everybody else rushing in through the Wine side of the map. I really like the EMP that was used to make that Clash v Blitz battle very heavily in favor of Bride on the Blitz. Usually Clash is considered a strong counter for Blitz because you can slow down the shield and kite the shield for a really long distance and eventually have a teammate come over to shoot the shield player in the back. But when you EMP the Clash, you can't slow down the Blitz anymore. So it all of a sudden becomes very difficult to play against the Blitz. The rest of the players kind of came in and dealt with everybody else that was inside the site on the side of Verus Pro. We saw no flanks coming in. We saw no big moves, no heavy roam coming forward. BDS just identifying the problems and tackling them in a very efficient manner. Round 5 will see us on Bar Games.
Spoilers as well, as now we update you on what's going on the B stream. Sonics have moved to series point against Elevate, who after winning 5 rounds in the first map, which was Sonic's map, by the way, Elevate has only been able to get a single round on the board on their own map. Sonics had 2 very close matches that ultimately put them down 0-2, but really they could have gone either way. They could have easily gone up 2-0 and would be in a position to have already qualified for main stage. It's one of the only deficiencies with the Swiss system is that you only have basically 2 attempts, and then you go into best of 3s in a bad day and it's over. Sonics, a single round away, and they just got the first 2 opening picks as well, so this might be wrapped up relatively fast for the North American team who are fighting for their lives.
BDS and Verus Pro fighting for a spot on the main stage.
Yep. Very different expectations.
Very different. Whoever loses this series will play tomorrow for their lives. Verus Pro have played in quite a lot of those final days of Swiss. They want to avoid that fate, but it's going to be hard with Dan hitting the deck now. Shaiko taking control of Library. They have a different approach to this top floor clear. It's been a little bit less successful. Pasha able to trade back Shaiko means for the first time they've shut him down in this game. This feels incredibly strong now. Joystick taking down Liggyfac as well. Pasha hoping to get aggressive for even more up inside of Library.
But going back and forth, I mean, even Border was like this. Neither team really did start to streak ahead of the other. I guess VP found some momentum at the tail end of the map, but lost it in overtime. This round is still losable for Verus Pro, by the way.
For sure.
Far from certainty is right now Verus Pro are entrenched inside of the bomb site. There goes one smoke. Always has his back turned to the big window. Solotov, yet another kill. They have to be wary of Bride. The Capitao as well on the window. Always in Pasha, always in Pasha. The last 2 alive, always engaging over towards main, and it's Solotov with a 3K. Now Pasha giving his position away towards Games. Engaging, Solotov will only find 3 kills, and now it's up to Pasha to clutch out. Bride with Diffuser down. Time will run against Pasha. 1 player prone, tucked into the corner by Couches, the other on an upside down rappel. Pasha knows how dire this situation is. Tracers to the corner, and he gets the Capitao. Bride does not position himself well, but now the upside down rappel could be Pasha's undoing. Waiting for the telltale signs of him hopping onto the diffuser. Usus will have 1 opportunity. Pasha sticking it, but he gets off, and there go the bullets out the window. A jump out from Pasha, no wherewithal. Usus wins the round, and BDS starting to streak.
Another day at the office. BDS still not being disrupted in these plant attempts and in these executes.
I had to push, guys. No one on the.
They always seem to have either an even man count or a man advantage when they head into the late round, and I'm not seeing any moves from Verus Pro to surprise BDS. They're sitting in sight, they're taking their ones, and they're not winning them. They don't have the strong angles, they don't have the strong guns on defense. It seems like it's always BDS that are walking in and winning those 1v1s, and that has been the biggest problem for Verus Pro. Where is the X factor? Where is the surprise moves?
We have an update in the other matchup as the replay of that round goes off. We say goodbye to our 4th team here at the playoffs, Jesse, as yet another APAC team will go home. So far, it's G2 in Europe, D+ Kia and Scars, and now Elevate as the 4 teams that have been sent home from the playoffs. Sonics will compete tomorrow in 1 more best of 3 for a chance to make it to the main stage. As to who they play, we'll await that information later on, but a relatively fast 2-0 for Sonics is confidence inspiring. Sonics blasting G2 out of the atmosphere and out of orbit, and now doing a similar thing to Elevate. might be a little scared of Sonics at this point, even if they are still one best of 3 away from losing, but now one best of 3 away from winning and going to the main stage.
Horrible news for anyone fans of players from Islands. 4 of the Elevate players hailing from Islands.
Shut up.
And I guess
about the Islands.
I guess Southeast Asian fans as well, losing their only representative here in Montreal. But for the European fans, plenty still to cheer for.
Both teams that have gone home today have all been from Islands. Japan, Scars.
So true.
They're an island. Elevate, Islands.
The last elimination game will be 2 North American teams, who, unless you count North America as an island.
Which it is.
Okay.
Everything's an island if you zoom out far enough.
Good util usage coming out from Liquifac.
Yeah, what do you want to say about that, stat boy?
Castle barricades. The bomb site is going to be Kitchen once again. That means Castle's super important, right? When you're playing on Kitchen, the most important part of the map is above Kitchen. It's holding these top floors, it's holding Master, it's holding Piano. And that's really difficult to do without an Azami or Castle barricades to keep you safe. There's so many strong angles the attackers can jump on and catch you off guard that you've got to be very aware of on the defense. Right now, that's going to be the goal of BDS. Can they sit outside these windows and get some initial pickoffs as they have been so successful with earlier today?
Called their timeout, lose the round, though it was a closer endeavor for Verus Pro. And now they will ice out the entry as the hard destruction. Just one can opener.
And they're just not moving? They're waiting for this to open.
They're frozen, Jesse.
No,
That's
I'm
what
aware,
the point of the canisters are.
I'm aware, but you know, there's not a lot of other movement going on.
See,
while you're chilling, while you're
Brede
waiting.
is exhaling, and you can see his breath. That means it's cold.
There's the movement. Shut down by Dan, though.
Imagine if you could fire a fire arrow at the wall, and it would cook the wall, and it would actually make the exothermic charges and can openers and all that go faster.
That would actually be sick.
That
if you
would
could
be
thaw the ice.
If you could.
Capsau.
It's like black ice all the way back in like season 1, and now this one was like melted ice. Oh, what a throw by Shepard. The first 2 kills of the round, both for Verus Pro, as a very slow attack from BDS. Quite literally, and pardon the pun, being frozen out of the objective as Loud VP to feast on the entrails of BDS. Brede now will drop as well. Goodbye to Shaiko, and a flawless round as Joystick looks like he's playing T-Hunt inside a bedroom. That's the first half in the books. BDS coming out ahead. Coming out ahead 4-2. I saw round 5 on my screen. I was like, what on earth? And then I forgot about the thing, by the way, which is that when a rehost happens, the numbers aren't always accurate.
We'll rehost to swap the sides instead, and we'll get this very quickly sorted out between the teams. 4-2 is far better than a 5-1. We talk about Chalet being very 50-50 on the side of Verus Pro. If they'd gone down 5-1, you got to imagine it would have been so difficult. Now 4-2, there's some hope, certainly with this team. Didn't feel like they did anything crazy on that final round of defense. They simply were winning those ones. They were slowing down the push from BDS, holding their angles. I mentioned how important the window play is on this bomb site, and so many good kills from the windows were favoring Verus Pro. That Nitro cell that was perfectly arced through the master window, and then of course the big kill inside a bathroom as well. It's those early round picks that are sometimes so important on the smaller maps where there's less utility play to really give yourself an advantage. More often on maps like Border and Chalet, it's going to come down to who gets that first frag. It's going to come down to who can click faster. It's going to come down to who has the slightly better aim to win these rounds and get that advantage.
Teams can talk to each other, but they can't communicate with their coaches. Well, at least most teams. There was at least one player at one point where had some chatty Cathy's.
The newer teams sometimes need to be reminded of the rules from time to time. Not the case with these squads.
From time to time.
They're quite used to the international stage. Even the newer players on BDS, of course, Yuzis and Solotov were quite used to the major stage as they used to play for M&M inside of the European League, had been to multiple majors with that squad as well, so should be very practiced. A lot of people didn't know how this change would go for BDS, but there was a lot of hype when it was announced they picked up Yuzis and Solotov. A lot of people called it an EU super team, combining the best of the English and French-speaking world.
So tired of hearing things get called a super team.
I think it's valid for the new BDS.
That's not the point I'm making.
All right.
It could be correct, and I could also still be tired of it at the same time. Both can be true.
So what team do you think is being unfairly called a super team then? Where do you think it's being overused, if not for BDS?
Well, not at the moment, because we've stopped calling things super teams. But I mean, every single iteration of G2 was called a super team, and the results were not super at all.
Sure.
For the most part. Sure. Obey Alliance back in North America, when they had like My Man and Adam and Skies and all that. They were like, oh, it's a super team. And then they finished like second last in North America. And I was like, yeah, that's super all right.
I would call the Sonics Supers team.
I was literally about to make that joke.
We're so creative.
They did have a superb, that's super plus a B. They did have a superb set of games yesterday and today. Very curious as to who the Sonics will play tomorrow for one of the final spots on the main stage.
It could very well be the loser of this game.
It could be.
Depending on how things play out, they will be the same record, so that's possible in Swiss.
3 teams have already made it to the main stage on Friday. FaZe Clan, W7M, and Team Falcons. Falcons doing that with a 2-0 victory over the Australian Chiefs earlier today. W7M and FaZe were the first 2 teams to qualify yesterday. Both Brazilian teams. Nice entry from Pasha, finding Solotov. Very quick, but his victory is short-lived. Vaults back over towards lobby. Leaky Fac is there on a very small rotate to get the pick. And now losing out on a potential gunfight onto Dan, who was prepped and ready to get that trade and give the advantage back to Verus Pro.
You're still happy if that, though, if you're VP, right? You cleared a pick really early. You've gotten good map control off this. If Shaiko goes for a flank, though, and gets the man advantage back, they've got drones around Fireplace, so they're really looking to find him, and there they do. Shepard spots out Shaiko on the snow stairs, so they'll know exactly where he's at. And I don't know if Shaiko realizes he got droned out up to the top and blown to bits by Shepard, who hits a great headshot, clearing out the best player on BDS. That's a massive one to be able to regain that man advantage. Now that leaves just 3 players on BDS who are quickly retreating back in towards their site, and above the site, I should say, at that. The ultimate goal will to be get inside of Dining and plant there. Oh, I think he jumped the Flores drone. It might have been into the electricity, or it might have just gotten shot through the soft wall. Regardless, it was not able to be blown up. This time, he will find success, though.
I always feel like such a fan whenever I cast Flores. Osa too, because I really enjoy it. The way that their utility affects these rounds. You see how much damage that can be done by a Rotero drone on a single soft wall. It's unusual to see a Maverick be in such direct danger, by the way. All it takes is one rotation through lobby or a nitro cell below, and you're as good as dead. Additionally, not every Maverick player is good enough at keeping their body away from the openings. You can get picked apart. Shepard is a very cautious player. He'll continue to work away on that office wall. Oh, Leaky Fac very narrowly missing out on an opportunity as how many flashbangs get tossed on in, Jesse? Dan walks in, Leaky Fac inside of kitchen, and I guess he can't stand the heat. Shepard with 7 HP getting diffuser down. What a flick from Dan. His reign of terror will end at Brede, but Verus Pro always gets there, man. Because always got the kill.
Perfect push. They go through the top floor. They win the early round with great droning coming out to spot out Shaiko on that snow stairs after a really good entry on Nook from Pasha. A little bit more of that surprise play from VP that you only see coming out of Pasha. And then with the 4v3 advantage, what do? They don't commit full to clearing the top floor. They don't risk their lives by rushing into Master and rushing into Office. They also don't need to just rush into site. They take their time with the Maverick. They make those angles, and they force back both top floor players from BDS. Both of them fell back into the bomb site, which just allowed Dan to walk in, find the gap, and hit it. Dan was perfect in that round. He lost the final gunfight, but it didn't matter. The job was more than done. Great shot on the Leaky Fac, and the second flick right there to use this. That was disgusting. Beautifully played. On attack, BDS looked very put together. They looked like they had some really good game plans that they were executing without much distractions or disruptions from Verus Pro. We've only seen one round since VP have been on the attack, but it's been much the same story. Verus Pro have been very good at cleaning up and executing the game plan on these attacks. If they keep that going through more than just one round, we got a ball game on our hands.
I mean, I do think we have a ball game either way.
My concern is always just the team on defense is going to run away with it because defense can be easier. This is their map pick. Verus Pro, they might stall out, choke a little bit. We saw problems with the clock on border. If that happens again, BDS might just clean up an easy second half, but I don't get that, at least from the first round that we saw from VP. I'm hopeful that we're going to see a really competitive second half.
I mean, I always hope that. I don't want to see a blowout either way. In a way, I'm a little glad we didn't cast those Sonics games because you always want competition as a caster. I've seen enough Rainbow Six at this point where I just want to tell a good story and I want the teams to live up to their expectations. So far, I think BDS is living up to their side of things. I don't necessarily think Verus Pro is. Still, it's not an elimination game, so even if VP does lose 0-2, BDS moves on to the main stage. Verus Pro will have another opportunity tomorrow.
Leakyfact trying to hunt for a move, but nobody's down here for him to find. Again, the bomb site's down inside of the basement, so these top floor players, if they are roaming, it's going to be on them to get back to site in the late round. They're roaming quite aggressively, and the main breach is open, so you've really got to be worried about a rush. If they do go and hit the site, that might catch some of these BDS players off guard. For now, though, they have yet to make the move.
Don't know how any of these BDS players still have their hearing intact, as both a Buck and a Ram create such an awful racket upstairs.
You can't drop here. You're surely going to die to Bride.
With the way, respectfully, that Bride's been playing today, I think that's a winnable gunfight. Shaiko dies. There's 50 seconds left in the round. This is one of the latest opening picks that we have seen so far in this series. Bride falls shortly thereafter because Dan didn't drop, but Joystick took matters into his own hands. Now Dan's positioned over towards blue stairs. There was a shotgun of Uzis pointed right at him, but farther away, he had to deal with Leakyfact. Now, maybe a belated rotate from Verus Pro with 30 seconds left.
So late. I mean, he's going to be going, I'm not even sure where, to the snow stairs, I see. Moving over to plant behind the bookshelf under the cover of the last smoke grenade that he has.
Hatch is still soft, or Hatch is still solid, always with diffuser! Nobody accounts for evac inside of connector! Uzis still down inside of blue with the final pick. Whatever hope there was on the side of Verus Pro surely has fallen away. BDS skating towards victory, 5-3 the scoreline for the French supergroup.
And that's why he's the best. Leakyfact, ridiculous shots coming out there in the last few seconds of the round. The player was under smoke. I think it was a good rotation coming over from Verus Pro, but you kind of assume you're safe when you're planting in the smoke, especially when you know there's no warden on the board to stop you. Leakyfact doesn't care. Flicks and finds the head and gets the vertical pick. That's ridiculous.
I gotta say, just listening to Leakyfact talk, he always sounds so stressed out. He speaks with such urgency.
He does.
But I don't think it's intentional. I mean, there's obviously urgency here between these teams because this is a very pivotal game.
No, you're right. I mean, the stress is always going to be on in games like this. Yes, BDS have a 2-round lead. Yes, this is their map pick. Yes, they won map 1. In some sense, it's lower pressure than other games they've been a part of. But you're still in a high tense BO3. There's a ton on the line for BDS. The last time they were in Montreal, they were 2 rounds away from making the main stage before they were gate-kept by Spiff.ast. Thankfully for Shaiko, Spiff is not at this tournament. So Shaiko's looking very likely to make the main stage. Just got to get past Shepard and the boys.
First pick comes for BDS. That's bad news for Verus Pro. Drawing first blood as frequently as they have puts this Verus Pro team at a perpetual disadvantage, Jesse. Now, drawing blood first does not guarantee you the round, but so far on Chalet, it's been pretty good. I mean, conversion rate, 5 of the 8 active rounds has been won by the team that has struck first. Shaiko responsible for 2 of those. Solotov responsible for 1. It's an even 4-4 in terms of first blood, though. Now, obviously, the number goes in favor of BDS. What happens next? Always asserting himself upstairs. Goodbye to Shaiko, who since coming back from the rehost has not been able to do that much in terms of killing. He's playing Legion, an operator that you want to live towards the end of a round or survive all the way because you continue to generate that gadgetry. Him gone means fewer goo mines for VP to step in. But good news for BDS, you've got Leaky Fac still fragging out. Goodbye to Pasha. Joystick eliminating Solotov over in Library. And now Leaky Fac playing behind the deployable shield at top Library. Will have a target in Joystick. How does Joystick go about this, though?
It's going to be so hard to clear the shield. I mean, maybe you can Selma it, but you're probably going to get shot if you go for that swing. A player sneaking up from behind might do it. Shepard walking up the stairs to mezzanine now, but he's more focused on the bomb site. Knows that there are a couple of players in there that he would love to get a pick onto. Always down in the basement, too. That's free. Always finding Leaky Fac. Now that's a man advantage. He can walk up the snow stairs and start to go for this push.
A good round for Verus Pro. They haven't had a lot of them here on Chalet, and they need more if they want to send us to a third map. There's no guarantee that we get there. It's incumbent upon Verus Pro to walk that diffuser in. Joystick with the case in hand. That is an unusual sight. Hold on a second. Always creeping up in the pre-fire on Usus in the back bar. That's 3 kills for Always. Brede completely blind. And how about a 4K from Always? Verus Pro keeping numbers close. Advantage still for BDS, but it's only by 1 at this point.
The first time Always ever played against BDS was July 15th, 2020. He top fragged that game, going 10-5, and Verus Pro won that game, Empire at the time, 7-1. That was far back when VP were considered a better team than BDS and would generally win, but still, back when Always was a rookie, this team relied on him heavily to win important matches like that one. Him stepping up once again, maybe bringing back some flashbacks from times of old. He's played BDS quite a few times since then, and oftentimes BDS have gotten the better of him and his squad, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't still have it in him. We've been talking like BDS have been running away with this game, but it's still 5-4. Don't forget, yes, BDS won the first half, and yes, BDS have looked strong on their defenses. Verus Pro, if they're not being interrupted, can still put together really good attacks. We saw it in their first attack in round number 7. We saw it again in that previous round. Sometimes all it takes is somebody sneaking into the basement, making a play that BDS aren't expecting. If you can catch them off guard, oftentimes that will be where you find success against the French. 1 more to tie, otherwise it's going to be match point for BDS. We still see these players trying to defend the top floor now on the side of BDS. They've worked in with the castle barricades. Despite the Azami ban, we still see this site from time to time. Usually the Azami ban makes it awkward to hold this site because the attack can get a lot of good angles, but Castle does just the same. Great work from Always. The reason he shoots the top corner, by the way, of the castle barricades is to avoid any potential mute jammers. The jammers are almost certainly placed on the floor, so if you can put the X-Kairos as high as possible on the castle, you've got a better chance of avoiding the radius of those mute jammers.
An operator that remained unbanned yet hasn't exactly seen a lot of play, somewhat surprisingly, is Ying. You can hear that first Candela go off. Pasha used it to help clear out Library and prevent any of these defenders from jumping upon him. Just as Solotov takes a bunch of damage, positioned over by Piano. Verus Pro cannot suffer the same fate on border here on Chalet. Admittedly, VP has been a little bit quicker. They get the first pick in round number 10. goodbye to Leaky Fack always is having a sensational game so far.
Yeah, that's the only roamer taken off of the board. Beautifully done by Always. Now they just got to worry about the site players. All 4 of them stacked up around Solar, Office Master, and Piano. The first one will be Uzis, but protected by Shaiko, and Piano can clear out those X-Kairos. He's facing a lot of pressure. The main window is open as well for the cutoff, but nobody's holding it on the side of VP. They're opening the wall now, and they've got 60 seconds to work a pick before they try to go for this plant.
Shaiko, very ineffective over the last 4 rounds. He goes down at the hands of Dan Solotov, though. The opposite side of the coin. He and Leaky Fack have been holding more than they usually carry, compelling this team towards victory. Advantage in numbers, though, for Verus Pro, as they stack up, still on this top floor. Oh my. I don't love this from VDS. Backs against the wall. Candela goes off. There's a Warden in play, though. And just like that, the Ying walks in. Only 1 kill for Uzis. Joystick, an impressive flick over to take out one of those BDS players. Shepard getting Diffuser down as Joystick watches over top. I don't think there's any information here. BDS completely blinded by that entry. 1 player over by Piano. Solotov, with the ACOG in hand, has an advantage when it comes to long-range engagements. He and the mute of Bride will now have to work together, or VP will tie the matchup. And whatever advantage had from BDS will dissipate. There's a swing. Joystick sees it over towards the double door. Solotov hopping onto the diffuser to try to draw them out. He's the only one left. And unfortunately for BDS, VP have too many bodies for them to account for. A good post, a good plant, and an even better post plant for Verus Pro, and it seems like BDS has called their timeout.
With the drone work and the opening picks, it feels like Verus Pro have taken over the early game. They always seem to know where the roamers are at, and the biggest thing too is the roamers from BDS, they're often very isolated. We've seen multiple rounds now, players on BDS playing somewhat aggressive. In that round it was Leaky Fack playing downstairs on the Solus, getting picked off. No ability to be supported by teammates. With that big man disadvantage, it makes it really hard for BDS to claw things back. On a map like Chalet, sometimes it's awkward to get those flanks down. Even when a player like Bride drops through a hatch and tries to get that C4 out, which was trying to get a pick before the plant finished. If it's mistimed, if it doesn't land, then all of a sudden there's just a player that's not on site that can't go for those trades. Verus Pro are doing an excellent job throughout this game, getting that opening frag, making sure you have the man advantage, pushing with some kind of a favorable situation. This was a good play by Uzis. Had he hit that second shot, I think he would have won the round for his team. But it's just simple trading from VP. It's basics. It's not easy. It's not something that anybody could be doing, but it's nothing crazy. This is standard, textbook, really strong, fundamental siege play coming out from Verus Pro and from BDS earlier in this game. But sometimes that's what it takes. You know, it's not always glamorous, it's not always fun, it's not always running with a Blitz and a Monty and a Ying. Sometimes it's just trading your teammates, droning out roamers, getting those picks, forcing 2v1s instead of 1v1s. That's what it's all about. And Verus Pro, ever since we hit kind of round 8-ish, once we got about halfway to 2/3 through this match, I've just been looking really good in that department.
By the way, we just got word that right now, as it stands, the loser of Liquid Secret will play SQ tomorrow.
Okay.
Could you imagine if Liquid lose their matchup against Secret and Sonic's Liquid ends up as one of our final matches for main stage?
Oh my God.
Only one of those teams would qualify for Friday's main event.
You know, in my pre-event predictions, I had both them in the finals.
I mean, I think Liquid is playing like one of the best teams at this event.
Yeah.
The problem is that you never know which Liquid is going to show up internationally.
They do have a bad habit of choking on LAN in important games.
They do. I mean, it is sometimes affectionately used by Liquid staff, but the Liquid choking icon, which looks like the horse, but it's a player grabbing at their throat. It's an iconic image that's been used in esports since the dawn of time, basically. Secret Liquid will be the final match on our B stream. It should be starting, if not now, relatively soon. As for us, we have Dark Zero versus Space Station. The loser of that match will go home. Verus Pro right now positioned very well to go up 6-5, which would propel us to a third map, which is Consulate. It would not surprise me to see all 3 maps between these teams. It's what we speculated on before a single round was even played.
Again, I mean, I said coming into this round, Verts Pro, they've been great at droning out those roamers, finding them isolated on the map, and getting the picks cleanly. What do? They drone out roamers, they isolate them, they get the picks, they lose nobody in return. It's as clean as it gets on the side of Verus Pro. Now, if you're BDS, you're in an awkward spot. Do you make an aggressive move? Do you try to swing? Do you try to equalize this man count? Or do you sit on the site and pray? Neither of them are great options, because if you make that move and it fails, you're in an even worse spot. Verus Pro don't seem too eager to give them those swing opportunities, though, as they just work on the soft breach, work on the hard breach, making sure they have as many angles as possible when they get to this site. Hatch should still be opening soon enough once these Zoto canisters run out.
I was going to make a comment on that. Oh my! BDS at this point, just playing to die. Oh, to your point, when you're in a 5v3, usually you need to go for a swing to try to equalize, because just sitting in the bomb site, you're going to get picked off 1v1v1. Another flawless round for Verus Pro, as now they move to map point. Stealing each other's maps is not what I expected in the slightest. Admittedly, Verus Pro has been in this same position just an hour ago, and they could not close it out. They'll have another opportunity to win a map in regulation. They squandered the opportunity on border. It was their map. Against BDS, maybe on the better side. I would argue on the better side. Verus Pro probably have a bit more success here, but is it enough?
You're right about the fact that when you're in that 3v5, you want to be swinging out, but the thing about VP is they don't give you that opportunity. They're not letting you swing them because they're not taking those fights. They're holding the flanks. They're making sure you can't rotate back up and catch them off guard. But at the same time, they're being as safe as possible while they work the floorboards, while they get the main breach open, while they work on the hatch. They're doing all of it from range. They're not going and putting cat openers on the connector hatch. They're opening it from afar with Selmas. It's those decisions that are making things very, very safe on the side of Verus Pro that allow them to be very cautious and consistent in closing down those man advantages. Something VP have been very good at has been making sure that they lock down those advantages. They have a 71% conversion rate here inside of Montreal when they get that opening pick. In general, you see that stat trend to around 2/3, about 67%, so 71 is quite good. It's been a strength of BDS too. 74%, even better than what we see from VP. So oftentimes, that opening pick can be incredibly impactful with these two teams. Our last round of regulation will be on Kitchen and Dining. And Dan bringing out the Deimos, an operator that we've talked about a lot this game. Shaiko's been so good with it. Verus Pro have rarely experimented with it. Can Dan make it work here to win the map? He won't be the first one getting engaged, of course. They want to clear out these castle barricades. When a zombie's banned, castle's going to be all over the place. There's the track. It's going to be onto the Solus.
By the way, if you're looking at a big part of why BDS is suffering right now, Brede is 6-20 on the series.
That's tough.
He is 1-9 on this map. I know it's hard to keep track with the rehosts, and I mean, it's something that we struggle with as well because the numbers do change. But Brede going 1-9. Shaiko is 5-8 as well. These are very abnormal numbers for these two players. Consulate feeling like more of a certainty a couple minutes ago with Pasha dying for Verus Pro. BDS looks like they might be able to hang on for overtime.
VP wouldn't lose another 6-5, right?
No, of course not.
Surely not. They've got to claw back the man advantage. The drones are good. That's been a strength of VP this whole time on attack, but the Nitro Cell doesn't care. Dan blown to smithereens as Users tosses that out, and still no trade.
It's happening. Verus Pro, when given the lead, they're the squishy little SpongeBob. Verus Pro, when from behind, they're the big buff SpongeBob. Don't ever tell them what the odds are. No, literally don't, because the moment they know the odds, it's gone. They've still got 50 seconds left in the round to close this one out in regulation. I mean, hey, Chiefs Falcons round 12 looked very similar to this. Difference was it was the defenders with 2 and the attackers with 4, but either way, pick there onto Bride would have been huge for Verus Pro. Instead, now they inch their way towards the bomb site. Shotgun of Usis finds its mark, and it's a death drop from Shepard. A suicide drop, if you want to call it. Leaky Fact with the final kill after Usis had picked off the other player from Verus Pro seconds before, and for 2 maps in a row, we're going to need overtime, Jesse.
We joked about Dark Zero Sonics going to 45 rounds in the North American League Finals here in Stage 2. How we might be able to see a repeat is, as these two teams also bring us to 6-6. They had 15 rounds in the first map. They put up 12 more. That's going to bring us to 27.
For people wondering why we have the rehosts coming out, there is an unfortunate bug right now on the LAN build where when a game is rehosted, outside of, say, an even number, the game starts back at round number 1. That's why in a matchup we cast either yesterday or the day before, it was round 11, but it said round 2. That means you need a rehost at the side swap, and then if it goes to overtime, you need another rehost as well to get the right information inputted.
The nice thing, though, is that does mean the rehosts are very fast.
Yes.
Because there's no actual problem. They just need to remake the lobby. So we don't need to troubleshoot anything. It's just a process of rehosting, getting the players back in. So I can already tell you the players are rejoining the new lobby, so we should be in very, very quickly. You don't want to disrupt this momentum, of course, for both of these teams. BDS winning that last round, they've got to sit with it. Same time, Verus Pro, I doubt they felt like that map was in the bag. I don't think VP have ever felt comfortable in this matchup just because they know how important this game is. They lost their own map pick. They went down early on this map, and now they started to battle back, but not quite enough to win it in regulation. If Verus Pro win this map and the third, they will not only be securing their spot in the top 8 of the Montreal Major, but they will also book themselves a ticket to Boston for the 6th Invitational in February of 2025, where they will fight once again to be the world champions. They were the best team not from Brazil at the last World Championship in Sao Paulo, finishing 3rd as they fell to W7M on their historic lower bracket run.
The only bomb site they won twice when we won 4-2, it was Kitchen, okay? We almost won.
A number of teams based on global standings have already qualified for that Boston event. By the way, a number of them competing here. Cloud9, Beast Coast, Team BDS, Dark Zero, FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, Team Secret, M80, the defending world champions of Furia, Scars, W7M, and Team Falcons have all qualified. There are 5 spots remaining based on global standings, and then you've got 4 last chance qualifiers to see who makes it. It's going to be a huge event. And it's at the historic Fenway Park. I, being from Toronto, absolutely despise the Boston Red Sox and hope that they lose every single game they play. However, as a baseball fan, you have to appreciate the Green Monster and all the history that comes with such an infamous park like Fenway. The venue itself is the MGM Music Hall, not the actual baseball stadium itself. Could you imagine if we just played outside in Boston in February? That would be absurd. Haha, but what if?
That'd be pretty fun.
What if we had the first phase be played outside to really test the mettle of these teams?
I think Verus Pro might enjoy that again.
They are the only team that come to Montreal to warm up. I actually heard that earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, they're the only ones who come here and are quite happy with it. I always enjoy talking with the Brazilians when we go to Montreal. They're not quite as adjusted to the climate up here.
It's funny, when we would have SI in Montreal, the Brazilian players would be walking through the lobby in shorts and flip-flops. And I'm like, it is minus 21 degrees out. What are you doing?
I think it might be all they own. That's all they need in Brazil.
I mean, I remember the similar thing happened. I think it was with Panbazoo. He only owned shorts because he lived in like a warm climate or something along those lines. I'm not sure, but over on the B stream, by the way, don't miss the riveting conclusion of BDS versus Verus Pro, as we are guaranteed at least 2 more rounds, potentially 3, and maybe even a 3rd map, depending on what happens with BDS. Because if they win this overtime, then they take the series 2-0. On this stream, we have Dark Zero versus Space Station up next. Over on the B stream, occurring right now in round number 1, Team Liquid and Team Secret are competing at the moment. What a run out that was from Verus Pro to strike first, and with 1 minute into the round, VP finds themselves with a lead.
That's a huge pick, of course. The bomb site is Kitchen. BDS, you heard it in their attack timeout, or their conversation before this round. They knew it'd be coming. Usus blown up by Shepard. Shaiko answers. And the Zoto canister from Pasha just keeping him cold inside of bathroom. The question really still does remain, what can BDS do to regain this man advantage? Shaiko wants to be tracking the Tuberow, but it's awkward because of this Zoto canister. It's making the death mark impossible. You just can't track this guy. He's using the utility perfectly. I will say, you could blind him, but you still got to follow that up with a pick.
Pasha playing all by his own. BDS have more than enough tools to do some serious damage inside a Solarium. There goes the Candela, but it might be a little bit too late. Solitov now hunts shadows upstairs, tucked into the corner. Pasha Blair Witched next to the shelving unit. BDS had a bad start to this round, but they have managed to turn it around so far. They'll have to find these Verus Pro players that are assembled all over the map.
Yeah, they're hunting for Always. He's down inside of the basement, can walk up West Main. Actually, no, sorry, Library stairs. They'll know where he's at, but will they be watching for the flank? He's gonna link up with Dan. They can both try to retake the top floor. If they do that, if they time this really well, this could be round winning.
Deimos track on the Kaid. What a shot by Solitov! Only good for one. Always trading out most of his HP in the process amidst the slaughter down in the kitchen. It's Shepard to falter. Always now. Verus Pro were on match point. They had an opportunity to close this out, and they might have squandered it as the opening created is not good enough, and a rare kill from Shaiko on Chalet. An absurd thing to say. But BDS win the rounds that matter the most. They now sit on series point.
How many times? How many times are Verus Pro going to take rounds that they should absolutely be winning and just not be able to close them out? We saw it on Border, now we've seen it once here in an incredibly important overtime, round 13. Always had the height advantage. He was up above. He had yellow pings on the plant. He had the angle open. But he was too slow to actually stop that plant. He chose to switch back to his primary. That super shorty, it does so little damage, but maybe it would have at least given him a chance to down that player before the plant had finished. It's an awkward call. Had they had two players alive when they pushed up above, that could have been it. Oh, the time just not there. Even if he wins that final gunfight, then in the 1v1, he's got a solid shot at it, but God, that one's gonna hurt. One that VP will remember if they don't make it to top 8 this stage.
After I made that comment about opening kill conversions, by the way, the team that has drawn blood first in the remaining rounds of regulation have gone on to win the entire thing. Obviously, it just broke in the round that we just witnessed. The first blood came from Verus Pro, and yet BDS were so good in that mid-round, and really that's what it boils down to. Verus Pro, when they're on attack, their mid-rounds are usually quite pitiful compared to their early and late rounds. BDS are pretty even keel across the board. They have been quite proficient at getting the first kill, which obviously buys them a big advantage, but through the mid-round, there's a job to be done for BDS, and they are unrelenting in their ability to do that job. Now, as defenders, you're going to be at the mercy of Verus Pro's attacks. Does the VP that had some very pronounced struggles with the clock, in large part because of the way that BDS had structured their own defenses, does that VP show up? Or do you see a VP that has been quite good at getting the first pick, sometimes even the second pick? Which one of those are you going to do battle with? For BDS, you're hoping it's the former and not the latter, because one more round and BDS goes to the main stage, and this matchup is a 2-0 for the French team.
Both teams choosing kitchen and dining as their primary site in overtime. That means the wall is going to be worked on early. Do they know where Liquifac is at? They're starting to work on the dining wall, but without games control, that's a risky proposition. The wall gets opens, the Selma charges both complete. Liquifac maybe could have made a move to stop those, but that would have given away its position. Still firm control of the defense up above the site, but that's only going to last for so long. Once the Zoto canister runs out, Shaiko's going to have to retreat. And if Joystick gets the cutoff, that would be big. But again, just don't forget about Liquifac inside of Bar. If he has not been spotted and they're playing like they have no idea where he is, then it could be one flank and that's the game. He's walking up the library stairs now. Here he comes for the flank.
T5's easy to control. Goodbye to Pasha. With it, Verus Pro might have just watched their chances of main stage, at least today, disappear. Anything can happen, though. It was VP who got the opening pick in the previous round, and it really didn't amount to much, Jesse, did it? Could the same thing befall BDS? Logic bombs going off on those BDS players. Verus Pro knows where the targets are. Joystick creeping up. The Tubarão of Shaiko caught off guard. Dan is dropped. Down goes Leaky Fack as well. Shepard and Joystick keeping these numbers close. Through the soft wall, Joystick makes his own presence known, as Solitov will need to look in the right direction and get hit with the fadeaway, as Joystick still alive, still with a gun in hand. Final 20 seconds. The Russian team desperate for another round. Round 15, anything can happen. You got to get there first, though. Now Shepard taking some damage. Uses finished off Solitov down as well. It's all up to Pride, the clutch master, who's been quiet. And that silence will be deafening for BDS as Verus Pro close the gap. And again, we will need all 15 rounds.
They're not making it simple. All 15. The heart rates of these players must be through the roof at this point. This has been so close, so back and forth. It seemed like for sure, with that initial flank coming out from Liquifax, a simple mistake from Verus Pro, perhaps costing them the main stage. But no, the push upstairs from Joystick, so good. His positioning, the gap he was able to find, cleaning up that top floor. And then on site as well, things just went all their way. Always some big kills down there in the bomb site. Managed to get so much good space for Verus Pro. We'll have, I promise, our final tech pause of the map. Once again, just need to reset this lobby. It'll be a quick one. You know, when we get these breaks, it gives the players time to sit and stew and think about the situation that they're currently in. You see it on the face of Pasha now. Nobody's joking around. Nobody wants to forget where they're at. BDS one round separating them, and the ultimate prize of the main stage where they can fight in the single elimination bracket to become major champions once again. These squads have so much experience going up against one another. They have so much practice. They know each other so well. They've played such a brutally long game already, and VP, you know what weighs on them as well, the fact that if they manage to do it, if they can succeed at a point like this, then they've got Clubhouse waiting in the wings. It's going to be an even longer day for them.
Just wanted to take a moment here to thank all of the streamers right now co-streaming and doing watch parties. You get to hear our voices. Maybe some of you have the casters muted. Maybe some of you are enjoying it with your own commentary. But while fewer eyes might be on the official stream and the numbers might be a touch lower, you bring your communities in, you bring in your own style, and it enriches our scene.
Let's go, guys, let's go.
And more importantly, it exposes more people to this esport. Rainbow Six tries to kind of straddle the casual and competitive divide that exists in almost every single game. And with the popularity right now of this game on TikTok, which is quite incredible, popularity on YouTube, and some of the biggest streamers on the planet right now playing Rainbow Six as well. Organically, by the way, not paid to do that.
Yeah.
It is nice that more than ever, people are being exposed to our esport, because the game is in a pretty good place competitively, and the matchups that we've seen so far through the play-ins and the playoffs have been among the most competitive we've ever had at a major event. If there was ever a time for new viewers to see this esport, you're hard-pressed to imagine a period of the esport than right now.
Shout out to one of our streamers as well, Jinxie, just nominated for FPS Streamer of the Year at the Streaming Awards.
Is it the Streaming Awards or the Streamer Awards?
I think it's Streamer Awards. I think I butchered it, so thank you for the correction. If you're a newer viewer who's just watching competitive because you're a fan of Jinxie or one of our other content creators...
I actually don't know, by the way.
I think you're right. I'm pretty sure you're right. Then you've chosen a great match to explore Rainbow Six Siege in. Will it be over? I want to see the third map, Parker.
I woke up later today and got a lot of sleep in anticipation of both of today's matches going the distance. I did not expect all 15 rounds in map 1 and all 15 rounds in map 2 to be on deck, but your expectations have to be dashed from time to time. I don't think G2 expected to lose 14-1 yesterday. Sometimes crazy things happen. I don't think Chiefs expected to lose that very pivotal 12th round and ultimately lose the rest of the map to Falcons, especially with the commanding lead they seem to have heading into that 12th round. But again, sometimes things happen. Selfishly, I'd like map 3. I want to see how these teams will go about it because the single best game of Consulate ever played was between these two teams back in the Mexico Major. So I would like to see it again. Different rosters for the most part, but if you remember that Mexico Major match right before the finals, when it was Team Empire playing up against Team 1, BDS Empire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target dummy. As User sprints up library stairs, Dan gets 2 of his own. It's all up to Shepard. There's a minute left. What is this round, Jesse? I don't think we're gonna see Consulate. I got a little bit of concerns at the moment.
Hold on.
There's still a shield on the board. That's the troubling aspect. Shepard is the last player alive and he's got 4 HP. Uzis could breathe on him and Shepard would die. Nitro Cell tossed out. No saving grace now for Shepard. He's gonna have to do this with guns in hand. Shield marching up, and that's the ball game! 15 rounds and an 8-7 victory for BDS on map 1. 15 rounds and an 8-7 victory for BDS on map 2. Nothing can slow them down. The French super team, onto the main stage they go. They join Falcons, FaZe, and W7M, all guaranteed a spot on the stage at the arena on Friday. VP will have one more opportunity tomorrow.
If they don't get it, that's going to be them going home. Verus Pro, 8-7, 8-7. That's exactly what they didn't want to see. You can see it on their faces. They're not out of it, as you mentioned. Still plenty to play for tomorrow, but BDS, the champions of the day. Verus Pro's old rival, who always seemed to get the better of Always and the other players on VP. It's gonna sting, maybe a little bit more than some of the other losses that they've had to BDS, but still an opportunity to. Verus Pro have played excellently throughout this tournament. So have BDS. You got to imagine they'll be favorites in whoever they play tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Verus Pro's wins have been very close. Their losses have been very close as well.
Yeah.
It's literally a coin flip on 1 or 2 rounds. And this is a 2-0 VP win, and they're off to the main stage. And it's BDS tomorrow, squaring up against, I mean, we're waiting to hear who it could be because of the Swiss system, but there have been so many matches at this event, Jesse, where a single round has determined a win and a loss. It's hard to track the numbers on this, but I cannot remember an event this consistently close.
Yeah.
Between the play-ins and the playoffs. And what I will say is my hope for the main stage is we don't end up with several 2-0 blowouts in the quarterfinals. I want these teams to shed blood in the server. I want them to fight tooth and nail, and I want a long day on Friday. We've still got one more matchup here on this stream, so we're not all done, but boy, oh boy, what a performance from both of these squads. VP could have very easily walked away with a win. They didn't. BDS was just a little bit better. It's like one team is 98 out of 100 and the other is 96 out of 100. Yeah. It was so close, and I just want people who maybe only saw some of this match to know that this was not BDS doing domination like usual.
No, this was a very close game from a team who know BDS better than almost anybody else in the world. Verus Pro, they knew what to expect coming into this one. BDS did as well. Both teams played really, really well. It was a coin flip game. Easily, we could have seen a third map. Easily, we could have seen a 2-0 for Verus Pro. They came so close, but something about horseshoes and hand grenades. BDS today, they will get all that matters, and that's the victory. 8-7 and 8-7 on Border and Chalet. They play it perfectly here in the second map. What a performance from Solotov, our MVP. I said it before on Border, but I'll say it again. Coming into this game, he was the lowest rated player on BDS. still positive, still had very strong stats. That's just how BDS works. But for him to step up and now have his own performance, his own highlight reel up against such a strong opponent really shows how deep this team is. They're a 5-man squad. They've always been a 5-man squad. And as the series comes to a close, we see that total 27 and 22. Exceptional play from the Turk.
8 and 22 for Brede is very abnormal, but again, a lot of the noise that Brede makes is as a defender in clutch positions. Verus Pro was almost never in a position where they were in a 1v1 for Brede to close out. So because of that, a lot of the success that Brede finds just could not be found because the rest of his team died too early and there were not enough kills on the side of BDS to narrow those VP numbers and set Brede up effectively. With that said, we get to hear from our winners. BDS will talk about their victory, and you've got Brede with you. I'd love to hear what he has to say.
That is correct. We are speaking to Brede after their game. Brede, you qualified to the main stage. Once again, it's a familiar place for you, but it must be a great feeling.
Yeah, it was the main objective of this competition. I mean, it's the first step. We did it. Now we will see. We'll be prepared for the playoffs, and then we'll see.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, these were two very close maps, especially Border as well. It was picked against you in 8-7. What do you talk about after that?
To be honest, we didn't talk about that map. We are already focused for the next map, so Chalet. But we know that we did some mistakes, and of course we have to fix it, I guess.
Awesome. Well, regardless of the mistakes you pulled through, what are you most happy with from your team today?
I think our mental, because it was a tough game. We knew it against Verus Pro. It's always a tough game. And they bring us at our limits. And I think we did it this time, and we will see now.
Awesome. Well, great to hear. Is there anything you want to say to the fans as well that have been supporting you all the way to the main stage?
Thanks for the support, and I hope to see you guys on the arena. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time, Brede, and best of luck on the main stage as well.
I don't know when.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
speaking to Dan after his game against BDS. Now, Dan, loser interviews aren't always the most fun thing to do, but we're happy that you're willing to do these with us. This game was really, really close. Border as well, 7-8. What do you talk about afterwards?
I think overall, on Border we looked better, but we trolled some very important rounds, and that cost us the game. BDS reacted right to our bad plays and won the game. And on Chalet, I think they looked better, but we were like fighting for every round, and that's why it was close as well. It's just classic game against BDS. It's always 8-7, and they always win.
Well, I'm glad you still see some smiles on your faces as well, though. A close game indeed. So what is your main takeaway from that, especially going forward with another qualification game?
I think we're fine with the way how we played. We are proud of each other, and if we like didn't give all our power during this game and we'll focus on tomorrow and play at least as good as we played today, I think we have a chance to qualify. If we will be with no power, we will go home. So we need to focus.
Okay, so how are you going to make sure that you are fully focused and prepared for that important game tomorrow?
We will do everything we did before, just preparation for the game, decide what maps are going to play, and then, like, you never know, you will be in full power or not. Only when you join the server you understand, like, the game pace and, like, the strength of your opponents. So it will be decided only during the game on the server.
Awesome, we're seeing that. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck with the preparation for tomorrow's game. That was, we spoke to Dan here for this second game of the day. And I love how during these interviews, we always get the right answers from our players. But we decided to make it more difficult and ask for the wrong answers. All right, that's wrong answers only. What is your name?
Tim.
What is your job?
Police officer.
What's your favorite way to prepare for a cast?
Sleeping.
When did you start playing the game?
Last week.
How many players are in a Siege team?
7.
Name a sport without a ball.
Hockey. Ice hockey.
Name an animal that isn't a zebra.
Dog. Ah, zebra!
And last one, who's winning the event?
Who's not here? ITB. Got there in the end.
Cool. All right, Ashan, wrong answers only. What is your name?
False.
What is your job?
I'm a janitor.
What is your favorite way to celebrate a game victory?
Drinking and blasting caffeine and, yeah, not going to bed.
Name a color.
Turtle.
Name an attacking gadget.
Tachanka's flamethrower.
How many players are in a Siege team?
18.
What is your favorite map?
Probably favela.
What did you have for breakfast?
Ice cream.
And who's winning this event?
G2.
Well, I guess we're calling in Janitor Ashen to come clean up his fellow NA team here. We're seeing Dark Zero come into the venue. One of the players that we're seeing in front and leading the charge is Kobilex. We talked to him yesterday about how much it means for him to be at his first event and how much he wanted this since he started playing the game and since he started getting here. Bolo also doing a little bit better than what we saw from him prior to yesterday, of course, as well. And we're looking at this roster. We see Nath currently as the third best rated player of the entire event. He's got the most plans out of everyone as well. And when we're looking at Kobilex and NJR, they're doing pretty successful on the entry, specifically Kobilex with 11 on his side. They have to go play against a team from their own region. We're talking about SSG. We're seeing them coming in as well. I think some pre-game snacks is what we're seeing here, making sure that you are well fed going into your game. Yesterday, we saw a strong start from them against Verus Pro, but once they got on their attack, it just started to all slip away from them. Usually, this team is great at forcing their own comebacks, but they know how to deal with the pressure. A high-pressure game today with elimination on the line. If you do lose this match, you will exit the tournament. Neither of these players are in the top 5 of the stats, but J90 is leading a charge for his team with the best entry on this roster as well. Next to Ashen and Benja, doing pretty successful over there too. as we said, this is an elimination game. We're gonna see one NA team going near an airport, which is never a good thing to do. We have to clean up our teams if we want to make sure we leave with 8 going to those playoff finals. It's a best of 3, so let's have a look at the maps that we got coming into this situation as well. I believe we're looking at our maps after we heard from our players. Right, Bolo, a solid game from you guys yesterday. A 2-0 must be good for the mental as well.
Yeah. I mean, we finally got some maps on the board. A 2-0 win. We forgot what it was like to win, but we're back, and hopefully it keeps rolling. So we're looking good for today.
You're playing against another NA team today here. Of course, a team that you might know a little bit better than an international team. Does that change the prep?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's more in our comfort zone. It's SSG. We've scrimmed them in our boot camp, right? We know how they play in the regional leagues and everything. So I think it's going to be a little bit more like the practice that we've been preparing for, unlike the first 2 matches already before Dam 1. So I think we're ready. I think we're good. And I think it's going to be a good match.
Awesome. Well, yesterday we spoke and you said, oh, Lair, it's our first time. Is there any more cards you're keeping up your sleeve for this game, maybe?
No, nothing too surprising. I think it's a pretty traditional DZ SSG matchup. No surprises, but hopefully it's a interesting game. Hopefully it's a fast one, but interesting nonetheless.
Right, awesome. Thank you for your time and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
Ashton, you played against Verus Pro yesterday. What do you think went wrong on the attacks?
We didn't stick to what was trained, and a lot of stuff that we did well in practice just didn't replicate on the game day. Obviously, we played our defensive game plan really well, but our attacks, those were the biggest issue, and ultimately, that's why we lost. So.
All right, the last time you played to DC, it was a loss. They obviously went through a bit of a player change now. What do you do preparing for this game? Is it any different?
Not really. I mean, we've played against these guys so many times, scrims, game day in NA, so, we have really good understanding of them, and they have probably a good understanding of us, but they're not ready for our switch ups, and they're a pretty stale team, so they like to keep a lot the same. So.
All right, a stale team. What are you expecting from the maps as well? Are you happy with them?
We haven't gotten them yet, but we're not playing Clubhouse. I know that. We're not going to play Night Haven, so anything else but that, it's free ball. So.
Any map you're hoping that comes through the map veto then?
Bank.
Cool, thank you very much. Well, let's have a look at that map vetoed and to see if Bank made it through. We're looking at the very beginning. Bank could still be a possibility, but the first thing we see is an SSG pick for Consulate. They had a close loss on this map versus FaZe earlier in the tournament, and we haven't even seen it from Dark Zero yet. Dark Zero's pick is Chalet, which is also a map we haven't seen from either of these teams here in Montreal. However, in Phase 2, or Stage 2 of NAL, it was Dark Zero to take down SSG on this map with a 7-4 fashion. Will Bank make it through or not? Our decider is going to be Drumroll Cafe. Bank has not made it through. Dark Zero betting it out at the very end there. We've seen a win from Dark Zero on this map and a loss from SSG so far in this event. This is what we're going to be dealing with for our map situation in this best of 3. One NA team has to go home. We're seeing our players do the final bits of preparation just to make sure everyone is warm. We saw the snacks, of course, coming into the arena as well. Players are getting ready, and we're going to take a quick break to ensure everyone's ready, and then we're back with the game.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère
would like to hear the story behind your gamer tag. Why did you choose it? When did you choose it?
This is actually a good one. I don't know if you know this, but my real name is Nathan. So I took Nathan, took off the and then made it to Nathan. Well, to be fair, when I played football throughout growing up, everyone used to call me Nathan anyways, as a nickname. So I've just stuck with it.
So it wasn't really chosen by you, it was more the friends around you that started calling you Nathan?
I mean, it's quite common in the UK, like if your name is actually Nathan, you just get called Nath. So, yeah, it just looks better.
And if you were forced into changing it, where would you go? What would you do?
If I was forced to change my name?
Yeah.
I would definitely not call myself Bolo.
I don't even know. I'm the least creative guy when it comes to stuff like that, so.
Are there any books or something like that you're into, like any universes that you would draw from? Or would you just say, I'm not changing it?
I wouldn't change it, no. Short and sweet. Nath.
My gamer tag. I was back on Xbox. I had one of my best friends from school. He named himself Jaeger or whatever. It was O and then capital J and then it was Jaeger because he always played Jaeger. And then I was 11, 12 at the time, and so I copied him. And obviously it was Ash Jaeger at the time. During back then during Siege. So just kind of stuck with it. It was O and then it was Ash, and then I switched to PC and just cut it off. It was just Ashen. So. There's a story behind the operator, but I just been rolling with it for 6, 7 years now. So.
And if you were forced into choosing a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about that, and what direction do you think you'd go?
I have given a little thought because I never wanted a gamer tag that was with Siege or whatever because I kind of like gamer tags that are they don't involve the game. I don't think I'm gonna change it, but I think. If for some reason I were to, it would definitely be something that didn't involve Siege, but something that was cool.
Our last game on the A stream is an elimination game, and at the same time on the B stream we have a qualification game going on. That's why you might have heard the chants behind me from the players. Liquid and Secret are currently in their very first map. They're playing that qualification game. As we said, we've already sent 2 teams home today. We sent Elevate, we sent Scars home. We're gonna send 1 more home on the A stream, but if you prefer, of course, more happiness and the good vibes, and wanting to see other teams like Falcons and BDS go to the major as well, tune into the B stream for Liquid and Secret. They are in the middle of their game. We are sending a team home here, and we're gonna go back to the A stream to focus on that as well. We'll bring in our A casters in a bit as well. You're hearing some of the SSG preparations as we're still listening to those players. Parker and Jesse, you're back for a full NA game, but I want to hear from the NA experts. Which of these 2 NA teams is gonna take it?
Ooh, I mean, based on the maps and what I'm seeing out of the team so far, I think Space Station is the favorite. I don't know if you'd agree with me as you look at your laptop to try and justify what you're about to say. What do you want to say, numbers boy?
I think that these 2 teams are incredibly close, and historically, they trade matches.
Oh, God.
They've been going back and forth, back and forth. SSG is due, though. Dark Zero won the last one. SSG won the one before that. Dark Zero won the one before that. SSG won the one before that. So it is SSG's turn to win a series, and this will be an important one to win.
You don't say.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, you're going home if you are not winning out this matchup. That's why I'd also like to know, from these 2 teams, who do we want to step up the most? Who has the most to prove in this important matchup?
I mean, I think the easy answer is Bolo. I mean, Bolo's results at this event have been well below his expectations, well below his standards, well below our expectations as well. I don't really know what's going awry with DZ because we haven't had a chance to cast their matches, and on rewatches, you don't really pinpoint a lot of that stuff. But, I mean, he's the easy answer. I don't know if you differ, if you think there's anybody else that maybe needs to step up.
No, I think Faults has also had a pretty rough tournament so far. He is, IGL support player. He doesn't have to be the guy fragging out, but usually he is very solid, very reliable kind of in those late rounds. He's not found quite the same amount of success. He's been okay in the clutches, but his stats have been very, very poor, 18 and 31. As I look to my notes now. So if we could see some more out of Faults, see some more out of Bolo, we could have a really good game on our hands.
And then looking at the positives as well, if we see players that have been doing really good and we're expecting to do well again in this match.
Oh, I mean, I'm going to look at NJR.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at J90.
Yeah.
Those are the two people that I'm going to be looking at. If both of them can show up, then they're going to give their teams a huge leg up. J90 has been performing better than his regional stage numbers, which I think is obviously a very strong thing for this team. If you can translate domestic play and whatever success you might have and only increase that internationally, things tend to go better in your direction. We just saw that in the BDS VP game.
Yeah.
I mean, Pasha having some struggles. Joystick stepped up huge for VP. On the side of BDS, Shaiko had a very poor performance by his own standards. Solotov had a huge game. Leaky Fac is consistent as usual. So as long as the usual characters and the usual suspects can do well and maybe a little bit better, your team's fortunes are usually going to increase.
Yeah, and former teammates as well, Janino and NJR, all the way back on the Disrupt Gaming squad of old. To go another direction, I would also say Nath had a great game yesterday. If he can put that up again, it's going to be very tough for Space Station.
Yeah, he's the third best rated player so far in the tournament, but we're going to find out which NA team has to go near an airport and which team gets to stay in the competition. We'll find out starting on Consulate.
Well, this was the map that we had hoped for in BDS versus VP. It was the tiebreaker, obviously was not required. But it's where we're going to start between these teams. This is usually very favorable turf for a team like Space Station. How will they do in the first half? We'll get underway with our very first map between these teams. Chalet and Cafe up for maps 2 and 3. No guarantee that map 3 will be needed. So Chalet, which we just saw in both of our matches that preceded this, both on the A stream and the B stream, we're going to go back to the snowy mountains of France. Operator bands coming in. Jesse, you love it, you crave it. It's time. Blitz the first band.
Blitz first, and it might be a Monty second. I was really curious if SSG would want to lean into the shields this series or not. That's initially looking like a no, and Dark Zero will answer. DZ, the Monty Azami bans should be expected here. They do deviate sometimes. I said the same about Verus Pro. VP are very standard in their bans, right? They always will ban the same ups over and over again. For both Dark Zero and Space Station, it's a little bit harder to tell what they're going to take off the board. DZ keeping it traditional in our first map, both Monty and Azami going now. Space Station banned a few different operators on this map. I would guess Kaid as the most likely, but it really could be a bunch of different ops. It'll be Mira. That's not a huge surprise either coming out from Space Station Gaming. Both of these teams, exceptional players on Consulate, starting with SSG because it is their map pick. In the last 4 months, SSG have 5 wins and just 1 loss on this map. Their only loss came against FaZe just a few days ago. That was an 8-6 game that they ended up losing. Prior to that, obviously, the 5-game win streak standing strong for SSG on the side of Dark Zero. 7 plays this season. The only 2 times they lost, 8-7 against Liquid, 7-5 against Beast Coast. That was stage 1 Beast Coast as well when they were on their tear. So both of these teams are very good at Consulate. The other interesting thing you'll notice, SSG chose this map. Dark Zero chose to start attack. This is the most defender-sided map in Rainbow Six Siege. Dark Zero giving themselves a tough task for the first 6.
While we are in an unexpected tech pause, it seemed like there were some issues with Kobe Lax's setup. Just let you know what's going on over on the B stream. We have a surprise caster, Zenox, or Zenox, or Zednox, depending on how you want to pronounce his name. He's not available for the matchup. So our good and beautiful brute, known as Manic, over in ANZ, has joined Guz for the cast, and spoilers inbound, map number 1, going to Team Liquid. They're up 1-0 in their matchup against Team Secret, looking to qualify for the main stage. That is not an elimination match. This one is. We will say goodbye to one of these 2 teams. But as for Secret and Liquid, one of them will go to the main stage. It will be our last team today to qualify. The remaining 3 spots will be played in our 3 matches tomorrow. We will know exactly which teams are competing at the end of the day. So far, it's been Brazil pretty much all the way down. 2 Brazilian teams already qualified for the main stage, FaZe Clan and W7M's new roster, not the World Championship winning team. They qualified yesterday. Today, it's been Falcons and BDS who have punched their ticket to the main stage of Montreal. Either Liquid, who's now up 1-0, or Secret, who will need a reverse sweep to win 2 maps in a row, will be the next team and the last team today to qualify.
It's been a great tournament for Brazil. They are on pace to have all 4 of their teams in the quarterfinals. We'll rely on Liquid winning today and Black Dragons winning tomorrow, but it's certainly in the cards. It's been a bit of a worse tournament for North America compared to our South American friends. NA has not done quite as well. CL for Life in the Phase 1 didn't win a single game. Dark Zero and SSG, one of them will be eliminated in the next few hours. Thankfully, we did see Sonics win earlier today for the NA fans, so Sonics will be participating tomorrow to get a spot inside of the quarters. There will definitely be 2 NA teams that will be fighting on the final day of Swiss. They might fight each other. It really depends on how the Swiss bracket goes. But in any case, North America likely to have somewhere around 1 team in the quarters. Could be 2, could be 0, but we'll just have to wait and see how the cookie crumbles. Only one of these teams will get that opportunity.
I mean, wasn't this there was an event similarly that I'm trying to remember which one it was, where there was like 3 APAC teams on the last day and they lost all 3 of their matchups, and there could have been 3 APAC teams making it to the main stage. I'm trying to remember which event it was. It might have been, honestly, it might have been Manchester.
Last event.
I'm aware Manchester was the last event.
No, I know. I'm just saying again. Like, I think that, you know.
What are you trying to say?
I remember that very
recently. Trying to say that I have a bad memory?
I think it was the Manchester one.
You saying that I have a bad memory?
I really like this setup being brought out by Space Station Gaming. Oh, he saw a head for a moment. Do you see that? J90, the upside down rappel came out.
Keep ignoring me when I'm asking you questions.
I answered your question. Maybe you forgot? Your memory's a little...
You can't gaslight me. I own an electric vehicle.
That's so true.
Physically impossible. Don't even try. Halfway through the round, by the way, and it's been an admin take so far from Dark Zero. As you said, they saw some players, but did not follow up on it. Nobody really in any danger at the moment.
Bolo loves his glass on this site. He plays it pretty often for Dark Zero. It's weird to see him enter through the basements, through the bottom floor. They've got 3 players stacked up that want to walk up Spiral. This is a very interesting take. They can use the smoke grenades to maybe work a pick through onto the top of Spiral. Long Desk is here. It'll be J90 trying to meet them with a crossfire on Benja.
Fire arrows going out, and there's another smoke tossed by Bolo. It will isolate anybody playing over by that soda machine. Benja hears the sounds, but Bolo through the smoke gets him before the nitro cell can be detonated. The explosive gets sent out. Nothing to be found. Opening pick for DZ comes with just a little bit over 30 seconds left. Now it's Bolo shooting again. Nave finding Ashen, isolating these players. These short altercations not working out for Space Station. They are getting picked apart. Fultz, the only player from Space Station on the board, and as he's the last one standing, he's the only one who's going to be able to make some noise. The Hibana of NJR running in, and you saw him run through the smoke. How did you... I mean, at least I thought you did, and then you back up, and the Hibana was there. It was a little puzzling.
Keep working. There were a lot of targets to find.
Maybe the smoke populated differently on his screen, but DZ off to the races, and they take round number 1.
Yeah, clean start. Bolo on the glass, making his presence known. Really cool stuff. Usually when Bolo plays the glass on that site, he does like to run at Spiral, but in the past, I've seen him maybe on the skylights, jumping in the top Spiral window, making the play there. I haven't seen him enter through the main floor and walk 3 bodies up those stairs, so they did it expertly. If you noticed, they used a Capitao bolt to fire off the right-hand angle as you walk up the Spiral stairs, and then they pushed with smoke grenades and the glass for the left angle as they got to the top of that staircase. That was really well put together from Dark Zero. A very calculated strategy, and that's what you expect from this team. All throughout their history, they've been a team that have relied on very solid strategies, very set plays that they like to go for. A lot of people attributed that to Canadian, but since he's left the team, the playstyle hasn't changed much on the side of Dark Zero. I think you got to give a lot of credit to Nafe in that round as well, making the entry. Despite having the defuse kit, he pushed quite deep into meeting through the top of Spiral as well, through Long Desk. Had a big impact in that round. It was beautiful to see. We've got a spawn peek attempt now from J90.
And he nails it. No Pampa party today. Say goodbye to the DMR. Say goodbye to the Logic Bombs as well. There's backup with the Deimos, but usually they are used in conjunction. That means that for the death marks, of which 3 will eventually be available for Kobe, he's only got 1 at the moment. The Mute Jammers of SSG will be even more powerful and will deprive Dark Zero of greater information. It's a devastating loss.
Forrest's goal will be to bandit trick this single wall, while at the same time potentially calling for his teammates to get aggressive outside of it. Nitro goes over the main breach, but it finds nobody at all. The wall being kept closed by the Tuberao, but it's only a matter of time. It's unlikely they'll actually be able to destroy that exothermic charge. They do have 3 more Nitro cells if they want to use one to try to go over the wall, but that seems very unlikely. It'll go for Kobe instead. That's what you want. That's much better value, and I think it actually also got the exothermic charge. So, you know, I didn't think it'd see it, but there it goes. Perfect utility play from SSG.
Nice duality of these teams. Round number 1. Round 1, very defiant. For Dark Zero, very dominant. Now it's SSG all the way down. There's only a single kill, I think, from Fultz in round number 1, and now DZ finding themselves where they might not even be able to get one. Next best opportunity is Nafe asserting himself on yellow stairs. One player from SSG was close by, but has fallen off of this position. Now is Bolo on the bottom of yellow stairs. Looks deep into the bomb site, but all of SSG appears missing. The entry for Bolo will now get tougher as a goo mine has been thrown out towards the door. I'm sure he's got a hunch that there's somebody over by pipes.
Still 2 Nitro cells if they go for a plant.
Smokes and firebolts go out, and this is a great spot for Fultz. Tucked into a rack corner. Down goes Nafe. Bolo inside of the same position on yellow. He could pre-fire to his heart's content, but nobody from Space Station will give him any quarter at the moment. He's got 1 smoke remaining. A lineup as he sees the head of 1 player. Default cam was still up until a second ago as well, so troubling position for the soon father-to-be of Bolo. He's got nothing at the moment.
I don't think he's going to win the round.
I think that's a very good assessment. Nice shot on the Ashen, denying Space Station a flawless round.
All right, let's go.
Ashen doing Ashen things.
We haven't gotten the privilege of casting Ashen yet through this tournament, so
privilege is certainly a word for it.
It's nice to be able to get him now on the mic, of course.
It's not the word I would use.
Well, I like hearing it. I like the aggression. Had a very good game up against the Sonics the other day, where we got to hear some yelling back and forth between Ashen and Canadian. It was a very close game between the North Americans previously. Now we've got another All-American matchup. And it's been very, back and forth. Certainly decisive rounds in 1 and 2. A lot of that comes down to the game plan of Dark Zero. When it works perfect. They are hitting every shot. They are performing the game plan exactly as needed. But when there's disruptions, and SSG, they're a team that love their disruptions, then it becomes very awkward. Yes, there's a spawn peak. Yes, there's going to be a Nitro cell coming up over the wall. These are the things that are going to throw the game plan out the window for Dark Zero, and they're struggling to adapt when things don't go their way. A 3-man advantage in the 2v5. It's a very tough spot for anybody to pull back. And the thing with SSG too, they'll get aggressive in these early rounds, right? They'll try to disrupt your plan, but once they've done that, they're not going to play stupid. This is not a team that is going to play needlessly aggressive. They're not going to underestimate their opponents and go for swings, especially against a team that they've played so many times like Dark Zero. They're going to show that respect. And in the 5v2, 5v1, they'll sit still, and they'll save the disrespect for after the round when they're screaming across the group.
Dark Zero was knocked off their stride with Bambazoo dying early in the round, and with no logic bombs and only a Deimos to deal with. It was tough to pinpoint where these SSG players are on the map, or were. I suppose still are, as it's a new round and a new lineup from Space Station. One operator whose pick rate has skyrocketed after a change that might not have seemed very significant and yet has had profound effect is Mozzie. This is an operator that you've talked about a few times on the broadcast. The only major change to Mozzie was he got 1 more pest.
Yep.
That's seemingly enough to push Mozzie deep into the meta.
He also did get impacts, but I've not seen a single Mozzie player this tournament actually running impacts. Still, we do see more C4s than anything, so I don't know if that change had much of an impact. Pun intended. Here's the entry. Pamba on the Ying. Makes some space, but doesn't actually find the head of it. There's a shot for sure, though. Nate managed to get that pickup. Answered back by Ashen.
Bambazoo could have the cross now inside of console office. Ashen was the intended target. Nave gets there first, and a nice kill from J90, holding the door frame. through the soft wall. Benja taking out NJR as now the 3 players of SSG with an advantage of 1 will listen for the sound of the diffuser as Nafe gets the plant down. He and Kobilax are the last 2 standing. Was that 3rd highest rated player at the event for Nafe? He's off to a good start with objective play. Kobilax is dropped, still retrievable, but Nafe likely has another idea as it's him in a 1v3. 3 kills to his name. He'll need some high-impact kills and will ultimately need to win the round. Assessing his options. SSG will bring the heat to him. Keep 1 player from Space Station up above. SSG are a bit too slow, and Nafe pulls trigger. Fultz gets the kill and then immediately hops on the defuse kit. He was the player that you said in the pre-match needed to pick it up for Space Station, and he's done a pretty good job of that so far. Not just in terms of kills, but valuable gadgetry work, and then the counter disable to win the round for Space Station.
Fultz watched Nath get a plant off, and that made him angry, as these are the 2 of the players in the tournament competing for the title of most plants. Nafe had the most plants coming into this matchup with 7. With that round, it'll move up to 8. Fultz is close behind with 5 plants of his own. So we've seen a lot of good support play from both of those guys on the teams.
We just need to make sure they don't
Our first round as well that goes very close, right? We see back and forth play coming out from these 2 squads. The first 2 rounds very dominant. This round, it just, I think, was naturally a very messy execute. They came in with the Candelas. They got some good vertical play from Nafe, who had entered into the main floor. And then they focused that defuse kit. They called the Dokkaebi as soon as they started to put that plant on the ground, which meant that nobody up above could hear the plant going down. Whether they had intel on it or not, they weren't able to react, but they had the man advantage, and the post plant was very strong. So good moves from SSG in the mid round and late round as they adapted to those Candelas coming forward from Pambazoo. A little bit of a rough start from the entry fragger of Dark Zero, 1 in 3. Won't be too concerned by it just yet, but something to watch out for, as Pamba's not had the greatest tournament so far.
No, Pamba, Kobilax, and NJR combining for 2 kills through 3 rounds is very off the mark for Dark Zero. Pamba's not somebody that either you and I talked about in the pre-show too, right? It's
correct. Yeah, Pamba's been okay on attack. He's actually been very good on attack. He's got a 1.47 KD ratio. Defensively, though, he is the worst player in the tournament on the second half in particular. So if he also struggles now in the first half, this might be some bad news for Dark Zero. This strategy obviously going to be revolving likely around the shield play of Nafe. You can ban Monty, you can ban Blitz, but you can't ban the 3rd shield that the attackers have access to. We've seen quite a bit of fuse play here in Montreal anytime that both Blitz and Monty get banned out.
The players joked about the double shield ban, by the way.
Yep.
In the pre-match lobby. Ha ha ha, all shields are banned. Well, I mean,
not quite.
Not quite. Also, there was no Clash ban, so I mean, that just is objectively one dedicated shield operator.
Clash is so different from the others. Like, her place in the meta.
Defender.
Exactly.
And the others are all attackers.
Hard to compare.
Well, because you can't really compare attackers and defenders, Jesse, now can you?
You could.
Would you want to?
I have. I made an operator tier list.
Okay.
Compared the 2 of them. And I had to use adjusted win rates because defense have such a high win rate compared to attack.
And what did you find when you crunched those numbers, Jesse?
I found that Monty was the best attacker in the game.
Wow, that is wild.
Yeah.
You needed numbers to do that? You know advise? There go the logic bombs, and Fuse charges on in, but Fultz handles Nafe quite effectively. Pambazoo also drops at the hands of J90. NJR on the board, same with Bolo now. For DZ, 2 separate players coming to life. They wanted to rush into the site, they got it, but maybe not with the result that they were hoping for. There are consequences to these things, Jesse, and the consequence for the actions of Dark Zero was death.
They're not done yet, though, Parker. Watch out. They're
not
sitting on the Visa stairs.
They're not all dead. You're correct. Nitro style by Forest will hit Bolo. I don't know where that was for the Dokkaebi. Oh my. NJR knew Benja was up there. He was shooting at the floor, and Benja just makes it look like another day in the office. Kobilax, with his very first kill, almost gets a second, but Ashen hits him with the frog splash off of the table.
This is a T2!
Ashen is technically correct. This is not T2. Cutting commentary from the usual quietest member of Space Station, as it's a 3-1 lead for SSG. This has prompted a relatively early timeout for Dark Zero.
The comment, of course, aimed at Kobe Lax, who was picked up from Tier 2 over the summer offseason, the newest member of Dark Zero. Some words being exchanged by the two 19-year-olds as well, both Benja and Kobe, born not too far apart. Or Ashen and Kobe, excuse me.
Is this going to happen
Benja's
again?
a little older.
Is this going to happen again where you go through their like entire history?
People want to know.
Hailing from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Young age, 23 years and 14 days. Just celebrated his birthday at the local Chuck E. Cheese. Jesse J. Chick casting.
We have no birthdays that have been too recent. Faltzes and Forrest are both coming up. They got to find some answers on Dark Zero. They've just lost 3 attacks in a row, and I get that it's Consulate, okay? I understand that we are on a very defender side of map, but first of all, Dark Zero chose this situation. They decided to start on attack. They said, we want that smoke, and they're getting it. Now we're starting to see the consequences of that decision, with SSG taking a massive lead. The only round Dark Zero were able to win was when they came in with a game plan, and they executed it, and they never felt any disruptions. When they were winning that first round, nothing went wrong. Every time one problem has occurred, Space Station have rolled that single problem into a round win. Anytime things get chaotic, anytime Dark Zero lose just one member of their team, Space Station Gaming seem to be able to close that one out. They seem to be able to play a little bit better in the lower man counts. So I'm hoping that we can see Dark Zero adapt a little bit better in the second quarter of this game. If we can see them start to play a little bit better with man disadvantage, if we can see them adapt a bit more when they lose some critical operators, that's going to be the key, because SSG are not going to allow you to push with 5 players very often. Yes, it happened round 1. They let you get set up, but that's because they didn't expect the push that you brought. Now that we're here in rounds 2, 3, 4, and now 5, they've been doing the exact opposite. They've been getting aggressive early. They've been making sure that the rounds get sloppy, get messy. That's how SSG like it. Dark Zero, how do they respond? They respond with the Ying. They respond with the Glaz once again. And they're going to try to make some chaos happen on the top floor. That was a very poor Nitro. Yell about that one, Ashen.
Would you see Nitros like that in T2, Ashen? Would you? I don't think so. Maybe you would. I don't watch much T2.
You know, you see some shenanigans in Tier 2. I won't lie.
I have watched Elements 1 through 900.
Okay, there's only been 4.
I am very ahead of the curve.
You'll know then that Kobe Lax won 2 of those elements. There's only been 3, sorry, the 4th is coming up.
He actually goes back down and goes on a tear for the next about 16 of them.
Does he?
Yes, I'm from the future.
Unfortunately, he's going to get dropped from DZ.
No, he does both.
He plays for DZ and plays an element.
DZ Academy, yes, of course. Drop on in now in the Warden of Ashen. Poison ready for the Glaz, a Ying as well as follow-up. But through the smoke, Ashen sends some preemptive shells from his shotgun, and oh my goodness. Dark Zero dropping into their death, but Nafe is there. Other shield operator we talked about in the previous round of Clash is still on the board, and they've got a read on this gridlock. SSG, ready to hit her with the gritty. She's already the slowest speed that you can get in the game, and even slower now. What more can be said than what's being said in the chat by Space Station?
I'm sure Ashen will add some after the round.
I hope Jinxie's viewers are enjoying this. As far as I saw, he was co-streaming. He's also a streamer for Space Station, so he's probably enjoying the results, and hopefully his fans are as well as he cheers on this team.
Simple 90.
Simple.
It does look quite easy for SSG so far. Their lead sits at 3 rounds, 4-1. And again, the finger pointing that will occur if DZ loses this will be at whoever made the decision to start on the harder side of Consulate.
Yeah, I'll remind the viewers as well, we got a long series ahead of us. You know, this is the first half of Consulate. This is SSG's map pick. They're on the stronger side and the most defender side of map in the game. Plenty of comeback potential from Dark Zero, but the thing with SSG is if they can break your mental early, they're going to be in a really strong spot to just keep that rolling, keep the momentum up. There might be no team as terrifying to play against as SSG, not because they are the best team in the server, but because out of the server, they're going to get inside your heads. They will type more than any other team in the game. They will scream more than any other team in the game. And Dark Zero are used to it. All right, they play these guys all the time in the North American League. They know what the typing entails. They've played them on LAN before as well. But when you look to some of the younger players, a guy like Kobilax, who maybe doesn't have all that much experience, attending his first ever international event, that's going to be a little bit more impactful. Ashen with the momentum, jumps out with the SMG-11, but doesn't find a head with it. Instead, he just retreats back into the site. A 5-1 half is never something that you want to be going up against.
No, it's quite unusual, and despite how evenly matched a lot of these series that we've seen have become and ended, there's been a lot of 5-1 and 6-0 halves, probably more than most events. I don't really understand why, but teams are able to pull it off. Again, it's just likely the way that the meta works and the way that the operators at the current moment just vibe with each other. If you are so good that you can win 3 to 4 of your defender rounds and the bomb sites suit your style of play and suit your lineup, then what's that 5th round, right? It is a very hard hill to climb, though. And players will tell you, if you speak to them, that even if you know that you're going to have a 5-1 half, going down 1 and 5 is incredibly taxing mentally.
No map control at all 60 seconds into this round from Dark Zero. They are focused on the top floor, but explosives are going both ways. There's a peek coming out, and Ashen hits a great shot onto the captain of Dark Zero. Another one goes down. It's Kobilax outside, finished off by Forrest as well, putting into a 3v5. The last couple players on Dark Zero will enter for a pick. Pamba finally getting active now for DZ, taking control of benches here in the mid-round. There's still a man down, and there are a lot of Space Station players lurking around the top floor. What can Dark Zero do? Their players right now are quite isolated.
You've got to move as a unit at this point. SSG, your win condition right now is just sit around, be patient, let DZ come to you. Maybe don't do whatever Benjamaster was doing. NJR on the skylight with a relatively big opening for this team, and it sets up DZ in a much more winnable situation. Just a little under a minute still left. SSG can sit and wait, but again, DZ needs to try to find isolated engagements. They did on Nebenja. Another will tilt the scales in favor of Dark Zero.
Ashen and Jan, I know, are both top floor. They're going to know now where Pambazu is top yellow as the Dreadmine catches them out.
A walk in from Bolo. Suddenly it's Fultz. SSG needed to play together just as DZ did. DZ's coordination tip top. And while this Dark Zero team is swept through the top floor, they need to translate that to the bomb site, which is not up there. First drop comes in, second as well. Fultz giving his position away. He's got almost no bullets left. He needs to reload. He doesn't have the time or the wherewithal. NJR secures the final kill, and the first half is in the books. DZ in a deficit. SSG in control, but how does the side swap play out? Because DZ presumably started on the harder side, so now things should get easier moving forward. Maybe the belief was get the hard part out of the way and then set us up well for the second half. We'll find out.
It was only 24 hours ago that SSG blew a 5-1 lead. They played Verus Pro yet last night, and they were up 5-1 in the first half of Cafe. They lost every single round in the second half. Ended up losing that game 7-5. Now it's only a 4-2 lead. Dark Zero going to the favorable side. Still in this game, no doubt about it. They had their stumbles. A lot of their plans really weren't working. But despite that fact, they've done enough in that first half to give themselves a fighting chance here on Consulate. They'll move over to the defense. NJR putting up some big rounds in that previous round number 6. Some big kills to be able to equalize his teammates and match the 5-kill maximum for anybody on Dark Zero. They call him the Mayor. You know why they call him the Mayor?
Mayor McCheese!
Because he was legally elected in a fair and free election.
That's quite the accomplishment. I actually congratulated him on his election victory just the other night.
Yeah.
Do you know that Guy Fieri has been reelected 8 times as the mayor of Flavortown?
Actually right next door to Cheeseville.
Guy Fieri and NJR working together. to lead their towns into an era of prosperity. Mayor McCheese, what a guy. Do you actually know why they call him the mayor?
I think he just really likes McDonald's, right?
I have no idea why
I'm pretty sure he just orders a lot of McDonald's, and he's got a little figurine on his desk that is the mayor.
Isn't it like the Hamburglar or something like that?
No, it's Mayor McCheese. It's a real character in McDonald's lore. Are you telling me you're not a McDonald head?
I was not aware that those things existed until moments ago.
Now you know. Educational stream. The Tubarão continuing to find value on the bottom floor of Consulate. Can't quite keep the wall closed. He thought he had a kill, but the Osa shield keeping Forest nice and safe. The Zoto canister did fly out and hit the Zoto, the deployable shield from Osa, but that won't destroy it.
Nafe, the first one to go down, but it's traded right back. I don't know what they were thinking there. The Osa Forest as well, walking into his death. NJR's been dropped, so only 2 defenders remain as Fultz secures with the fire arrow. If you don't want to put yourself in harm's way, use your gadget instead. Very good value for one of those fire arrows to be used to secure the down. Bolo needs to do double duty, watching both Spiral and the hallway, as Pambazoo has a lock on that server corridor that leads towards the bomb site, a break room, cafeteria, staff room, etc. Teams call it many different things. Who's got the set of eyes, though, on the opening? Bolo swats away at a drone as there's a Gone 6 to take out some utility that prevents this advance. The smoke in hand. Ashen laying out the path forward for J9O as he sees Bolo. Did they know there was a glass on the board this entire time? Pambazoo now to watch over towards Yellow, using the safety of the pillar. Ashen with diffuser in hand on Thermite. A bit of an odd roll for him, but hey, if it works, it works. Now it's Pambazoo looking for 1 kill over towards Yellow, doing a lot of damage to Ashen as the smoke conceals Space Station's retreat. Pambazoo has no idea where these remaining players are. One's over towards Breach, and the moment that Pambazoo tries to long arm this, he might be exposed. Exothermic charge going off, and Pambazoo pops up, and Fultz sits him right back down.
Shitting! Kobe!
I don't think he's speaking English half the time. I think he speaks in emoji or emoticon. I listen to him and I'm just like, I have no idea half of what he's saying.
I don't think Kobe knows what he's saying either. At least for Kobe's sake, I hope he's not listening. The words directed to the young rookie on Dark Zero. I think SSG don't get enough credit for how smart and cautious they are in the late rounds. I think sometimes you hear SSG, you're like, these are the crankers. All right, these are the guys who they're going to crank, they're going to run in, they're going to get their kills, they're loud, they're aggressive. It's SSG. We know how they play. But consistently, when you see SSG with a man advantage in the late round, they play so safe, so respectful, so smart. They don't ever want to overstep. In this round in particular, they used that smoke grenade in the 3v2. And that allowed the initial pick to come out from J9O on the glass. They didn't have to push off that, and I don't think they would have pushed off that if they didn't get that pick. They still had 2 smoke grenades in their pocket. It was simply a bait. They wanted Dark Zero to make those moves. We saw Bolo eventually go for the rotate and get his head blown off by the glass. It was a really well-executed push by SSG. They knew they had time to work with. They knew they had a man advantage. They knew they didn't have to immediately run in with those smokes and try to make something happen and panic. Every time that Space Station have found themselves in a man advantage, they've sat back. They've given 0 opportunities to Dark Zero to claw back the man advantage, and that's why they're so good at converting these rounds.
Hatch remains in play inside of Visa. As the bullets that whiz down from the top floor at least gives information to Space Station as to where one of these DZ defenders sits. It's a big spread by Dark Zero, by the way, all over the map. Given that this is Archives Tellers, you're typically going to find, at minimum, 1 defender on every single floor. That top floor in particular is oh so critical, because if you concede that, you risk losing the Tellers bomb site on the main floor. That's why you saw SSG line up in that direction. And I think it was Ashen who might have been tasked with that first pick. Drone goes in, and Ashen is spotted by Nafe. How do you miss drone that? How do you not see Nafe in that position? Logic bombs were going off as well, and he wasn't sitting on top of a mute jammer. That seems like a bit of sloppiness from Space Station, and that's not what you want if you want to move to match point.
Nice shot by Nafo, can't deny that. Still top floor control by Dark Zero. They'll use it for a spawn peek late into the round. 90 seconds in, Pamba out the window finds Benjamaster. That's going to be quite an important pick as Dark Zero are trying to pull this round disadvantage back now. Looking for their third. It's a 5v3. Starting to enter in the basement. There is a site down here, but Kobe gets alive. Traded by Forest, but I think he'll be very happy with the circumstance he's put his team into. Now it's a 4-on-2. J9O and Forest need to go so aggressive. They've got to find some kind of entry point to claw this one back. I'll say they've got the fuse kit, they've got a logic bomb, and they've got 60 seconds to work with. That's a lot of good resources. But DZ are also not giving up an inch.
How many bullets does it take to hit a default cam, J9O? Let's find out together. Dark Zero really have been behind in many of these rounds. This is not one of them. A good spread that seemed to frustrate SSG as they struggled to gain map control. Poor drone work guiding Ashen in cost them the very first pick. J9O gets Bolo as he stands like a statue looking over this hold on, and Forest with a pick as well. Suddenly this round becomes immensely winnable. Forest trying to signal a spot for J9O to get that diffuser down. Forest hearing one, pre-firing away. The follow-up, J9O has to get off, and Forest gets one, and J9O is a sitting duck as NJR creeps ever forward and gets J9O as he pops up. Just as we saw the other way around, sitting him down. Too close for comfort for Dark Zero in that round, though.
Yeah, great late round play coming out, obviously from NJR, but it's the early round that puts them into that situation where they're winning it so dominantly to begin with. We saw a problem with Dark Zero, where often if their plan was getting disrupted, if they were facing obstacles that were getting picks onto their teammates early in the round, they couldn't recover very well. I think that attempted recovery from SSG was better than most of the rounds we saw out of Dark Zero, but still not good enough. The way that they were able to get those picks in the early round was a little bit too strong. A little bit of discoordination from Forest and J9O as well in that 2v2. You know, Forest wanted him to plant close on the wall. J9O chose a different plant spot. Then he almost finished the plant, J9O, but Forest was getting off the cover, and so then he had to jump off of it. Maybe he could have finished, but he chose not to, and then they took 2 1v1s instead of a 2v2. I don't know. It was a little awkward. Those are obviously the most difficult situations to play in Rainbow Six Siege, so I'm not going to be too harsh on the guys. That's obviously a high-stress situation as well. And they've got a bit of a buffer, so if those rounds don't always get converted, if you don't always clutch up the 2v4s, I think you'll be all right. They just need to find 2 attacks on Consulate in order to secure themselves a spot in map number 2 with a 1-0 lead, win their own map pick. Once again, the loser of this series will be eliminated from the Montreal Major. Only one of the North American teams fighting right now can continue on to tomorrow.
Honestly, having to say goodbye to one of these teams is a little bit sad. It's never great to say goodbye to a team, period. So far, of the 4 teams that have gone home during the playoffs, because we said goodbye to teams during the play-ins as well, the playoff teams, 3 APAC squads. Yep. 1 from Japan, 1 from Korea, 1 from Southeast Asia. That is, respectfully, Scars, D+ Kia, and Elevate. And then G2 was actually the first team to go home after a pretty dreadful 1-14 loss against Sonics yesterday. Saw some of the G2 players in the lobby earlier today, by the way, and, well, safe to say none of them looked particularly happy with that early exit.
Because they lost.
Yes, that's
they lost
okay.
every game.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
It's a main floor bomb site, but the top floor will be where the bulk of the defenders are at. SSG not interested in clearing them out horizontally. Instead, from below seems to be the game plan. Some missed shots, though. The bars stealing a kill away from Fultz. He's down to 7 HP. Pamba did get downed in this chaos. And they're starting to hunt for the Legion now with the Deimos tracker, but they've got to be very careful without the HP. Pamba gets picked up on the top floor as they start to make their entry to the site.
This is a huge utility dump with a little bit over a minute on the clock remaining. Fultz is the only person who's been down so far, though Dark Zero has taken some serious lumps. Fultz now retrieved. The scramble for SSG and all of that utility ultimately finds them nothing.
How is nobody dead?
look,
there we go.
I don't have answers to these questions. Kobilax dies 2-8. Really not where a player of his capabilities and his role needs to be at this current point in time. NJR's woken up though. Bolo having a respectable game as well. Slowly but surely, SSG are running out of time. They found one pick, and then for the next 30 seconds, they've attempted to get into the bomb site. Bolo's littered the way with goo mines, slowing the advance. He and Nafe doubling up with a kill apiece. SSG bleeding out. A nice flick over from NJR onto J90, and my God, SSG just seemingly dying left, right, and center. Ashen and Fultz on a sliver of HP, and both of them are gone. Daisy closing the gap between themselves and Space Station.
Significantly less shouting in this second half than in the first. Dark Zero standing strong on these defenses. The trades have been very good for them. Of course, holding on to the bomb site, the fact they don't have to go for those pushes. SSG, clearly they've got good game plans, right? They know what they want to do. They're trying to push together, but it's so awkward. They're not quite able to line up and get those trades. When you use all your util like that, you toss in the Grim, you toss in the flashbangs, you toss in everything that you have, and then you just get stuffed. It becomes so awkward to try to salvage around after that. NJR has been excellent so far today, as he has been throughout the tournament. Coming into this game, he had yet to lose a single opening engagement. Wow. Ridiculous.
That is an actual absurd statistic.
He'd taken 6. He's not an entry player, obviously, so he doesn't find himself in many. He's taken 4 opening engagements on the attack, 2 on the defense, and is 6-0 overall. He's also got the best KD ratio on the team, 38-27 heading into this one. Add 10-5 to that total. Will continue his streak of being the best player on Dark Zero. And yeah, it's just a little messy for SSG in this round. You know, it's small mistakes. It's not being able to shoot somebody through the floorboards. It's awkward. It's not fundamental issues, I don't think, for Space Station. They've got good game plans. It's just the 50-50 sometimes not going their way. An attack timeout might be more of a mental reset coming through from Callout as well. Callout often talked about as one of the best coaches in North America. Keeps the team very disciplined. SSG, more than almost any other squad, feels like a brotherhood, feels like a real unit, a team. They play obviously well as a squad inside the server, but outside the server as well. They exercise together, they play together, they make a ton of rituals with each other.
They all tweet the same things at the same time.
They tweet together, yeah.
The team culture of SSG is very good, I think is what you're trying to say. And we saw that on the old Astralis roster in a lot of ways, despite the fact that this is not Astralis, and Space Station as an organization stretches all the way back to that roster that Fultz was on that won a world championship here in Montreal in 2020. You could argue that SSG is more of a spiritual successor to Astralis than it is to former Space Station rosters, because when Astralis closed up shop and left a variety of esports titles, not just ours, but other games as well, SSG imported much of that roster, and I mean, why not? They made a top 4 run at that SSG, if you recall. They ultimately lost to G2, but so did every team at that 2023 SI event. Team culture only gets you so far, though. I mean, and same with good coaching, right? We've talked about Callout's abilities before. He could tell them exactly what to do, but if they fudge a 1v1, or a defender is in a different position, or one of the defenders spawn peeks them, you lose out. Goes back to the old Mike Tyson quote, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth.
Interesting from NJR, that's not a mistake. That's clearly him being deliberate and choosing not to use that final Zoto canister. Might be wanting to save it in case of a late round Deimos track coming out. Not that it's being brought by SSG, but he wouldn't know that. Might also want to be throwing it at the planter when they try to run in and maybe get a plant down. Find it a little bit easier to land the Nitro cell. Instead, it looks like a lot of this push is actually coming in through the back. Look at Forrest entering in through server on the only shield left in the game. At the same time, Ashen does get taken down by Kobilax, though.
His Clash erasure.
You're right. I'm forgetting about Clash, but you don't see a ton of Clash on the basement.
The Nook has really not worked for Space Station now. This is the second time that an operator whose whole gadget is built around being concealed from cameras, getting droned in, finding an opening, slipping under the radar of your opponents. And yet, Ashen continues to get found on that Nook in the wrong direction. Fultz dies now 2. That's the highest kill total on the side of Space Station. No more. Diffuser in the hands of Forest with that shield. Dark Zero, well primed with 30 seconds remaining to tie this game. And oh my, with shots like that from NJR, it's hard to beat him. The mayor himself with 11 kills at this point. Nice shot on the J9. Oh, he knew exactly what he wanted. And now it's up to Forest to stop DZ from winning a flawless round. Cross body onto NJR. One shot to the head is all it takes, but they immediately traded out. So while not a flawless win for Dark Zero, they survive with 4. Hey, look, it's Mayor McCheese.
I told you.
I'm a real McDonald's head.
Yeah. You know, it's generally a bad sign if your shield player is in a 1v5. All right, sometimes it's going to happen. Things will go wrong. It's going to happen. It's Rainbow Six Siege. But in general, if you see a shield player like Forest playing on the shield and he's in a 1v5, you got to imagine things didn't really go to plan. And that's certainly the case for SSG. They tried to enter the shield in through server. Now, he was bringing Diffuse Kit later on, but he didn't initially have that kit. Meanwhile, players were dying all around the map. The Nook entry from Ashen got shut down very early. The play around Yellow and the play around the main breach just didn't really find anything good. NJR has been so strong with these DMRs and long-range shotguns as he's bringing out now with the TCSG. These single-fire weapons have been absolutely lethal in the hands of NJR. The way he's played with them on site in particular has been fantastic, and it's what he's used to, right? We know NJR as an anchor player, one of the best smokes in the entire game, one of the best SMG 11 players in the entire game. He loves his late round clutches. I talked about how he's yet to lose a single opening gunfight, and part of that's because he doesn't take too many. So seeing him on site, SSG've got to find a way to get past him. They haven't brought a Ying, they haven't brought anything crazy this round. Instead, it's only going to be Forest once again on the Blitz. Or sorry, on the Fuse. Basically Blitz without a shield. If he can make some space for his squad and push NJR to the ground, get nice up and close with the personal with these teams, then that could be an opening. But SSG so far on these attacks have just looked limp.
NJR is a very cautious and a very smart player.
Yep.
Of all the words you can use to describe him, reckless, aggressive, those are not really in the discussion here. And because he's safe and because he takes typically good engagements, he often finds himself on the winning side of a duel. Now, there have been times in the past where that safe style of play has been labeled somewhat derisively as scared and too cautious. Panbazoo, on the other hand, well, he's a player who likes to take chances. And he does. Cutting Benjamaster and the Hibana off a wire on the admin windows and immediately runs back inside of the map.
Unless he got one earlier, that'll be Pamba's first opening pick on the defense of the entire tournament. He's been really struggling as a roamer to get active in the early round. He's been negative on all of these fights he's taken so far. Jumping out the window, finds one, looks for two. Oh my God, it was Bolo. It wasn't Pamba. Bolo was right behind him.
This happened a few times in the matches that you and I have casted where a player will fire and we'll see the silhouette and then somebody else is credited with this kill. Oh my. Fultz down the stairs, he and Forest collaborating for 2 picks. There's some chatter on the side of SSG. As Forest scared Bolo off of his position on the stairs. He's also got the mute of Nafe not far back inside of servers. You've got to get the case if you're on the side of Space Station. Look at these reflexes by Ashen. A second slower and he would have killed Bolo as well as he walked up those server stairs towards Teller. He's an opportunity now. Bolo winning the engagement though, unleashing the Deagle to secure the kill. All the while, time working against Space Station as Fultz is outside with very little to show for this. This is SSG's map, and Dark Zero is about to take the lead, and what a time it would be for DZ. DZ has only led for a single round, and that was round 1, Jesse. Since then, they've either been tied or trailing.
Oh my God, bro, let's go!
Kobilak setting the scene for us. One more round. That's all. Because it's the final round of regulation, but For DZ, it's also the magic number. They snipe this round. They win the whole map.
Everything's been turned upside down for SSG. These attacks, they've not been able to land. Dark Zero consistently thriving in the early round, getting this man advantage. Pamba even getting active, jumping out the window, playing so well alongside Bolo. They've been roaming partners for quite a while. They used to have Canadian that would play up there on the roam with them. Now Kobe tends to be a little bit more active on the roam game as well, but Pamba and Bolo as a duo are still extremely effective in the early round, the way they're able to move around one another. And then when you've got somebody like NJR holding down the back lines too, I mean, it gets an extremely effective setup. That's why Dark Zero have found so much success throughout their history in Rainbow Six Siege. Now they're one round away. For SSG, I mean, I liked some parts of that push, right? It felt like the early rounds, they got caught off guard a bit, but then they used Dokkaebi extremely effectively to equalize that man count. Once upon a time, Dark Zero would ban Dokkaebi in every single game that they would play.
Yep.
This stage, since they made their roster move, we've seen a lot fewer Dokkaebi bans. They were still doing it a lot at the start of the stage, but now that the meta has shifted quite a bit, now that they've changed their team up a little bit, the Monty ban is more common for Dark Zero. No surprise there.
I was going to say, I wonder what changed for them to no longer ban the Dokkaebi, Jesse. What
they certainly didn't nerf Doke very hard.
What swap did DZ make?
Trying to lock this down. They've got the pulse now on the side of Nafe.
It sure feels like a lot of the life has drained out of Space Station the longer this matchup has gone on. I mean, you said it a couple rounds ago, a lot quieter on the side of SSG. I mean, it's hard to talk your ish when you're losing.
Not impossible, though.
If we go to OT, a fun little quirk about the way that these sides played out. The attackers have won the first and the last round of both halves. That's if we go to overtime, because that would mean SSG won rounds 7 and 12, DZ won rounds 1 and 6. For those of you that care about patterns, and for those of you that a soft spot for pattern recognition, it's a fun little defender sandwich with the attackers being the bread.
Also would be back-to-back games where SSG throw massive round leads. It was 5-1 yesterday against Verus Pro. It was 4-1 here against Dark Zero. They don't want to be able to repeat history. This is going to be awkward. They've not made much of a move so far. They've not taken top floor control. They don't really look to be pushing through top floor. Instead, it's likely that this push will come horizontally. And interesting, this is going to just be for soft breach, and then the pick comes out from Nafe. Excellent usage of that pulse scanner. Nafe will find Benja as the opening pick, all thanks to that utility. I brought it up at the very start of this round. Pulse has been an operator that we've seen kind of fall off with the meta, but he still has his uses, and this is undoubtedly Pulse's best map. Nafe showing how sometimes it's Pulse above the players rather than below that can get good value. 50 seconds on this clock. SSG, 5 kills to find with only 4 bodies to do it. Bomb site's the main floor.
Grenade will go out, as Ashen was not intending for a player to be there. Oh my goodness, what a shot on to NJR. Again, this cautious player playing on a sheltered style of play. Kobe Lax absorbing a lot of damage, but still alive as he gets rid of Ashen. J90 from above, eliminating Bolo. Diffuser going down in the hands of Forest. 3 players from Dark Zero to watch over that case. As Forest drops, and J90 follows shortly thereafter. Fultz again in a clutch or kick scenario. Right now sitting inside of the closet. Nafe on Diffuser. There's not 1 but 2, and Fultz immediately vacates the premises. Pambazoo, though, on the jump out, and barring some catastrophic act of God, Dark Zero will get on the Diffuser for the counter disable. DZ stealing Space Station's map.
Pambazoo denies the world champion from the 1v3 clutch. Perfectly played, jumping out the window, catching him off guard. Expertly done there on the defense. Dark Zero looking so good. We were a little concerned when they chose to start on attack. We were even more concerned when they went down 4-1. But in back-to-back games, SSG have thrown the lead and have lost 7-5 in regulation. They've got to get this sorted out. Their mental, not where it needs to be in Montreal.
Oh my. I mean, a very close matchup. It doesn't need overtime, but you just lost your own map. Good news for Space Station is that a lot of teams have actually been in this exact same predicament. It doesn't seem to matter if you lose your map. Mentally reset, get on into the server. For Space Station, troubling prospect now is that you need to go perfect on Chalet and Cafe. You cannot afford to drop another map moving forward. We'll talk through it, and you can see there's obviously some frustration there on the side of Space Station.
Yeah, and that's very SSG. Immediately into a team debrief. Talk about what went wrong. Talk about the issues that plagued you this game. You got to lock in because there's 2 more maps still in this series. SSG are not out of it yet. In an interview after they beat the Sonics, SSG, Ashen in particular, was able to talk with Ann and said that he thought his team had quite a strong mental. Sometimes that comes from the screaming that goes across the squad. Sometimes that just comes from their disciplined play style. We haven't seen it, though, in the last 2 days. Even though we've seen some moments in the past where SSG have battled back from deficits, where we've seen them lock in and not throw big round advantages. In these last couple of games, they've been stumbling. And I get it, right? Consulate attack is hard. I'm not going to sit here and be like, SSG should have won that game. It was a 4-2 half. A 5-1 defensive split is relatively common on this map, and it's always hard to attack. But it also came down to a 1v1 in the final round. Any one of those that they lost could have gone the other way. They could have clawed it back. It felt like they just hadn't grabbed any momentum in that second half.
I mean, Fraggers had a pretty bad game for both teams. Pambazoo going 9-9, Kobilax 4-10, Benjamaster 4-10, Ashen 8-10. These are bad numbers for the players that you imagine should be at the top of the standings. The supporters and the support-oriented players did an awful lot better.
You're right about Kobilax in particular. 4-10 is not what you want to see from the young pickup. However, he started to heat up at the end. The last couple of rounds in that matchup were some of his best. And if he can continue that momentum onto map 2, onto map 3 if they need it, all of a sudden Dark Zero looking very scary. Kobe crushed in tier 2, winning element 2, willing element 3. He then joined Dark Zero. He had a pretty bad second stage. He was -14 overall in the NAL. He entered this game at -2. Yes, he goes -6 map 1, but there was some real light at the end of the tunnel.
Chalet is up next. What happens? Does DZ win 2-0? We'll find out in just a couple minutes.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Dark Zero taking Space Station's map in pretty impressive fashion, if I do say so myself. A 7-5 scoreline that really doesn't underscore just how close this match was. The usual stars of both teams had a bit of an off day. Will they wake up in time for map 2? This is DZ's map of Chalet. Loser of this series, Jesse, goes home.
This will be a familiar territory for these two squads. This is the map that they played each other on in Stage 2 of the North American League BO1s. That was a 7-4 victory for Dark Zero. They're very used to beating SSG on Chalet. Since then, Dark Zero have lost the map twice in a row to both M80 and Sonic, so I won't pretend like this is a crazy strong map for either team, but history suggests that this will be a 2-0 for Dark Zero. Can SSG adapt to their last meeting and take down DZ in this oh-so-important game? If they can't do it, Parker, they'll be headed straight to the airport. We jump into Chalet. We'll look at the operator bans. Previously, Dark Zero and SSG agreed to ban the two shield operators of Monty and Blitz. I expect Dark Zero to keep that trend. Montaigne should be the most common pick, the most likely choice. I could see both of these teams switching it up. SSG here, the other option would likely be Ying if they want to take a different attacker off the board. They do like to play Blitz on this map from time to time. It's going to be Grim instead. Second time today, I predicted a Ying ban, and it's been Grim. Teams may leaning into the anti-B through these couple of attacking bans. Should be a Valkyrie, a Zombie.
You know, the world is in a crisis with colonial collapse disorder costing us bee populations. And yet, you would think that these two teams would be chock full of bee enthusiasts and conservationists that don't want the collapse of the bee order, but instead, they're obviously paid for by Big Wasp as they keep banning Grim. I think it's despicable.
That might be the dumbest thing I've heard you say on a cast since we started working together.
Okay, I was gonna say, I've said a lot of dumber stuff.
Yeah. Well, regardless, we've got the bans through. It's going to be Mira instead of a Valkyrie. That leaves the Intel operator up on the board, and Panda will lock that in immediately as we start off Chalet. Dark Zero and Space Station in on DZ's pick. Loser of the series goes home.
First blood in 12 rounds. 9 of those rounds were won by the team that got the first kill. So this is something to keep an eye on in map number 2. It's going to be favorable territory for DZ. They pick the map. They go here expecting to win it. They do the job. It's a 2-0 victory. They live to see another day, and tomorrow they will fight for their lives, where the result would be either making it to the main stage on Friday or going home on an earlier flight than anticipated on Thursday. It is quite brutal the way these teams are scheduled, by the way. It's been like this for a while. You lose, you go home the very next day. That's just how it works. You don't even get to stick around to watch the main event. They'd be fighting for their lives tomorrow. Both of these teams still obviously have a chance if SSG wins DZ's map, which happens far more often than you think. It'll be up to Cafe to decide the fate of both of these teams. On the B stream, by the way, while we're doing this, there is a third map that is being played between Secret and Team Liquid. Team Liquid squeezing out a victory, squeaking out, squeezing out, eking out, whatever you want to call it. On map number 1, on map number 2, Team Secret destroyed them 7-1.
Yep. Not a pretty sight for the Liquid fans. On Chalet, though, Dark Zero and SSG battling it out. You mentioned the opening picks. Dark Zero have been amazing with the entries so far through this tournament. They have the highest opening pick rate of any team in Montreal, winning exactly 2/3, 66% of their opening picks. A lot of that being NJR, still undefeated on those opening gunfights as well. So for DZ, wanting to maintain that in this matchup against Space Station, I believe they were even, is that correct, in our last game? Wow. Shot from Pamba.
Sorry, production was in my ear talking about something else. What was your question?
Were they even on opening picks in our first map? 50% for Dark Zero, 50% for SSG. That's my understanding.
Let me take a look. Yes.
Thank you. And now they won't be even because Dark Zero will get one. And as I said on Consulate, Pamba had yet to find a defensive opening pick through the entire tournament. Now he's gotten a few.
That was very exciting that you asked me a question about numbers. Please continue to do that, by the way.
That's a one-time thing.
That's a number. I like this.
Okay.
Ashen cannot be the first casualty for SSG. His numbers were not the worst on the team, but were quite bad. Forrest has a read, by the way, on that under-barrel sight It was not Bolo because I don't believe J9O got a kill on the bottom blue from outside of the building. Oh my! Nafe blinding Forrest with that gas and then following up with the shotgun. Full signal. Kobilax and Nafe holding court inside of blue. He can't go for a third though as J9O pounces upon him. Where could it be? You found it. Tucked into the various nooks and crannies that are above the stairs leading down to blue. Dark Zero with 2, SSG with 2. 35 seconds remain in the round.
He's done a lot of good work on the floorboards thanks to this ram, but now they've got a plant on a 2v2. They don't have any smokes to cover, so this clash could do a lot of good work. Can NJR or Pamba stop the plant? It's probably going to come down from the bookshelf, being held right now by Fultz.
J9O up top with Fultz all alone. He needs this upstairs coverage. It's a slow peek. J9O allows Panbazoo to slip through the cracks, and it's Panbazoo with the sidearm out to do the rest of the work. As J9O was caught transitioning over towards where Fultz was getting that plant down, and he was just a little bit too slow. DZ looked like they'd lost the plot of that round, but they found it in time. We've got a brief tech pause as there's an issue with a headset on the side of SSG. They'll sub it out. Got a headset issue with Kobilax earlier on. Now, in the past, Jesse, you filled this downtime by talking about things such as, oh, I don't know, islands.
Sure.
All of these players, well, with the exception of one, come from North America. There's one player in this lobby who's from an island. Can you name him?
Nafe, but there's 2 players in this lobby not coming from North America.
Who's the other one?
Benja.
Oh, that's right. I forgot Benja was from Copenhagen. That's right.
He's not from Copenhagen. He's from the city of Odense. On an island, actually, in Denmark.
Oh, shut up.
So that's 2 islanders in this game, yes?
Is that true?
The city of Odense. I think the 3rd largest city in Denmark.
Benja Master actually is from the Sun. If you saw when he played domestically, I'm assuming he's at the SSG facilities.
Yeah, I believe
which are in Salt Lake City, or at least in Utah. Are you going to fact check me again? Or are you going to say, oh, it's actually not Salt Lake City, it's in suburb?
I can't fact check you because production is fact checking me that Odense is not the 3rd largest city in Denmark. It's something else that I can't pronounce. We have a Danish production team coming.
They also just told me it. I'm not even going to attempt. I'm not going to try to speak this language.
We can't get away with lying about Denmark on this stream.
For people who watch this broadcast, I'm from Toronto. You are from Edmonton. Neither of those cities speak French. And despite Toronto in particular having a lot of languages that you'll hear on a daily basis, I barely speak English. Same with you.
Yeah.
So we certainly don't speak other languages. Meanwhile, most of our producers are Danish or are currently living in Denmark. And they speak 2, maybe 3 languages. And a lot of them speak English better than us. And then they say the names of the places in Denmark, and I say, I don't want to insult you by attempting to pronounce that because I know I'm going to do a poor job. And in all the times that I've been in Denmark, and we lived in Copenhagen for a couple months, I got to say, outstandingly beautiful country, great culture, very walkable. I enjoyed it. The Danish people were very nice, which I was warned might not be the case. I was told that they can be quite blunt and direct, and sometimes that comes across as rude. I did not find that.
No, me neither.
I quite enjoyed my time in Copenhagen. I don't want to do the disrespect of trying to pronounce a place in that country, Denmark, and then, have them say that's not even close.
Well, we won't make you.
Thank you, Jesse. I really appreciate that.
For this round,
I hope they understand.
The Dane is going to be playing on that Deimos, an operator we talk about quite a bit in Rainbow Six Siege. Deimos, that's pretty good. That's you should write that down.
I'm writing it down.
Benja going to be using those trackers to try to spot out some of these more isolated players on the side of Dark Zero. Of course, we have a few up here around Library. Force will once again get caught by a beeper over by the staircase. The castle barricades make the job a little bit harder as Zombie's been banned out, but castle does much the same job. That's why we bring a Flores, that's why we bring an Ash, that's why we bring an Ace. Here's the first track now on to Kobilax. Can they convert it to a frag as he's distracted by the Flores drone? So far, no.
Loses the deployable shield as well. That would give you some coverage if you wanted to emerge from closet over towards master side of things.
There we go.
They must have caught it the moment he started hitting it. I was like, it seems like it's taking a long time to get rid of this castle barricade.
Yeah.
Fewer hits are needed to get rid of those castle barricades now. And oh my, J9O suffering a bit of damage from Pambazoo. They both do. As there's the death mark on to Pamba inside a bathroom. Quite bold that he's not even bothering to move, by the way. Usually you want to see some level of action here. Well, My Magnet's catching one of the smokes tossed out by Forrest, as now he controls office above. Ashen in the right side of the first engagement this time. Now J9O also on the board. Ashen with yet another DZ falling by the wayside. Benja's been dropped. The Dane must be retrieved. It's technically a flawless round for Space Station because nobody finished off Benja. He laid there all cold and lonesome, bleeding out, but still alive. SSG winning round number 2 and tying up the game.
And that's the impact that you expect to see from the star player of SSG, Ashen, getting the opening engagement and then turning that into even more kills as they cleared through that top floor. Dark Zero not putting up enough resistance. Ashen growing up just outside of Chicago, down in the US, played for about 5 years Xbox Rainbow Six Siege from 2016 to 2021 when he eventually switched over to PC. Played a little bit of Tier 2, a little bit of Tier 3, but very quickly was picked up by Space Station and has been excellent for them ever since. A lot of people have talked about Ashen as one of the most talented young players that's ever joined the North American League. Some people think maybe he's a little overrated too. I think that's more so just them not enjoying his personality. He's the type of guy you either love him or you hate him, right? And personally, I love the energy he brings to these games. That was a bit of a jump scare. Our friend the owl.
Why do they keep showing the owl?
Why does who keep showing the owl?
That's a good one. You should write that down. You should write that down, Jesse. That was very good. I will say, from a viewership perspective, I appreciate having characters like Ashen in our scene. I think having players with personality, players that you can actively root against without feeling bad about it.
Sure, yeah.
Does our scene a good service. Because if everybody was all just singing Kumbaya and holding hands, these matches would be terribly boring. I like seeing players feel jilted when they lose. I like seeing players bitter when they get dropped. I think it adds a certain spice to an esport because passion is passion, and these players are so passionate. You know they don't like losing, but when they try to put on a brave face, it seems often inauthentic and insincere. Nave went for a jump out, by the way, just moments ago, and he was met with an early demise by a Claymore, so no active player in the engagement. But still, he loses his life, and that's an advantage for Space Station with 2 minutes to go. Small disadvantage for Space Station as they'd used a Selma onto that upstairs office wall, and Bolo very easily handled both of those charges, thus preventing Space Station from getting a line of sight or even entry to that part of the map.
Dave jumping out, playing a risky move, but obviously he knows what he's doing. He's playing the castle, not a lot of util that's going to be lost. Ashen, that's a bit more of an important one. You find Bolo, not because the frost mats were going to be used later in this round, but because now it's a 2-man advantage, and you take out one of the most talented players, the former world champion. Bolo eliminated from this round. Makes it a 5-on-3, and there's still so much util on the side of Space Station. Another run out from Pamba, but he does retreat back inside the site. We've still got Capital bolts from Fault. We've still got 4 flashes on the shield from Forest. We've still got 2 flashbangs in the pocket of Benja, and still 2 stuns and an explosive in the pocket of J9O as well. They've got so many resources to kill these last 3 players. Not a lot to find them. That's going to be the job of the drones instead. They didn't bring a Dokkaebi, they didn't bring a Deimos. Instead, they're going to have to clear the majority of this map, check their angles, and other than active pings on players that are leaving the map, it's going to be relying on that to find the pings.
Pambazoo eliminating Fultz. Dark Zero, though, not really having much else to show for it. And now things will get tougher for the 2 remaining players on the purple side of the board, as Forest, with the shield in hand, will be breathing down their neck with very little notice. Nitro Cell goes off, NJR slaughtered by Ashen, who finds his 3rd kill in the round. Kobe Lax struggling in map number 1. Those struggles continue in map 2. SSG takes the round.
You're not floating, buddy!
You're not floating. This is the float versus the crank. SSG call themselves crankers. Dark Zero tend to float. And early round, DZ definitely not floating, sinking in that one. Obviously, a couple of bodies hit the deck very early for them. That's due to their own decision making. Nafe jumping out straight into a Claymore, a little bit awkward from his point of view. Tunnel vision's a little bit. The rest of the players just going down into that man deficit. It's gonna happen from time to time. That is the second round now that SSG have won in a row. Dark Zero, an early 1-0 lead for Space Station now. I'm not gonna get used to this. The Observer and LATAM will do this a lot. If you ever watch the Hispanic LATAM League, casted by Flynn and Jays Wills, you'll notice that, and Whippet and Gibson, you'll notice that this happens a lot with the Observers, where they flick over to an interesting face shot, and it seems that our Observers today have taken inspiration.
I wonder how SSG's sixth player, Jinxie, is doing at this current moment after what happened in map number 1.
Wasn't the greatest result for him and his fans.
Didn't he DM you at one point and said he thought you did a great job on the desk? Is that you?
Yeah, we talked a little bit after SI, and then there was a bit of a show match that we casted together as well, Twitch Rivals. That was on his channel that I got to experience.
Well, besties, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was a good time.
That's so great. I'm glad you have a friend.
Thank you.
Don't have many of them these days, do you?
They've all left me, Parker. They've all left me.
They've left for greener pastures outside of Edmonton. Ashen and Benjamaster with 2 very early kills. We are not even a minute into the round. And SSG is just demolishing Dark Zero. DZ had that good first round. Since then, SSG have found a 5th or even 6th gear.
Mm-hmm.
It's that same proximity alarm, by the way. And the same toxic canister being set up in those beams above the stairs. This is exactly what Nafe did in the very first round, and he found great success in that spot.
He did. He was hugely impactful. We often talk about NJR as the SES player on Dark Zero, but Nafe is just as good with it. Can he do it against the Blitz, though? It's the other side of the map now. Funnels down and finds Bolo to start things off. 2 more now. This is going to be a tough one to pull back, even with some great players like NJR and Nafe. When you're in a 2v5, it's always going to be tricky.
SSG are primed to get 2 rounds back-to-back, 1 flawlessly. Oh my, Nafe. Another toxic canister goes out. 1 remains in pocket, and with over a minute left, that means Forrest can wait out the gas. NJR dealing with players above. Nafe 1 kill, so no flawless round. That was Benjamaster, who they tried to get in the previous round. It might have taken them 6 minutes, but they still get him anyway. That's all DZ has to show for that round. Not allowed to say that on television.
Nope.
SSG extending their lead. DZ seem a little bit confused by it. Just typing in the chat, by the way, you can't see it, and we're not going to repeat it. It's all sorts of things. They're actually blowing kisses at each other. Tactical timeout called from Dark Zero, and that is probably too early for DZ as they pick this map, and within 4 rounds, they've already have to burn their TO.
Bolo has yet to find a kill in this game. NJR has yet to find a kill in this game. Kobilax has yet to find a kill in this game. Pamba and Nafe are the only players on DZ who have even managed to win a single gunfight. NJR was a hugely important piece of the puzzle that allowed Dark Zero to win SSG's map pick back on Consulate. He was the MVP of that first map. Still, though, we need to see everybody showing up from Dark Zero. If you've got 3 players dropping donuts, you're never going to be able to win a match at this level in Rainbow Six Siege. On the side of SSG, for their part, I mean, it seems like everything is working. Everything is clicking. They're relying a lot on this blitz play of Forrest, and it seems like it was a good call to move away from the shield ban on the side of SSG and instead take out the Grim. That has been one of their biggest keys to success here. I don't want to say that the entirety of SSG's attacks have been off the blitz, because while Forrest has been impactful on this operator, it's not carried every single round. We've seen really good entries coming in from Ashen, even without the blitz. You see 7-1 stat line now. We've seen some great utility play coming out from the rest of the team as well. But the shield has undoubtedly been a big part of it. And when we saw Beast Coast win the Manchester Major, there was a lot of conversation about, okay, where is the meta at? Because Beast Coast largely won that major off of very strong shield play. If you'll remember, BDS had to ban Monty in all 5 maps of the Grand Finals up against Hot and Cold because he was so good with that operator. Now, it wasn't the only thing that allowed Beast Coast to win that major, obviously, but it was a big enough problem that BDS thought that they had to remove it entirely from the Grand Finals. As we entered into this next stage, North America and Brazil in particular really started to use these shields more and more and more. They started relying on them a ton, and they got great value out of it. For SSG, they're seeing a ton of that now.
5 rounds, 3 of them where Ashen has got the opening pick, and so far, a 100% conversion rate for the team that draws blood first. For SSG, if that keeps up, this will be a 4-1 scoreline, which is quite impressive and especially good news, given Dark Zero used their timeout. And it seems like it might not have had the impact that they were looking for. Kobe, by the way, 0-5. Just a dismal performance with him and Bolo so far. Tied together, they are boat anchors on this team at a combined 0-9. You don't want any player in round 5 to be without a kill, let alone 2 of them.
Or 3.
Or 3 with NJR as well, who, again, though, plays those safer minutes, so it's not as dire, but still, if you've got 3 players unable to hit a single shot at this point in time in the match, things are not going well. There goes a logic bomb. J90 dies to Panbazoo, one of the few players on DZ who has shown up, one of only 2 for that matter. It's the Ash down, explosives down. Moments before, we'd seen SSG open up the wall into office. It's going to force these DZ players a little bit farther back. The main focus for Space Station is take control of top floor before moving towards the bomb site in kitchen.
Yeah, I think they're really just going to try to plant under smokes. They don't seem to be that focused on the top floor at the moment. There's 1 smoke with Forrest, but if Forrest ends up grabbing the defuse kit and planting, he's going to have the shield on his back, and it'll be a much safer plant. That's exactly what they're doing right here, but oh no, shot by Bolo.
And he gets on the board. There's a way to break that goose egg. Down goes the shield. NJR also breaking it. Bolo with his 2nd kill onto Ashen. SSG fallen by the wayside. They get the first kill, but it's all they get. As Panbazoo seals the deal on that round. Stellar patience from Dark Zero as they win their engagements across the map. SSG thought with a numbers advantage, they could try to split up their forces, divide and conquer. But no, that did not happen in the slightest. Dark Zero winning every single individual engagement. All 5 of those isolated duels breaking for the team in purple. They win their 2nd round.
Bolo has not put up the best of numbers this tournament. Obviously, the former world champion and one of the best players to play this game is used to having big performances at these international events, but coming into this game, he was 22-28. He was the lowest rated player on Dark Zero. The reason he's still on the roster, though, is because he can hit ridiculous shots like he did in that round, stopping the blitz of Forrest, which we talked about so much coming into this round, from getting that plant onto the floor. That's really, really nice, and then flicking over for a 2nd pick as well. Bolo, when he needs to, can absolutely provide that impact. He got 2 big kills that round, erasing the donut from his stat total. Kobe, not quite as lucky, though. 0-5. Through this tournament. I think he's having a bit of a rough one to start things off.
4-14 so far through 2 matches.
Oh, wow.
On his roll, that's bad. We've referenced his role. What is it? Well, he can lurk, he can roam. On attack, he's one of the main points of entry because, as you point out, it's not usually NJR who's in the building first. You expect Panbazoo, Kobe, or Bolo to be one of the 3 main points of contact for DZ.
When we started this tournament, we got to ask all the players what their role was. Both Kobe and Pamba answered that they are entry, primary, and secondary. Bolo described himself as a flex. Nafe described himself as an IGL. And NJR just put down baiter.
Well, I mean, baiting in kills, also baiting in votes for the mayor. Benjamaster's not having a better go of it, by the way. He's 6-13, which is marginally better than Kobe Lax, but still just not good enough for his role, where he would also be described as one of the main points of entry for Space Station. He's been the main point of injury for Space Station, that's for sure, in this matchup.
That's not a safe place to jump on drone, Forrest. Pampa's on the other side of that doorway, and he's going to answer with a shotgun. A little awkward from the blitz player of Forrest. That's the most important player to be getting into the bomb site and making space.
Oh my, Forrest. Just some of the things that Forrest does. Old Fofo Son XD, as he very briefly rocked that player handle. He does some goofy stuff from time to time, and it leads me to do nothing but shake my head. Down goes Benjamaster, so Forrest will have a companion in the afterlife. That leaves only 3 players of Space Station still alive. Dark Zero can tie things up, and despite those dismal numbers of kills, oh, Ashen. Wow. Couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat.
He's had some great shots prior to that. We can forget about it.
Can we?
I will.
Forrest rocked blitz every single round, by the way. Opening pick again. Doing a pretty good job of predicting the winner of the round. The only time that trend line is broken was in the previous round, where Ashen got the opening pick and Dark Zero won the round. Besides that, the team that draws blood first goes on to win the round. Panbazoo getting the very first kill here in round 6. And with only 2 players of Space Station remaining and all 5 still on the board for Dark Zero, well, looks like that number's gonna hold. Panbazoo finding the first kill, finding yet another. Kobe Lack softened up by J90, and there'll be Kobe to try to get his first kill in the round. It won't happen. Panbazoo with 3 kills. He's hogging them all. The kill heat sink going over towards the Panba party in the first half is 3 rounds for Space Station, 3 rounds for Dark Zero.
Solid half, and they end on a very high note for Dark Zero. A near flawless round. We'll pretty much count it for them. Very dominant as SSG can't get anything going. Some missed aim, of course, coming out from Ashen. Some poor droning decisions coming out from Forrest. A few errors there that aren't typical of SSG. In an important game like this, where everything's on the line, where things are so close, those are the small mistakes that you're going to look back tonight if you get eliminated and think, man, why did I jump on the drone there? Still, this game is far from over. There'll be plenty more opportunities to draw this one back. It's only 3-3 in the half. This is Dark Zero's map pick, so I think 3 attacks from SSG should feel really good. It's a somewhat attacker-sided map. We generally say Chalet is like quite 50-50. For these 2 teams, sometimes when the pressure is the highest, defense can be a little bit easier. That was absolutely the case in map number 1, but Consulate and Chalet are very different maps. This is anybody's game still, Parker. We could see another banger where we go all 12 or 15 rounds and maybe DZ win it 2-0, just like what we saw in the last map, or SSG could battle it back.
Chalet sits towards the top of the most played maps. In fact, it's 3rd behind Consulate in number 1 and Cafe in number 2. As of us casting this round, 92 rounds have been played on Chalet. 50 of those have been won by the attackers, 42 by the defenders. So, like Border, shortly above it, these are the only 2 attacker-favored maps in the map pool. That will suit Dark Zero well as they sit on the favorable side, looking to close out this series with a 2-0. They won SSG's map of Consulate. They're looking for another big victory on their own.
Even if statistically attacking is easier, sometimes in practice it isn't always the case. You're the one who's got to make that space. They're trying to enter through the garage at this point, in through Snowmobile. Got a little bit of damage onto Faltz. They're droning to see if they can find anybody else, but Faltz is playing this quite passive. He's fallen back to the staircase. He will walk up now. They want to be able to open up this hard breach with a Selma charge. It's going to be opening it up now to deny that back bar position. And then the job will probably go to clear out Mezzanine. You can often get shot from above if you try to walk up this staircase without clearing out the Mez player. That's going to be J90, who could be holding that vert angle. He's already got the holes made, so if you don't clear him out, you're likely to be punished.
While we await this round playing out in the next 90 seconds, we have a spoiler for you in the matchup on the B stream. One more team has punched their ticket to the Montreal main stage. Team Secret defeating Team Liquid. In their best of 3, Liquid will fight for a spot tomorrow. Their opponent we will know in hopefully a couple minutes. But boy, oh boy, what a fall from grace it's been from Liquid as they entered this tournament as one of the favorites and just consistently seem to bottle it. when given an opportunity to win. Kobilax finally on the board. It comes in round number 7, but it must be a sight for sore eyes, as he'll now go on to drone. He still has one of those logic bombs in back pocket as well. Ashen with 8 kills, leading the way on SSG, is no more. Fultz answers back onto Pambazoo, as now Fultz moonwalks his way down blue stairs. Benjamaster also trying to make up for lost time. There's one for Forest. Everybody from Space Station getting quite active. Almost a team kill from Nafe, as well, he doesn't seem to understand that Kobilax is side by side. Not a lot of time left for Dark Zero to get themselves out of this hole that they've dug themselves in. Another kill from Kobe, and he'll have to find 3 more, but Forest ensures that doesn't happen. Space Station takes the lead on the very first round of the second half.
An impactless kill is often defined as a kill that you get even in a round that you don't end up winning. Kobilax, 2 of those being accrued in round number 7. It was great that he got the opening pick. It was less great that it took them 2 minutes and 15 seconds to grab it. They took a little bit of map control, but the only control they ever were able to grab in that round was control that SSG gave up for free. Yeah, they were in Solar, SSG didn't hold Solar. Yeah, they were in Master and Office, SSG weren't holding these parts of the map. Eventually, with a good cutoff, Kobe got the opening pick, but then when they tried to push forward, clear out the library stairs, we saw some great shots from Fultz. This one right here. Some great shots from the other players on SSG that were able to collect a couple of those frags, and the players on DZ just a little bit isolated in that round, not able to trade when they lost their gunfights, not able to work off of that man advantage.
I imagine that these teams will go the distance here on Chalet, and overtime could very much be a real possibility. It would not surprise me in the slightest, especially with the ebb and flow of this map. Despite it being tilted towards the attackers, the first half went 3-3, which could mean that Space Station actually performed worse on the better side. Or maybe, again, this will just be so close that 55-45, as this map is currently played out, could very easily result in 3-3 halves for both teams. And then, of course, it goes to overtime, and, well, besides these teams will play in OT, will have great effect. It's a Lion scan that will now go out as you hear this DZ team tearing through all of the reinforcements. Just a cacophony of bullets. We're actually picking up team comms a little bit better than usual at the moment. I was trying to listen to see if we could hear what they were saying.
It's hard mid-rounds. I don't believe they're directly mic'd up, so it's difficult at times, but certainly in the attack timeout, we often do get to hear what they have to say. 60 seconds in, the window's being torn to pieces with the DMR from Bolo, but they've yet to turn it into a kill. A lot of damage on a J9O, a lot of damage on the Fultz. Even Ashen taking about half HP. But with the DMR, they haven't found a head just yet.
Just a fun little quirky stat. Clash was brought in the first round by NJR, and that has been it for the Shield operator. And she does definitely have a place in the meta, and especially on Chalet, Jesse. I don't know why teams are fearing bringing this operator. She's especially strong on the bottom floor bomb site.
Yep.
We've played twice by DZ on defense. Brought the first time, the second time they went with a Tubarao instead. They went with a completely different, well, not a completely different lineup, but a very different lineup. The Tubarao was obviously designed to slow down the advances. It did not work. Space Station won that round. Now Benjamaster using the smart goggles, seeing the Lion, but is worried about getting aggressive. Benja, beautiful transfer for 2. Answered back by Panba, but the damage has been done by this SSG team. Nafe on the blitz with just a fraction of his HP remaining. There's no explosives that are left on the side of Space Station, so Nafe does not have to worry about an impact or a nitro cell taking him down, and there's no smoke on the board either. Nafe with his shield turned in towards the bomb chassis. He's got NJR for coverage. NJR finding Ashen. Another swing from SSG deeper inside of the bomb site as now Nafe gets out of the way and has to worry about that dread mine that he can't quite locate. Forest called up to action through main lobby, but it's NJR to hold that one down. The blitz finished off by Fultz, but 2 more players to be found. One above him. A kill hole designed to pin Fultz down in this spot. Another player over towards the window as now Fultz will hop on that diffuser. Pambazoo scares him off with just a single hip fire shot. And time running out for Fultz he'll have to stick it. But he wants to draw Pambazoo out of this altercation. NJR is still up there as well, and just as the timer was hitting the point of no return, Pambazoo realizes it, and down goes SSG. DZ win the round. Excellently played in the post plant.
What can they do? It was a great 2K from the Dane up top, but the party don't stop for Pambazoo. Beautifully done, of course, covering from up above, but also clearing through that top floor on the Ying. I was a little concerned because they had that blitz plant, but they had no smokes. And often that's a site where you really want to be planting under the smoke grenades, but it didn't seem to matter. There was no plant denial from SSG that came out. And with Pamba dominating on the top floor, that meant that there was nothing that SSG could do to stop that plant from coming out. They brought a little bit of plant denial, but Faults used to C4 far earlier into the round, and that meant they had no choice but to push up and swing and win some of those gunfights. The flank from Forest, the right idea, but just a little bit late up the snow stairs, meant that it couldn't get the job done. We come back to a tied game, 4-4 on Chalet. These two teams neck and neck across both maps, 1 and 2. This one has thankfully been a little less streaky. We've seen both teams finding success on both sides rather than a defensive-sided affair, which is what Consulate brought to us. And you wanted it, Parker. The Clash is back in round number 9.
I did. I did want it.
And it's on her best site as well.
And it's Forest, who sometimes plays Shields.
More than anybody else on SSG, for sure.
6 rounds in a row on attack as Blitz, and will now rock the Clash as a defender. What I find so striking is if we look at the EPS of these players, the game is tied, and yet there is only a single player on the side of Dark Zero with a positive EPS, and that's Pambazoo. Everybody else at 84 or worse.
Wow.
Benjamaster, the worst player on Space Station, is at 81, which is almost the same as Nafe in second place on Dark Zero. Nobody on SSG is as high as Pambazoo, but they are all above 100 with the exception of Benjamaster. So even though these rounds are currently tied, it's SSG who have been thoroughly the better team, even when they've lost. Obviously, that doesn't amount for anything. Pambazoo could carry this entire lobby to a DZ 7-4, and the EPS is irrelevant. My. Say his name. Pambazoo with the first kill on default. Goodbye to the Fenrir. Ashen now heading for the hills as he hears the shield from above, and the fall off from SSG is very real. Benjamaster will ensure that there is a painful trail of breadcrumbs behind him. Bolo catching Benjamaster now down in West Main, and things have gone from bad to worse for Space Station.
Ashen's got to make a play. He can't get back to site. Of course, the hatch is reinforced, but the site's being planted in right now. NJR's putting it on the ground. Meanwhile, they're sprinting with this blitz. Nave making so much space, so much distraction. He'll get the kill 2 on a J9-0. That leaves just 2. Force on the Clash, completely irrelevant in this round. And Ashen on the roam, yet to find any impact. Returning to site now. Wants to link back up with Force. Trying to clutch the 2v5. Finds one through the corner, but tries to confirm it instead of going for Kobe-Lax. That's a mistake. Now Force in the 1v4. Hit by an air jab, and Kobe finishes it off.
Not just finishing it off, Jesse, but a flawless round from Dark Zero in the process. There wasn't anything slowing them down. They were picture perfect with their assault on that top floor, sweeping through SSG, forcing an earlier fall off than SSG likely wanted. And you got map control in the span of a minute without using much utility. That really was quite a limp and, dare I say it, impotent defense by SSG. And it's prompted them to call their timeout. Again, we like to reference the numbers about translating a call out into, or a timeout into a successful victory. Call out, the coach, is usually very good at settling his team down, plotting the next couple steps, and allowing SSG to, if not win a round, at least remain very competitive. The problem is for Space Station is you are running out of road. Dark Zero sit at 5 rounds. If SSG fail on this very next round, you've got to go perfect in the rest of regulation to go to OT, and then you still have 2 more rounds at minimum to play, maybe 3, in hopes of a victory. Timeout is ended. Bar gaming for SSG will be the bomb site.
You've got to find an answer to Pamba. At some point, you've got to shut this kid down. Pambazoo, he's been the MVP during a major win before. It was back in Charlotte when Pamba and the rest of Dark Zero last won an event. That was the last time that we've seen NA win a major since Manchester, of course. Pamba was on that team NJR was as well. The other three players new since that major winning run. We're back in North America. I mean, Dark Zero maybe could be feeling it again. They've got a long road ahead of them, don't forget. They don't even get top 8 if they win this series. If they win this, they just survive until tomorrow. If they win a BO3 tomorrow as well, then they start thinking about top 8. But one step at a time. You don't want to get too ahead of yourselves. On the side of SSG, this organization has never won a major, but they've won something a little bit better with SI, and Fultz was the only player that was on that SI winning roster.
Quite an opening for Space Station. Picking off Bolo. The Lion charges are very effective at paralyzing this SSG team. You saw it in the previous rounds, how important they are. Nuisance ops that get brought by attackers fall into 3 operators' hands. Deimos, Dokkaebi, and Lion. Those are the operators that are going to paralyze you, they're going to cripple you, they're going to slow you down, and put you in unfavorable positions or hold you in an unfavorable position that the attackers can then capitalize off of. You've still got the Dokkaebi on the board, and there are no mute jammers for Dark Zero to worry about on the side of SSG, so Dokkaebi will gain more value. But that 1-2 punch of Dokkaebi and Lion, especially with a Finka and a Blitz on the board, all work together to do some serious harm. Now, it's still entirely possible that some damage can be done, but SSG are firing back. We talked about how important those timeouts are. SSG with 3 uncontested picks and a huge lead with over half of the round to go.
Wow, I mean, Forrest, known for his blitz plays, but his anti-blitz plays just as good. Really well played. He runs away from Nafe from back bar, and just when he's got the right amount of space, when he's baited Nafe to go for the pistol, he shuts it down. Now in a 2v5, turned to a 2v4 thanks to Pambazoo, the best player in the lobby. He's also going to get, or NJR, I should say, could have gotten a hack out on the phone, chose not to do it. There are 2 bulletproofs that they could have gotten intel from, so that's going to be something that the teammates may have wanted. Hard to see with the Deimos, or with the Dreadmine as well. There's a player with the shotgun. Point blank, Pambazoo. The 2v5 turns to 2v3.
I mean, it's very winnable, but you are utility starved on the side of Dark Zero. The only thing you have remaining in pocket, 2 Claymores and 2 Flashbangs. That's it. The rest of it is just pure gunplay. Same cannot be said for SSG. J9O's Warden will have those smart glasses. Admittedly, you won't need them at this point for the rest of the round, but you still got those Dread Mines up for Fultz, and you will still have Frost Mats somewhere on this map.
Can avoid the flashes from NJR with those glasses.
I suppose that's correct. Big use now over towards blue, and well, NJR flash Pambazoo. I'm not sure exactly what the thought process was there. Maybe some communication issues. The bigger headache right now for Dark Zero is the clock. Very limited time remains. They're all stacked up in the same position. Now it's all up to NJR. Never mind. Forrest gets the final kill, but all of SSG were prepared for these 2 players of DZ. There were no clear ways into the bomb site that would have helped Dark Zero, and again, they were utility starved. It set DZ on their back foot when they lost Bolo and that Lion early on in the round, and there was really no recovery. I do like that DZ still tried to go through with the plan. Hitting the Adrenal Surge, hitting the Logic Bombs, getting the Blitz inside a bar, but not much else was to be seen there for DZ. A linear, very quick, but still linear execute does not work out. SSG gets the kills, they win the round.
Over an hour ago, when SSG were running away with the game on Consulate defense, I talked about how when SSG get themselves into a man advantage, they're very disciplined and that they don't overswing, they don't jump out and lose their heads in aggressive moments. Now, they started to in this round, with Benji going down and then Ashen dying in the basement. It looked like they were starting to throw away the 5v2, but as soon as those players died, SSG remembered what the whole game plan is about, right? The last 3 players on SSG sat in the bomb site, held an angle, and didn't move. They were probably holding their breath. They were standing so still. And that's exactly what you need from Space Station when you're in that man advantage, when you have to lock it down. They set up their crossfires, they held their angles, they gave nothing up for free, and they managed to win the 5v2 eventually. Now it's a tie game, 5-5, Dark Zero. A lot of their executes have looked very good. The last one, not so much. Can SSG replicate that performance by disrupting the early round? It's once again going to be the strat down in the basement where they have heavy roam game from Ashen and Benja, and Forest down in the basement on that clash.
Double flank watch from Dark Zero.
Oh, yeah.
My suspicion. Oh, that's real cinema right there. My suspicion is that this will be, at least for Dark Zero, an early attempt at getting the diffuser down. Because you want to unload those track stingers and air jabs so that when there's a scramble and a post plant, they gain maximum value. Maybe not. Maybe my read on the setup is incorrect. Maybe this will be a much more thorough job from Dark Zero, where they put those air jabs and stingers in a position where when the diffuser goes down, they can provide some value or at least buy time early in the round. That's always a possibility.
With that utility, they have to be a little bit less worried about Ashen, who is still roaming all the way up on the top floor. Everybody else is in the basement. They don't want to clear him out. Instead, they're just trying to hold him with the track stingers and with the air jabs. They know they haven't cleared top floor. This is not a missed drone. This is not a mistake by Dark Zero. They're aware that there could be roamers up above. They're just hoping that with these air jabs and the track stingers that it's not going to be a problem. Half that utility's still in their pocket, though. Look at this. Pamba just putting down his second air jab now. And the third.
Toxic Canisters down to 1 as the clash now moves over to Wine. It's got Ashen there for backup, it looked like. Maybe it was J90. There's a fleeting second that we saw.
Still stalling out with these Toxic Babes. That'll be the last one, as you called.
So my suspicion that this would be a quick one, by the way, was completely off the mark. Ashen and Foltz both striking to get what could be the first kill as they get it at roughly the same time. Now it's Pambazoo wandering in, dying, and what should be an attacker-sided map is favoring the defenders at the moment. One pick, all Dark Zero has at the moment, and they will struggle with the deployable shield inside of the site. They did not bring any real soft destruction, and they paid for it. They didn't bring any of those nuisance ops. They didn't bring soft destruction. They brought a lot of anti-flank and execute operators, but you can't execute when you can't deal with the things you need explosives for, and you can't execute when you don't know where the defenders are. Space Station 1 round away from propelling us to a third map between these teams. And if SSG wins here or an OT, the teams will have traded their map picks, which will set us up for essentially a best-of-1 showdown.
Last 2 rounds, Dark Zero have gone direct to site. They're hitting it without taking any map control. Why, right? Let's run it back to basics if we're Dark Zero here. We did a great job in the first couple of attacks, taking that map control, turning it into round wins, using that control to get plants onto the ground. Now on games and then here for Wine, twice you tried to ignore the roamers, you tried to ignore the map control and just go straight to site. You're being stuffed. SSG, their anchors are very, very good. Yours are good too on the side of Dark Zero. NJR and Nafe, very talented players, but on the side of SSG, I mean, Forrest is so good at his job, putting up 8 and 5 right now. And the players that aren't anchoring, Ashen in that previous round, coming back for the flanks. Yeah, he's aware that there's air jabs, he's aware that there's track stingers, but he does not actually moving. He's getting vertical picks. He's finding that impact regardless of all the utility that was being brought by Dark Zero to stop him. SSG, 1 round away from forcing Cafe as our third map in the series. Map 1 was won 7-5 by Dark Zero. This would be a perfect answer from SSG with the same scoreline.
Welcoming all the viewers over, by the way, from the B stream is Ashen's controller unplugged on the window, I guess, and gets hit with a question mark in chat by Panbazoo, who is sitting at 16 and 6, but at 25 and 15 across both games. Kobilax 8 and 12, mustering 4 kills in both, or 8 and 20 rather, 4 and 10 as a scoreline in both games, and if it ends here, Kobilax might actually have a worse result than he had on his first match. He's catching up to Benja, though. He's only a single kill behind. But Pambazoo is literally willing Dark Zero into this match. He has been the best performer by far on this team. 1 more kill and he would match the total of NJR, Kobe, and Nafe combined. Or Bolo, since he's on 4 kills. Only 3 remain for SSG. And it's a run through the jungle for Foltz now as he's downstairs in a Nitro cell to potentially rebuff this. He gets Kobe Down goes the glass. NJR had died earlier. This is winnable for Space Station. Bolo swatting away at Fultz. As this is a prolonged case of action, Jesse, with half the round still to go. Down goes Bolo to J90, and now he takes some damage. As it's Nafe on the ground, it's up to Pambazoo to clutch in a 1v1. Him and Forrest battling each other. Forrest securing the kill on the Nafe, but Forrest wins it! Pambazoo can't get it all done. Get the man some help. Forrest up and immediately over to talk trash to the face of Dark Zero. And we have a third map to settle the score between these two North American teams.
The oldest player on the team still got it, jumping up and yelling across the aisle. Pamba did everything he could that game, 18-7, but it's not enough. Space Station still got it on their opponent's map pick of Chalet. They played exceptionally in that second half.
And one more map to seal the deal between these teams. Cafe Dostoevsky, Jesse. What an exciting place for it to end on. Vintage DZ in that second map, though, by the way.
Yeah.
The pronounced struggles among their entry players have been quite obvious.
This is map one.
But I mean, it was so good. Let's watch it again.
I'm down. Honestly, it was it's been a fun series so far. We deserve a third map. I want to hear more of that.
I feel like we've heard that clip 7 times.
Even in the second map, when we saw SSG winning, though, it didn't feel like Ashen was yelling that much. There was a little bit more typing in the server, a little bit less screaming across the curtain, though. So for SSG, perhaps a bit more of a relaxed tone, perhaps bringing it back in a little bit, being more focused was what was needed to lock down that game. I also think most of Dark Zero just struggled to get going. It took like 3 rounds for Dark Zero to get kills on a third player. We saw the majority of their team not putting up even a single frag until I think it was round 3 or 4 when finally DZ were able to get some more of those frags.
Good numbers for both Forrest, Fultz, and Ashen, all sitting with 10 kills apiece for the second map in a row. Benjamaster on the bottom. That's bad news for SSG. If Benja is unable to frag, if he cannot stand up to his opponents, SSG will struggle. The good news for Space Station is Kobe is doing the exact same thing on the side of Dark Zero. Neither of these teams, through 2 maps now, have their star players shining like the stars we know they can shine as.
I think the difference, though, is the impact, right? You think back to Benja's 2K when they're playing on Kitchen and Dining. He's upstairs. He's finding 2 massive picks. And on the side of Kobe, well, when he's getting the 2K, it's in a 1v5. You know, the rest of the team's not able to turn anything off of it. The impact there is a little bit different.
Well, that's our second map in the books. A best-of-1 showdown awaits these 2 teams. One of them will go home. They steal each other's maps? How about neutral ground? DZ versus SSG, map 3, up next. Montreal, there will only be one map in the map pool that's maybe as cold as the sunny beaches and shores of Canada, and that's Cafe Dostoevsky over in Mother Russia. And would you believe it? That is the map that DZ SSG will conclude on. One of these teams will be booking their flights tonight to go back home. The other will live to fight one more day and maybe, just maybe, make it to the main stage on Friday. Both of these teams got to this position by taking each other's maps. SSG pushed us to map 3. They'll need to win 2 maps in a row if they want to stay alive. A lot on the line for both of these teams as they performed in North America and now still in North America will fight to the death. One map, Jesse. That's it. One map determines which of these teams goes home and which moves on.
And that map will be the same map that SSG played just 24 hours ago when they threw a 5-1 lead to Verus Pro, losing every single attack. Can they break the streak? They'll start an attack this time. That means that Dark Zero get the first ban, and they switch it up. They're not going to take the Monty off the board. Ashen, devastated by that result. They were expecting the Monty ban most likely on SSG. Do they ban a shield? No. Both Monty and Blitz will be available on Cafe today. Habana and Grim taken out instead. I would expect a Valkyrie and a Zombie to follow this, but we've already thrown a couple of curveballs in this game. It'll be Mira instead from Space Station, which we're seeing banned quite a bit this event, despite the fact that other operators tended to be more popular to be banned in the regular season. Finally, do Dark Zero break their trend of permabanning a Zombie? No, they do not. Azami's very, very good on Cafe in particular. And a good Azami playing inside of Piano on the top floor is devastating to play against.
Admittedly, I hear that she's good most of the time.
Okay, she's good on every single site in the game because she's the most busted operator in Rainbow Six Siege. That's not true. But on defense, what? Piano in particular, though, is a toxic place to be playing against Azami. I know. I know. What? All right, you said what a lot. Let's expand the vocab.
What?
Okay.
Seems quite disrespectful to put the CAG Osaka skin bundle they got sent home days ago.
Yeah, they haven't been here for a couple of days. Rough tournament for them. Scars as well, joining them as the other Japanese team eliminated from this tournament. They were the last APAC team to make main stage at a major. Coming up on a year and a half ago now, all the way back in Copenhagen. Since then, it has primarily been North America, Europe, and Brazil taking the main stage at majors. We have seen MENA take the main stage twice, including Team Falcons here in Montreal, who were the third team to grab a spot in the quarterfinals. It's still possible we will have 0 North American teams in the quarterfinals. It's unlikely.
Stop saying it.
It's unlikely.
Stop saying it.
But it's possible.
Look, I don't care who wins, and I don't care how many teams make it, but it would be nice if every major region had at least one team. We've already got Brazil, we've already got Europe, we've already got the Middle East. Let's get one Australian team and one APAC team, I suppose, because they're the only team from APAC, period.
Yeah.
And let's get one NA team in there. Let's just do that.
It would be nice.
Let's do that. That'd be nice. It'd be nice for the crowd. It'd be nice for us as casters. It'd be nice for viewership. It'd be nice for the teams. I'll hold hands and sing along. If you did not watch those first 2 maps, by the way, you should do so, because despite neither of them going to overtime, they were both absolute pleasures to watch and to cast. As you can see on the top right of your screen, 7-5, DZ took SSG's map, and then 7-5, SSG took DZ's map. Neither of these teams picked Cafe, so in a way, this is kind of Switzerland, but actually Russia, but kind of Switzerland, you know? Oh my. That took far more bullets for Forrest than you would have thought. NJR goes for the run out, looking for a 3rd kill for DZ, but he's met with the Claymore and an instant death. Meaning neither of these teams, despite one team drawing first blood, gain any advantage whatsoever.
So it's neutral, it's even.
Like Switzerland.
Wow.
But Russia.
The 3 players left on Dark Zero, spread across the south side of the map. Pamba's on the white stairs. You've got Bolo inside a fireplace, and then Nathan Train. None of them directly holding top floor, though Pamba's not too far off. SSG are discovering that fact as they drone through the top floor now. Dark Zero, they don't seem too eager at all to retake top. They think they've got good chances here in the 3v3. 2 Toxic Babes to help them out. And a close-range shotgun being held by Pamba as well. They've got everything that they need. It's about execution right now for both of these squads. For me, it could go either way.
It's been an oddly paced round. All of this action happening earlier on. Now a grenade goes sailing down into that rat spot. And not far removed from pillars. Fultz eliminating Pambazoo. That's Fultz's second kill. Now he walks his way up white. He'll surrender the diffuser in the process. Inhaling some of the gas is J9O, but his position is given away. It's all up to Benjamaster in a 1v2. Nave credited with that kill. Benjamaster, now known as he's not going to be able to get the diffuser, but has to go for picks in the meantime. Through the soft wall, not able to find anything. 3 players still alive as the clock hits 0, and DZ, because of it, wins the round.
Nave has put up some fantastic smoke play across both Chalet and now on Cafe, the captain of Dark Zero. Standing tall, of course, with the SAS operator. Got the trade in the 3v3 to equalize to a 2v2. Then his Toxic Babe obscured the second gunfight, allowing him to win it with the SMG-11. And ran away and baited on the time for the final kill. That worked really well coming out from Dark Zero. They trusted in their 3v3. They didn't want to re-aggress. They didn't want to retake top. They didn't want to get over-eager. They played together. They played condensed. They played where they knew they could trade each other. It was really good stuff coming out in the final couple of moments. The early round, a little sloppier, perhaps a little bit more aggressive. It's not common to see NJR jumping out a window, but it happens from time to time. Fundamentally, they didn't lose enough that it was going to be SSG rolling away with that game. Came down to execution, as I said it would, and Dark Zero were better.
Well, while we do the prep phase on your screen, there's 2 things for us to note here, Jesse. The first and foremost is just a basic game of numbers. With the conclusion of the map before this, Chalet and Cafe were tied as the second most played map in the map pool with 104 rounds. My God, Pambazoo almost got 2 kills with that jump out, just narrowly missing out on the head of another player from SSG, but he was able to take down Benja in the process. Benja's struggles have been discussed by you and I on this broadcast quite a lot over the last 2 to 3 hours. They are not getting any better through 2 rounds of Cafe, but there's time for him to turn it around. But back to the stats before Pamba went with the jump out. 104 rounds played on Chalet, 104 rounds on Cafe, but obviously Cafe will go back to being the second most played map and will likely jump over Consulate as well to become the most played map at the tail end of this series. It is the second most defender-sided map based on wins. That is good news for Dark Zero. They should be able to take the first half 4-2 because it is quite lopsided. Of the rounds played, 61% won by the defenders, 39% won by the attackers. The only map that is more defender-sided is the map that Cafe will likely jump over, which is Consulate. So, the 2 most defender-sided maps played so far in this series.
2 days ago, when Dark Zero played Elevate on this map, they won just 1 of their 6 defenses. That obviously resulted in a map loss to the APAC team.
I love that sloth skin, by the way. I really I think it's great.
It's very funny. I'm a big fan.
I do not stan R6 share skins. I don't really care what teams do what. I've been paid by Team Liquid to do a couple of their R6 share stuff, so obviously it'd be some inherent bias, I suppose. But I love that sloth skin for DZ. I think it's one of the best team skins of the game. There it is. And it's on the MP5. It's a great gun.
It is. It's a very good gun. It's a very good gun. We saw J9O even rocking the old Disrupt Gaming skin, his old org that he used to play alongside NJR.
Huge. Disrupted process, baby. They disrupted it so much they got bought by Astralis.
They did.
A marketplace disruption. Extreme Home Makeover upstairs with the sledge. As Ashen looks for a pick, he cannot find it, but J90 with that DG skin, as you talked about, getting one pick. Foltz getting the diffuser down, by the way, as Bolo and NJR are now summoned into action. Bolo stimming himself up to live through the fire as SSG scrambles to get into position in the post plant. Bolo dropped, stimming himself back up yet again, but he dies all the same. NJR last man standing, Ashen finishes him off, and the yelling begins.
You fucking baldy! What the fuck are y'all doing?
Terrific. Really good stuff.
Ashen was not born back when Disrupt Gaming were still in the Rainbow Six scene, but he will still let his voice be known as he screams across the aisle. Those last two picks, very impactful, of course, coming out from the Star Fragger of SSG. You love seeing that. A very disciplined push coming out from Space Station, step by step, taking that top floor control. A lot of it was given up by Dark Zero. They didn't want to fight in the early game, so SSG took control of it. They managed to use that map control, use the vertical play with the sledge of Ashen to then work downwards and make that execute happen. Even though they lost Benja early, that didn't deter them at any point in the round. They always looked confident in the 4v4. Losing just a gridlock, not the biggest deal in the world, so they were still able to convert with that pretty nicely.
When he says y'all are balding, who do you think in particular he's talking about? Let's speculate.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. All right, production. All right.
For the record, that was not planned. This was not a pre-bit. This is not a pre-bit. This was not discussed.
Oh,
this
boy.
was just, that was completely organic, and they did him so dirty. I feel semi-responsible for that, and I apologize.
Uncalled for.
While we see SSG ascend to the top of Cafe Dusty, oh, that's got to be a top 5 moment. Production has been very agile. Remember in Manchester with the Deimos bit where there was the one shot and they cut to the person in the crowd doing one Deimos one tap? We've been on the B stream, which is great because I've enjoyed working on the B stream, but I gotta say, it has been a pleasure to see the speed at which A stream can handle the things that we say. While we are awaiting action, we are starting to see and starting to get information as to what tomorrow's matches will look like. There is going to be an absolutely insane match, no matter what happens here with DZ and SSG. Sonics and Liquid are 100% confirmed to battle tomorrow. Only one of those teams will make it to the main stage.
That's so scary.
That is very frustrating from an organization standpoint because these are two of the most tenured and historic orgs in the history of the game. If Dark Zero wins this match and SSG goes home, the games will be VP DZ, Verus Pro and Dark Zero, with only one of those teams making it to the main stage, and then Black Dragons and Chiefs as the other match. If SSG wins this map, it will be Verus Pro versus Chiefs, and SSG will play Black Dragons.
Wow.
No matter what happens, Sonics and Liquid is locked in.
That's going to be a great game. I mean, all of those matches sound exciting, Parker. Whoever wins this is going to be in for a tough game tomorrow, no matter what.
That's just based on the info we have right now, by the way.
Sure.
That could change. That's what we've been told from the admins so far. If anything does change, it'll be addressed on it.
For now, though, of course, one step at a time. You've got to get to tomorrow before you worry about who you're facing up against. And this is a 5-on-5, 45-second execute. We're still working in through bakeries. The blitz runs on in. The Deimos covers from above. They've got a track onto the player back inside the bakery, but he loses the fight regardless. NJR, a brilliant headshot.
The hits are back by Forrest on that shield. Forrest rocking the blitz, just as we saw from the previous map. Benjamaster was downed inside a freezer, and Pambazoo will put him on ice. Now the buck from above, taking damage from the shotgun of Pambazoo. That's the ITA primary, which does pack quite a punch. SSG have only been able to take down NJR. Kobe's terrible day will continue. As Forrest is bleeding out, it's all up to Jack to save the round. The 3 remaining players from DZ could play safer roles, but Nafe himself will get it done. DZ answering back on this seesaw that we've seen on Cafe. Neither of these teams have been able to outpace one another in this series.
No, and I think the pace, a big conversation starter in that round. SSG, very slow with it. Not odd, right? Typically on that bottom floor bomb site, you're going to be taking the top 2 floors. It's going to take a lot of time. If the enemy's not roaming, it's hard to get a man advantage, so you're going to working with that soft breach. You're going to make something happen vertically. I always am hesitant, though, when teams take all the time to clear top down and then go bakery. Usually the play is you go all the way from the top down, you clear top, you clear middle, and then you'll drop the freezer after clearing out the VIP control. SSG instead, they choose to go in through bake, and the problem with that is there's often a lot of util in bake that you just don't have time to clear. I'm not sure if util was the biggest problem there. I think it was NJR hitting a nasty shot that really started things off strong for Dark Zero. But regardless, they had a lot of, they spent a lot of time clearing every bit and piece of that map. And by the time they got down to it, they were so rushed with that execute that Dark Zero did a good job just holding on to the Wrangles. They didn't panic. Everything went well enough for them, despite the fact that Kobe has not been having the greatest of games so far here today. The rest of DZ are picking up the slack, and that's what you expect from an organization that are used to winning majors like these.
One thing that we've tried to stray away from as talent the last little while is calling out the poor performance of players who aren't usually designed to get a good performance out of it. For example, on support and anchor players, if they only get 3 to 5 kills in a matchup, it seems a little unfair to skewer them for their performance, when in all reality, that's about standard stuff. You know, they're used to the fraggers getting the kills.
Brede last game, a great example.
Very good example. And whenever we did reference his numbers, we contextualized them. There is really no way for us to politely discuss Benjamaster and Kobe's numbers because they should be getting kills.
Yeah.
The fact that neither of these players are having a good day is flat out bad. There is no way to sugarcoat that. Benjamaster 0-2 so far. Kobe 0-3 so far. Through this series, Kobe is 8-23. That's minus 15. Benjamaster is 10-21. That's minus 11. On entry, Kobe is 2-5. Benja is 2-4. In terms of cost, they both sit at 54%. These are dreadfully bad numbers.
Yeah.
Survival rate for Kobe Lax is 12%. The next lowest on the team is 27. Benjamaster, 19% survival rate. Next lowest on the team is 27. Everybody then almost at 40% after that. They are lagging behind not just their own numbers, but their team's numbers, and both of these teams are worse off because of it. If either of these players can wake up, Jesse, this can become an entirely different match.
Yeah, that's exactly the point, right? I mean, if either of these players start getting hot, all of a sudden, we've no longer got an even game between these two titans of North America. So keep an eye out for both of them because they have the opportunity to light up the scoreboard at any moment. We've seen both of them do it before. Benja, of course, a world champion MVP. We've seen him do some ridiculous things in the past. Kobe, a little bit newer to this scene, but still very capable. Top floor at the moment being controlled by SSG. They've forced back almost everybody inside of Dark Zero, with the exceptions of NJR and Bolo. A lot of these players, though, still are pushing them backwards. The very top floor, still SSG being torn apart with the sledge.
How is everybody alive and almost nobody's had any damage done? And there's 20 seconds left in the round. What is happening between these two teams, Jesse? Ashen with 1 kill, but Bolo died. J90 is dead. There's 10 seconds left. 7 players are still alive in the server. This is going to be absolute chaos. It's anybody's guess as to who wins. Foltz with getting diffuser down. There goes the yokai. And Nafe from downstairs in kitchen wins the round. An utterly bizarre showing between these two teams.
I mean, we're on the defaults right. It's just, I think we gotta get spicy here.
I'm speechless. Genuinely.
Nafe has been so good for Dark Zero today, both on maps 2 and 3. Even though they didn't win map 2, it still has felt like Dark Zero have been relying on Nafe in these late rounds. The anchor, the IGL, and the captain of DZ has been so good. I think back to the first game of the stage, Dark Zero versus Sonics, the first time we got to see a DZ without Canadian. When Nafe had grabbed the reins of this team for the first time, and he put up one of the worst games he's ever played. 2-8 against the Sonics as they won just as many rounds in a 7-2 loss. Following that, he had disappointing game after disappointing game. It really took 2 weeks or so in the North American League before Nath started finding a groove. And now, he looks unstoppable. It's not that he's getting ridiculous kill totals like we see sometimes from a guy like Ashen, like we see sometimes from a guy like NJR. But the impact that Nath has in the late round in particular is game-changing. It defines how Dark Zero win these rounds. It's been so good to see that Yokai play not statistically going to show up on the scoreboard, but that's exactly what is needed. The fact that he's doing all of this, having such a good impact, while at the same time calling for the squad and making the decisions on this team is very impressive.
Quality of the gameplay between these two teams has been below their standards, but this cafe has been a bit of a head-scratcher so far. Admittedly, a very defender-sided map should result in a late plant going down. For SSG, that makes sense, but how did you not find any kills in the process? The nuke paying off! Jack almost going for more than 2. The Deagle looked for a 3rd. It was hungry, but Bolo managing to get the kill on Danuk. What a great entry from J90. It's bought SSG a lot of time. It's bought them an opening with 2 minutes to go. They can figure out where these last 3 players of Dark Zero are positioned.
Importantly, they kill the Warden, who can see through smokes, and they kill the Valkyrie, who would be having a Nitro cell that can blow up a player inside of smoke. That's going to make the job of the Capitao so much better. Force will be impactful in the late round when they go for these execute. Of course, they've got to get to that point. Pambazoo is so hungry to get an equalized kill, but they're not offering it to him. Faults on the staircase. Here's the gunfight now. Still can't take it. Pamba, very cautious. Doesn't want to overextend, but he gets punished now as Benja drops the hatch on top. Now it's a 4v2.
4v1, it's just Bolo, Jesse, and Folt sweeps through that. What is going on in this matchup? You seem as speechless as I do.
SSG in that round, finding the plays. I think it all comes off of a great call from J90 to make that Nook work through the top floor. I think he just dropped the skylight, if I'm correct. Found those 2 free picks on the top floor when nobody was expecting it, nobody was looking for it. Oftentimes you'll see barbed wire there, maybe some beepers, but nothing was set up for Dark Zero. J90 saw that gap and he capitalized on it perfectly. And that's what such an experienced player can do.
This was huge. Look at that. Missed opportunity. J90, not a single headshot to be found in any of those engagements, by the way.
Doesn't need him.
Praising Benja on the call, though Benja himself was not the difference maker in the round. Benja still was able to find 2. Kobe, in round number 6, yet to find a kill. This is not the first time this has happened to Kobe Lax. He struggled to get on the scoreboard both maps. And right now, he's averaging only 4 kills in his role. Does frustration start to set in on the side of DZ that one of your players that you expect to be getting kills is consistently getting beaten in duels? Does frustration start to wear at this team?
I mean, you can't be putting it on Kobe right now. Maybe when you go home, you think about it, maybe you have those discussions with the squad, but I mean, NJR's putting up 1 and 5. It's not all on one person by any means. Yeah, if Kobe was dropping 4 more, maybe they'd be leading by even more, but you can say that about any of these players. Dark Zero, it's just about winning this game right now. Still up 3-2, still in a good position. We'll remind everyone that this is this is Cafe. You expect to be winning 3 to 4 of your defenses. If you don't, you're starting to be a little bit concerned. I think if it goes 3-3, I think it's okay. I think it's fine for Dark Zero, but a 4-2 certainly feels a lot more comfortable. SSG, you're really worried about momentum from them as well. They won the last round. If they win this one, get it to 3-3, then they move to defense. They won 5 of their defenses yesterday against Verus Pro on this very map. Despite the fact that they threw that game and did lose it, their defenses were very good. You can't deny that.
VP never really give up, so it's hard against a team like them. All the teams that are left at this event, by the way, are good enough to punish you if you take your foot off of the metaphorical gas.
Yep.
Benjamaster died just moments ago. So Dark Zero draws blood first.
This is awkward. The Claw on Freezer Hatch doesn't really have a good counter at this point. You've got no EMPs. The IQ maybe could have spotted out the Claw to shoot it, but Now it's going to be really tough to open up that freezer hatch. You've got the can openers on Ashen, but that might force your hand a little bit. If you can't drop through the hatch, oh, the Hibana.
They got it.
Nice. Selma's even, not Hibana.
Completely different operator.
Yeah, similar things.
You've already got glasses. What's your excuse? Not that I've ever said anything wrong ever in broadcasting history.
They get the job done.
When there is a tricky electric claw, you can blow up around the bomb site. It really does help an awful lot. Exothermic charges are great for that. Selmas can also do it in a pinch. Ashen destroying Nafe's ankles, completely gutting through his leg. Goodbye to the Kaid that was holding down the fort, and now Forrest, fearless, as he's flying through the bomb site, tucking into the corner to get the diffuser down. And this will be successful. 8 players still alive. Diffuser goes down. And what a post plant this will be for Dark Zero. Looking to hold on. If SSG can take 3 rounds on attack of the second most defender-sided map, boy oh boy, will things be good once they swap sides. Kobilax finding 2. Those are high-value kills. He'll hop on the diffuser as well. Forrest running on in, watching as Bolo governs over him, and what a huge round from Kobilax. There's been so little from him so far, but he shows up in the clutch moment for Dark Zero.
Good shit, let's go.
A deep breath will be done by the fans of DZ as they take the first half 4-2. They sat as defenders, so 4-2 is exactly what they need. Kobilax is a huge part of why they get the job done. And the side swap comes in with SSG empty-handed in that 6th and final round of attack.
And that can make the difference. You know, if this game ends 7-5, Dark Zero win by just 1 round, or if it's even a close game, goes to overtime, people aren't going to be remembering how Kobe played for the first couple of maps. They're going to be remembering the clutch plays, and that's exactly what he was able to pull off in round number 6. In the post plant, in the high-pressure situation, he makes the moves. 19-year-old from the Bronx, getting the job done. It looked like a strong plant for SSG. They had good vertical play coming in from Ashen. They had a plant-focused mindset. Forrest gets that onto the ground in the smoke. The C4 from Bolo comes out too late and doesn't do enough damage to stop that plant. But it didn't matter. They had the frags in the post plant. It all came back around. And now DZ have that 4-2 buffer. It's a defender-sided map, and SSG are likely to pull a couple back. They're very good at their cafe defenses. But even if they manage to bring 3 of these rounds, 4 of these rounds, Dark Zero will get a 7-5. They'll get overtime. They've just got to find 2 attacks to get to OT and 3 attacks to win it in regulation.
Work cut out for SSG. Dark Zero will now run uphill. They're very quick to enter, 30 seconds in, and there goes some of the floors on that middle section of Cafe. There's nobody inside the site.
Yeah,
where are the defenders?
Wow, a lot of them are small bake in the hallway, but this could be a direct site hit. They are not looking to take much map control. They've got the smokes, the glass, the blitz, everybody ready to make some noise. Pamba up above, likely just a distraction with those boogie drones.
Time and time again, teams think that this means you can just go for a linear execute, but if you don't stay far enough back, if you don't have somebody watching upstairs, and most importantly, if you don't drone out small bake, you're gonna be in serious trouble. That's 2 toxic canisters used. In comes the shield. Nafe dies. Kobilax is gone as well. Everything working out for SSG as they rebuff these attackers. Look at the HPs on the side of Space Station, Jesse. They haven't really been dealt a bad hand. Benja dies. Of course, it's Benja first to die.
Okay.
Unlucky for SSG.
He got his impact, though.
Benja's had a good game. I just mean, of course, in terms of the way these games are playing out, it's going to be him the first to die. Ashen crossing the window onto NJR, and now it's Panbazoo, who's having a mortal game, sitting at 5-5. Panbazoo 32-21 on this series, plus 11. He is the only positive player on Dark Zero, by the way.
Yikes.
The next closest is Bolo, who is 19-19. Meanwhile, 4 players on Space Station sitting at a positive KD at the moment. What more is Pamba to do? How does he get himself out of this position? Lots of time still to work, but you can see a couple players of SSG just getting a little bit closer to his position. Nice shot from Ashen to seal the deal. The gap between the two teams, just 1 round. Defenders doing what defenders are expected to do on Cafe.
Round 1, DZ going for a little bit of a cheese strat. It's fine, right? Those are the rounds you need to be winning if you're SSG, because when DZ play fundamental siege, when they play their basic attacks, when they're full clearing the map, they're incredibly effective. Dark Zero, so far in Montreal, have been the best attacking team in the entire tournament. They've won 65% of all attacking rounds that they've played. That's a ridiculous number for the side in Siege that usually falls under 50. On the side of SSG, if you can stop Dark Zero, if you can get these round wins when DZ are going for more linear pushes, when they're going for more direct sight hits, when they're trying to cheese it with the glass and some smokes, that's really important. And you've got to give credit to Benja, positioning himself inside a small bake. I didn't love the decision to shoot the Selmas because I thought, oh no, he's just given his position away, but it didn't matter.
He still won it.
He swings for the glass, kills that easily, and then you thought he's dying to the blitz, but he's got teammates nearby to help him out. Nafe ended up dying on that one. And so it was really well played by Benja and the rest of SSG to play around him on that entry point. Now they're going to go to mining and dining, and I expect we'll see a more traditional push coming out from Dark Zero. They've got Nafe on the Monty, and they got Pamba on the Nook, which are the two most interesting operators to me in this round. Likely Nafe will be the spearhead, trying to push through top floor. If they go for a top floor clear, Pamba could go anywhere.
DZ going with maybe a bit more conventional of a lineup here. Monty showing up in the hands of Nafe. An operator that is honestly so seldom seen at this level, and it's the first Monty of this map. SSG did not use the Monty at all. Ran with a blitz on 2 separate occasions. Ineffective entry by Dark Zero. We talked about how NJR is usually such a cautious player, a smart player.
Yeah.
He enters with limited information, he dies. NJR now sitting at a 2-7 scoreline.
His first opening death of the tournament, unless he got one on the earlier maps that I forget about. Again, he'd have been perfect coming into this one. Doesn't get into many of those opening engagements, but now off the board. Still curious about Pamba if he's going to be able to find an entry point. He's just lurking on the bottom floor at the moment. Red stairs will be where he's positioned. Ashen ready to watch for that play. Dark Zero taking their time, mostly still on the roof. They can move their way to this top floor when they feel comfortable with it, unless they lose their lives to the white stairs. J9O is very cautiously playing in this position. Nafe will drop now, and so the clear of the top floor will begin, but there's nobody from SSG up here.
There's another interaction, as it looked like they were going to sweep through the bottom floor as the defenders were rotating, but Pambazoo gets caught in the midst of the bomb site. That's where a Nook is going to be, so it stands to reason that the Danish op would get picked off. Just had to, after the talk of Daneland, yeah. I needed to say the Danish op.
No, yeah, good.
I hope you understand.
Yeah, I do.
That's good. It's very unusual to see the LMG, by the way, in the hands of the IQ. Bolo removed by Forrest. Now it's the Monty and the Nomad as the last 2 remaining. And look at prone player underneath, still waiting there. Ashen dealing with Kobe Lax, and Fultz takes care of Nafe.
You get fucking louder. Kobe! You are not floating! Your moment fucks you up!
You are not floating, Kobe. You are
Factually
not
correct.
Floating.
Kobe is sitting in the chair.
He is sitting in the chair. He can't float around the map. They really needed Pamba to float in that one. The Nook having no impact. They knew he was there the whole time. I believe the Warden was holding that from start to finish. They seemed to always know what was going on the side of DZ. It was a flawless round from Space Station, who have now gone 2-0 on their defenses and tied the game at 4. This prompts attack timeout from Mint.
Forrest said in chat, by the way, keep going this side. Ha. Ha.
Yeah, first attack, of course, going through Bakery, didn't work. Second time, trying to lurk the Nook up, didn't work.
First 2 rounds, saw the team that got the first blood lose the round. Since then, First Blood has guaranteed a victory in every single round. So, conversion, pretty good. survival rate as well of SSG has been terrific, frankly.
Yep.
These 2 rounds, they have lost very little. 4 survived in round number 7. That was the first defense of SSG, and 4 survived that previous round as well.
Oh boy. Parker, there's only one thing I can think of when I see this defender lineup in round number 9. SSG, they're looking to crank. Doc and Rook in a single round, plus an Oryx. J9O bringing the Wamai to hold down likely Pixel or Cocktail, and Forest on the passive anchor role.
I was a little upset that the Oryx was on the board because I was going to say, oh, look, they're all bringing MP5s, and then the Echo has brought the Supernova. So the suppressed MP5 will not be used. But I mean, while teams don't use an Echo the same way they would a Smoke, when Echo first came out, it was actually quite similar to the way a Smoke would be played, right? He was a great denial operator. You would bring an Echo, you would play tight angles like the Smoke. Yeah, you can make a credible argument that the Japanese shotgun isn't as good as the SAS shotgun.
Certainly.
I don't think anybody's going to argue with that in that point. The SAS shotgun is the gold standard of shotguns when it comes to this game, attackers or defenders. But yeah, there's going to be some serious cranking here from SSG.
I thought they might be trying to fly out the windows as we saw Ashen's initial position as the clock hit 3, but they decided against it. Everybody's staying inside the building for now. No Claymores at all, but air jabs being brought by Kobe Lax. Actually, sorry, Claymores being brought by NJR in the primary gadget slot.
We're literally at the top of the screen, Jesse.
I was looking at the bottom.
Oh my God.
We also, yeah, okay. We saw them get placed down. I'm remembering now.
It's because there's a recruit, so there's 2. This brings 2 gadgets.
That's how the recruit works?
Yeah.
Here's the jump out the window I was looking for.
And he misses it. NJR is prepared and ready. The second jump out. The Claymore will get the down, but the thing is that with a Rook, you can pick yourself back up. With a Doc, you can pick yourself back up, but they're both dead. So, I mean, it's going to be a little bit harder. All of these players still have access to Rook armor. This is a much better entry now from Dark Zero. They called the timeout. They seem to be quite poised. How did Benja lose that engagement? Now it's all up to Fofoson with the Supernova and the Bearing 9 in hand. Through the soft wall, he pivots over towards Kobe. Pambazoo sealing the deal. They did crank it. They damn well broke it right off. DZ wins the round.
Yeah, cranked it a little too hard in that round, it felt like. Rook and Doc and Oryx, 3 operators that are quite rare to see in Rainbow Six Siege. They just don't bring very much utility compared to what a lot of their competition are rocking. Very gunfight-focused round, and I think as soon as DZ droned out some of these operators, maybe when they saw the Rook, saw the Doc, I think it was pretty clear what the game plan was going to be from Space Station. It wasn't immediately a jump out. They weren't trying to spawn peek with it, as you so often see on Cafe. Came about halfway through the round, but NJR was so ready for it. One of the most patient and cautious players in all of Rainbow Six Siege, denying a double jump out from Faults and Ashen. Goes to show his experience, and his time on Dark Zero has been well spent learning the habits of his opponents. And the Claymores coming in incredibly clutch. I might not have seen them, but the important thing is neither did SSG. And so it's able to get one of those downs and help NJR in securing those kills. Now DZ are back on their feet, but does it really feel like a momentum shift? Yes, you've won an attack, but it came off of SSG playing a goofy strategy, a bad strat, I'm gonna say it. An unorthodox play which is only designed to catch your opponents off guard. You're not gonna run that strat again, you never were. So when SSG go back to playing more traditional defenses, when they maybe rein in the jump outs a little bit, will Dark Zero still be finding success?
Great question, Jesse. Why don't we find out and not say a word for the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds? All right, I'll start.
I actually think it might... You did not just hit my mute button.
I forcefully muted your microphone for the bit.
You did not just hit my mute button so that I couldn't talk to the
gently
game.
placed my finger upon it. Jinxie is watching this, SSG is watching this. You gotta crank up the memes a little bit for the audience, that's it. That's really what it boils down to.
SSG were trying to crank. That didn't work so well, Parker.
They were. We got to crank it up, just like SSG tried to crank. differing levels of cranking.
Yeah. I don't know if you're cut out for it.
You had some cranking. SSG even had some docking. The dock didn't work.
I will say, for the majority of this round, we're unlikely to see any gunfights just because it's a full anchor strat from SSG. They're really going from full crank to no crank, as this is a very passive strategy. Unless we see a late round flank, which, given the ops, seems unlikely, they're kind of content to let Dark Zero have these top 2 floors, work on the floorboards with the Buck, work on it with the Ram, and hunt for those picks. They're confident in their ability to lock down this site 5v5. No Nitro Cells, no Echo. It's only Toxic Fades to actually deny this plant. Even though they have operators like Warden and Kaid who could have brought C4s, they chose not to bring it.
I mean, Monty's been open this whole time as well, and he's been brought one time.
Yeah.
The most powerful operator. You did crunch the numbers, came to that conclusion, and yet we just don't see him. I mean, there was a time a long time ago where when Lion was banned at basically 100%, teams still wouldn't bring him when he was available because you didn't scrim with him, you didn't use him. I very much doubt the same is there for Monty, but you never really know. Nave taking a lot of damage as the gas will linger inside of Small Bake, and now the Deimos mark on Neforest. Pambazoo will be credited with the kill, though it was Kobilax who was using the gadget to find his position. Kobe having 2 huge kills as a defender and the counter disable to win the round, and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2 very quick kills. SSG as Benjamaster finds another. Action with the final kill onto NJR. What a huge round for Benja.
Let's fucking go. Good fucking shit. These guys are shitting themselves like we just got it.
Lots of swearing.
Man, Benja's playing like a master baker. Playing inside of bakery, having a huge impact in multiple rounds on the bottom floor. He's able to somehow find the impact kills. They knew where he was at. They droned him from behind the bakery counter. But as soon as he got droned, he realized he got droned. Then he got flashed, he dodged the flash. He knew immediately, they flashed me, they're gonna walk in the bake door to try to punish me. They think I'm blind. What does he do? Pre-fires at head level, gets a free pick onto Kobe. Then he says, okay, they're probably also pinching me from small bake. I'm gonna swing the small bake door. Runs face first into a Flores and manages to get that kill as well. Then just for fun, a long angle shot through the bomb site to get a triple kill on the round. Ridiculous stuff. Let's watch it again from Benja as it was so beautiful. 1-2, and then the third from the long angle, closing out that round on the Pambazoo. That's the solid gameplay that we expect from Benja. He's been really heating up. 6 and 5, finally positive for SSG. It was a few rounds ago, Parker, that we discussed how whoever heats up first between Kobe and Benja will lead their team to win this game. And we've got our answer. It's been Benja.
NJR has started to find a little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
As has Benja, as you just talked about. And those 3 kills in particular were high value. Benja's been also providing strat, very little, but SSG gave him a lot of praise for coming up with the strat to get inside of the site. I hate to say it because it sounds mean, but Kobe again. Only 2 kills to his name. They were instrumental in winning a round. But beyond that, very little impact. 2 and 8 means he is 10 and 29.
Wow. Came into this with a -2 KD. This is going to be a big hit to his ratio. I'll also say we're in round number 11. It's 5-5. Both maps so far have ended 7-5.
Yep.
You got to wonder, first one to 6, the odds have been pretty good.
Well, I mean, the odds are 100% at this point.
That's pretty good.
You get to 6, you win the whole thing.
That's pretty good.
That's very good. Did your degree in math tell you that?
It did.
Very worth it. Again, just to talk about the numbers. Pambazoo is the only positive player on DZ. Bolo dies at the hands of Ash in a swing in on White Stairs. They thought they had something going for it. Another Monty on the board for DZ as well as it encroaches on the space. A Nitro Cell tossed out. Pambazoo taking a lot of damage. Nafe will reaggress and an explosion will go off. Not enough to damage and kill them, but enough to seriously limit their HP. J90 has died, so there's at least 1 kill from Dark Zero. But it's SSG very firmly in control at this point. Playing far enough back, very graciously letting Dark Zero take that top floor, Jesse. No, Pambazoo dropping Nafe. These are the silly little mistakes that a team that is fighting for its life, that has let their opponents get into their head, will make. A couple more of those and it's lights out for Dark Zero. SSG will be very glad to accept anything that DZ does wrong.
Up above now, full control still being held by SSG. This time is going very low. Dark Zero are going to be pushing with less than 30 seconds to go. Could be less than 20. Ashen starts it with a pick onto Nate. That's the Monty down, and he finds another Ashen! 4 kills through the round! He's just going to find NGR for the ace, and he's looking for it. No,
through the wall, Jesse. Hitting every goo mine on the way. Bogged down, swamped by Fultz, but it was Ashen to stun us in that round. Match point, series point, SSG.
That is going to be hard to come back from. Every game has ended 7-5 in this series. And that one, I mean, Dark Zero, they had the map control, but they had to go so chaotically into the site because they had no time at all. And Ashen capitalizes beautifully. 4 huge kills for the star player of SSG. Just 19 years old, but the impact this kid is having is ridiculous for Space Station. You can love him or you can hate him. You cannot deny his skill. 1 round will be all that it takes for SSG, a team who looked down and out after losing their map pick 2 hours ago, now have brought Dark Zero to the brink.
You are not floating! I think Ashen can come up with a better zinger than you're not floating, though. Like, I mean, I think that's below his skill level.
Okay, it's that or it's 50 swear words. What do you want?
I'll take the swear words, thank you.
All right. All right.
Tonight's specials are you being told that you're balding, comments about you floating, or an odd assortment of 50 swear words. The swear words sound very nice. I'll get that.
You should work at a steakhouse. Be a good waiter.
Final round of regulation. DZ, the team on the ropes at the moment. The team so far in this series that has gotten to the 6th round first has gone on to win the 7th and the entire series with it. Map 1, it was Dark Zero to get their first. Map 2, it was Space Station, and now SSG 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from a reverse sweep. Pressure mounting for Dark Zero. They made quite a controversial move in the offseason, dropping their long-term IGL of Canadian, picking up Kobe to replace him, and giving the team over fully to Nafe. And it worked. In the regular stage of the NAL, DZ and Sonics were the 2 best teams after Sonics picked up Canadian as he was unshackled from Dark Zero. Sonics are still in this tournament. They play Team Liquid tomorrow. The winner of that matchup goes to main stage. The loser goes home. There's been a lot of comparisons between these teams, Jesse. Both succeeded after the roster moves, and there's no real animosity between the teams, but it's DZ right now facing elimination, and it might be at the hands of Canadian's old team of SSG2. Ashen drops. That's 18 kills in the ground for Space Station. Nafe is gone from Dark Zero. That's all of the logic bombs. Both serious losses to these teams.
Falt's a little isolated here on the top floor. His teammates are all beneath him, with the exception of J90, who is inside a cocktail still. The Candelas, they won't be effective, nor will the smokes up against the Warden of Faults. That could provide a huge opportunity if they think he's blind. Inside of Cigar now, looking for this pick. He drops the hatch instead, gets out with his life. 4v4 though, and still shots firing towards him. Benja, his teammate in the meantime, taking down Pambazoo with the man advantage now.
Oh, J90 breaking through, reducing Dark Zero to just 2 players. Bolo and NJR. Both of them having a rough tournament. Both of them playing below their own skill levels, and SSG looking to exploit that in what could be the final round. Goodbye to NJR. It's all up to the father-to-be. Bolo himself. You ask, when does Bolo play? The answer, next event. Forest with the final kill, and Space Station moves one more day onward.
You got a feel for Dark Zero and their fans. What a way to go out against your North American brethren, being screamed at across the curtain, but they will be eliminated today. Their journey ends, and the experiment of dropping Canadian comes to a close. They'll be back to fight for the 6th Invitational, either in the quals or at the live event for SSG tomorrow. They continue to survive. We want to see a North American team in the quarterfinals, just for the sake of the fans who will be attending here in person. Could SSG be that team?
There's only 2 left. If it's not SSG, it's got to be Sonics. The mayor himself, bad polling numbers coming in, unfortunately. A rough go of it, and honestly, a very uncharacteristically bad performance for NJR. He is usually much better than those numbers, but he does not earn the blame. Nave giving a hug to Pan Bazoo, the one man who showed up through thick and thin, the one player who did every single thing in his power to keep this team competitive and to try to will Dark Zero onwards. But one man cannot do it all. You got to feel for every single team that gets eliminated, because every player arrives at a live event with the expectation that they could win it all. DZ certainly had those vibes. They played well in North America, but the success just did not come to them here in Montreal. And DZ, as their old slogan used to say, maybe still their slogan, DZ will go dark.
Pamba leaving nothing in the server today, but it's not going to be enough. Even NJR, I mean, we saw him performing all the way back in map number 1, back when DZ were flying high. They will get their chance at the 6th Invitational. Of course, Dark Zero making quite a run through the Manchester Major. Still have that spot. Lots to look forward to, but here in Montreal, their time is done. SSG. What a performance coming out from them. Benjamaster turning it up exactly when he was needed. It wasn't that long ago that Benjamaster was the MVP at the best tournament in the world on the best team in the world. He steps up big time late, but of course, it's Ashen, the MVP of the day, 18-6 on map 3.
Tomorrow's matches have been locked in with SSG's victory. And it's SSG going up against Black Dragons, a team that finished in dead last in Brazil, yet fought tooth and nail through the LCQs, defeated the defending world champions, and every time you think you can kill them, they will not die. BD and SSG will fight for a spot on the main stage. Verus Pro will face off against the last team to come out of APAC. That's Chiefs from Australia. And then Sonics and Liquid will be the 3rd match tomorrow. Well, the 3rd match in the sense that that's the 3rd one I'm talking about. We don't actually know the schedule just yet. We should have that soon for you. DZ goes home. They will join G2 and 3 teams from APAC, from Japan, Scars, from Korea, it's D plus Kia, and from Southeast Asia, Elevate. 5 teams going home, 5 teams qualifying for the major. That means tomorrow, a very important day for 6 teams, and some could even call it a date with destiny.
The best day of Swiss every single time. The final day when it's do or die. Make the main stage or go home. That's what it's all been building for. SSG will be there. Sonics will be there. You've heard the teams. You know what's upcoming. It should be a fantastic day coming out for tomorrow. But Parker, I believe that is it for our games tonight.
That is correct. A man who goes by Forrest, but for a moment went by Fofosan XD. He had something to say to Nafe. Well, he's got a lot to say to Anne. Take it away.
That is true. And Forrest, I heard the cast just call you Fofosan XD. Is that a name that's any familiar to you?
It's a cursed name from United. I don't rep it anymore, but you know, I'll pay homage to it.
Awesome. Love to hear that. You have an awesome victory here today against a fellow NA team. Are you happy with the way your team played today?
It's much improvement to show like what we're really capable of, like closing games out. You know, obviously we struggled in the best of 1 so far and haven't been able to edge out these maps. So today was really good resilience and showing that, you know, we're here to win this.
That's awesome. I mean, you won each other's map pick as well. Why do you think that is?
Honestly, we just choked. I think we just let it slip, and we got bit so hard that we gave him an inch, he took a mile from us. So just whatever at this point.
All right, okay. Well, we just found out what game you're playing tomorrow. Any spoilers on the stream, but you're playing Black Dragons tomorrow as the second game. How are you feeling about that?
Their competition, we treat them the same. We've actually scrimmed every team who last 3 games, I think we've scrimmed every team for the major so far. So we kind of already know what to expect from them, but they already know what to expect from us. So it'll probably be another tight game like today.
So you've looked into each other's cards at least coming into that game. Is there anything you want to say to the SSG fans watching?
Trank Station, we'll just keep going.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time for us, and best of luck tomorrow as well. That was our final game on the A stream. Here we close off our elimination game and we send Dark Zero home. NA near the airport, 1 NA team, of course, still surviving. We have 1 more playing tomorrow as we are looking at our record. 3 more games we have tomorrow, and that means we only have the A stream running, and this is what the schedule will look like as well. The order of the games will start tomorrow with Chiefs going up against Verus Pro. Second game, as we already just said, Black Dragons versus SSG. And then we're ending a game with Liquid versus Sonics. All these games are elimination games as well as qualification games. We have to send 3 more teams home and 3 more teams to those live finals. That'll be it for us here on the A stream today. A big thank you to all of the casters involved. A thank you to our production as well. We'll be back here tomorrow on the A stream. Same time, same place. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Can get back to sight. Yes, on 2 HP he makes it, but no, he goes down. He can get brought back up again though. They're never going to keep him down. Don't get the reference. That one went right over your head. But us 30-plus-year-olds that are watching will have got it. In the doorway, Tex with the shield. It's Tex's round. That bald head shines bright. It's not the blitz shield that is blinding them, it's his head.
Everything's around if you zoom out far enough.
Util usage coming out from you.
Yeah, what do you want to say about that, stat boy?
Oh my, always is a target dummy. As he uses sprint up library stairs, Dan gets 2 of his own. It's all up to Shepard. There's a minute left. What is this round, Jesse? Good assessment. Nice shot on that.
Dreadmine as well. This player with the shotgun. Point blank, Pambazoo. The 2v5 turns to 2v3.
As a defender and the counter disabled to win the round, and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2 very quick kills. SSG as Benjamaster finds another.
Man, Benja's playing like a master baker.